A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting in just a few minutes. Requesting everyone to kindly enter the main hall, take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and please do put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you so much. We'll be starting in the next few minutes. very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin today's proceedings, let us take a moment to acknowledge a tragic chapter in our history, the terror attack on innocent tourists in Kashmir. As we gather here for the Tamil Nadu Startup Summit, let us pause to remember the lives lost. I request everyone to rise and join us in observing a minute of silence in their memory. Thank you so much. You may be seated. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Paloma Rao, and I will be your host for today. We'd like to welcome you all to the Hindu Startup Summit 2025. Tamil Nadu is rapidly emerging as a dynamic hub for innovation and entrepreneurship. The state's ambitious goal of achieving a $1 trillion economy hinges significantly on the growth and success of its startup ecosystem. This summit, organized by The Hindu, aims to showcase Tamil Nadu's vibrant startup landscape, highlighting the state's potential as a global startup destination. It will provide a platform for fostering collaboration, knowledge sharing, and investment, driving the state towards its economic aspirations. It's designed to give startups access to experts, investors, and information about many different growth paths. It is designed to help startups and stakeholders make informed decisions about the future of the state's economy. This summit acts as a precursor to the Global Startup Summit by the government of Tamil Nadu. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I once again request you to rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Let us now welcome our esteemed dignitaries onto the stage. We welcome Dr. Atul Anand, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, MSME Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Can we give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? We also welcome Dr. C. Muttamil Chelvan, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Let's keep the applause going for Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan, Chairman, CII, Tamil Nadu State Council, and Managing Director, Glass Group, St. Gobain India Private Limited, and Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group. I now request Mr. L.V. Navneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, to formally welcome you all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the Tamil Nadu Startup Summit 2025. an initiative by the Hindu Group, presented by SRM Institute of Science and Technology, co-presented by Startup TN and in association with CIFI Technologies. At the Hindu, we are committed to informing, engaging, and inspiring our audiences across multiple facets. And the intersection of tradition and transformation is one of those important facets. This summit is a natural extension of that mission, and today marks a significant milestone in our shared journey to foster innovation, empower entrepreneurs, and shape the future of Tamil Nadu's dynamic ecosystem. This is a platform where ideas meet investment, where inclusion powers innovation, and where tomorrow's changemakers come together today. I warmly welcome our key dignitaries, Dr. Atul Anand, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, MSME Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, and a proud parent as well, Dr. C. Muttamil Selvan, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and Sri A.R. Unnikrishnan, Chairman, CII, Tamil Nadu State Council, and Managing Director, Glass Group, Saint Gobain India Private Limited. I'd like to extend my warmest thanks to our partners, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Startup TN, CIFI Technologies, Retail GPT, Tally, CII, Mangaldeep, and Pudiya Talaimurai for believing in our vision and partnering with us in this initiative. Today, we are privileged to have policymakers, educators, investors, founders, and students respecting the full spectrum of our innovation ecosystem. Your presence here affirms the spirit of collaboration that is at the heart of meaningful progress. On behalf of the Hindu Group, I welcome each and every one of you to this summit. May today be filled with insight, connections, and the spark of new beginnings. Together, let's build Tamil Nadu's future. Welcome once again, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navneet. I request you to please felicitate Dr. Atul Anand, IAS, if you would do the honors, please. And I now request our keynote speaker, Dr. Atul Anand, IAS, to please address the gathering.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and CEO of Hindu Group, Mr. Navneet. I really like books. Thanks a lot for sharing the bestsellers from the Hindu. The Vice Chancellor of SRM, Dr. Muttamil Selvan, CII Chairman, and Mr. Unnikrishnan, the CEO and MD of TANSIM, the dignitaries, the investors, the educationists, the startups, and above all the people who have worked to make this a big success, who have worked behind the screens, and those, I'm sure, who will be spearheading the startup movement in Tamil Nadu. I welcome you all. This is the combined effort of the Hindu and the TN Startup Summit 2025, which has been sponsored by the TN Startup. Now, let me tell you a few words about what has been the journey. We started with the TN ecosystem of startups in Tamil Nadu maybe in the last 4 years or so. We started with a small number of maybe less than 2,000 startups in Tamil Nadu. And over the journey of last 4 years, we have been able to reach a point of more than 10,000 in such a short time. From what we were, say, way back in 2020, where we were like an emerging state as far as the ecosystem is concerned, we have moved towards being the best performer as far as the ranking by Government of India is concerned. That, that speaks a lot about the potential of the state. And of course, we are on the path towards optimizing and converting into reality our all potentials. The journey has been multifaceted because on one hand, we have Chennai is known as the SaaS capital, software as a service capital of the country. We have got the medical tourism also. We have got agriculture startups who are focusing on drone-based. We have got AI-based startups also. So there is virtually no end. And of course, the deep tech as well. I am sure you would be knowing that in this budget, we are focusing on the space startups as well. So that shows the potential and the positioning of the state as well as the ecosystem is concerned. And if we look at it globally, and I'm sure you'll be aware of the startup genome that assesses the startup ecosystem all across the globe. And according to their data, Chennai has scored 18th position in the Asian regional rankings in the Global Startup Ecosystem Report 2024. Of course, not only that, we are amongst the top 10 cities in Asia as far as the affordability of talent is concerned. So this speaks a lot about the potential and our target and goal which we have kept in mind. Not only this, the Niti Aayog has also mentioned our Tamil Nadu state as the model state for innovation ecosystem. One of the reasons is the multi-sectoral approach, whether it's agri-based, whether it's manufacturing-based, whether it's a deep tech-based, or even medical aspects, tourism as well, based on heritage also. So there are many startups who are working on this, how we can focus on the heritage of the diversified, rich state of Tamil Nadu, how we can get in touch with the investors and also incubators, so that it's a rich mix which will make a state, Tamil Nadu, as the hub of startup ecosystem in years to come. From the government side, we have allocated sum of 10 crores for the space tech startups, which I'm sure in coming years will be able to do a great deal of success to the potential of the state. What it basically ecosystem means is the combination of academia, industry, entrepreneurs, all put together to germinate an idea, to monetize that, to get the necessary finances, and to make it a big success. So not only it means the existing methods, the methodology, flow processes needs to be changed, and it also means in the places where the no such systems exist to fill in the gap. So with this, it has been a great success, and not only that, the idea of taking it up from universities, we have got the SRM Vice Chancellor also, so I am sure he'll also support that. The idea needs to be taken away from the laboratory into the reality to let those ideas germinate. So for this, we are also extending support to the startups to, in case they want to acquire an IPR, we are assisting them as high as 50% of the total expenditure they might incur on that. Another encouraging aspect is S2G, that is from startup to government. We have got as many as more than 1,000 startups who have been, whose products have been used by the government, and that is a big success. Means out of maybe 7,000 plus startups, or the total MSMEs who are on the GEM portal, 1,000 of them are from the startups from the state. So that means the products and services which they are providing is market worthy, and it has been accepted with a great deal of success. Another important thing is the incubation. What do you do? How do you ensure that the ideas which are there in the mind of, say, some youngsters, how does it germinate? How is it taken forward? For that, we have got the incubators. We have got as many as 42 incubators who have been assisting through TN SIM. And we assist them with the help of sum of 1.63 crores for them to these centers to become vibrant. And not only that, we are taking it to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because as far as the idea is concerned, we can't say that maybe urban metropolises only have center for germination of new ideas. Rural Indias have also come, rural Tamil Nadu and tier 2, tier 3 cities also have come up with a great deal of successes. So in this, we are focusing on the pre-incubation centers. We are looking at the colleges, we are looking at the universities, so that we can have this pre-incubation centers who can help in taking the ideas and, as they say, catch them young. So with that focus, we are focusing on the tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. We have got many channels. Of course, I won't like to take much of time. We have TAN Fund, which acts as a investor connect programs. Similar to that, we have to bring the startups and as well as the investors, venture capitalists to the same platform to see how is market worthy, and also to render whatever support is required. And I'm sure this is one such summit, and we'll have many more so that we are able to reach our potential and achieve. And this is one of the curtain raisers for the Global Startup Summit. And I'm sure with the collaboration of everyone here, we'll make this a big success. Thank you, and best of luck for future. Thank you once and all.
Thank you so much, sir. I now invite Mr. Navneet to please do the honors and felicitate Dr. C. Muttamil Chelvan before he delivers his special address. If you please do the honors, sir. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I now invite Dr. C. Muttamil Chelvan, Vice Chancellor, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, to deliver his special address.
A very good morning to all of you. Esteemed guest for this Tamil Nadu Startup Summit, Dr. Atul Anand, Additional Chief Secretary, MSME, Mr. Unnikrishnan, Chairman, CIA, the host, Mr. Navneet, CEO of Hindu Group, the other distinguished members who are all the stakeholders of the startup ecosystem. As was mentioned by Dr. Atul Anand, we have a heterogeneous group. We have representatives from academic, industry, other startup ventures, investors, the list goes on. Unless we all come together, it's very difficult to have or create a good ecosystem for all the startups. In the next few minutes, from the academic perspective, I would like to share what are the initiatives that we are taking at SRM Institute of Science and Technology to foster entrepreneurship and innovation culture at SRM University. We operate on 5 areas. The first is AI for education. Today, AI is a buzzword. Education cannot happen without AI. So our focus is AI for education. We have started training our faculty members. Our target is to train about 1,000 faculty members by end of December 2025. And then on, we'll see a lot of changes happening in the teaching learning process. The second area of our focus is the need-based research. Research not just to publish papers, but how is it really useful for the community? So our focus is on the need-based research and the quality research. That's the second area of our focus. The third area is fostering entrepreneurship and innovation through mentorship. About 2 years ago, when we started thinking about incubating the startups at SRM University, we thought that the faculty members should be aware of the support they have to provide to such interested students. We introduced a training program for the faculty members on design thinking, which talks about empathize the problem, define the problem, ideate, prototype, and test. Close to 600 faculty members have been trained on design thinking course, and out of 600, about 200 act as resident mentors for all the startups in the campus. So whenever a student approaches these faculty members, they'll be in a position to share their ideas and thoughts, and that's how we support the entrepreneurs. The fourth one is partnership for knowledge sharing. This is very, very important. And today, quite a good number of patents are coming out from the academic institutions. If you take SRM IST, we have 475 patents that are granted. That means it's ready for technology transfer or commercialization. They are all at, or not all, about 10% of them are at TRL 6 level. But unless we get some input from the industry, we are not able to proceed further. And therefore, we have started what's called as Industrial Research and Innovation Summit, where we invite experts from the industry and showcase all our inventions, all the patents that has been granted. And I'm very happy to share that some of the patents are moving to the next level in terms of technology transfer, and some of them are working on product development. It doesn't stop there. Some of the industrial experts also gave some tips to the investors that they themselves can become an entrepreneur. So such things are happening in academic institutions. The last one is the community engagement. You know that the present day students are not going to the villages, not really worried about the contribution that they should make to the rural area. We insist that the students should go to villages, identify the challenges that the villages face, come out with some tangible solutions. And if they give some tangible solutions, then probably we are thinking of giving some amount of credit in lieu of any open elective course. Now, all these 5 focus areas help our students to think differently and encourage them to become an entrepreneur. As on date, we have 45 companies incubated in the campus, and 11 have already graduated from the campus, and they are doing really well. Dr. Atul was mentioning about the pre-incubation centers. We do have a pre-incubation center, and if any other institution would like to incubate their companies at SRM, you are most welcome. So with this, I thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this Tamil Nadu Startup Summit, and we look forward to more such collaborations in future. Wish the program all success, and thank you.
I now call upon Mr. A.R. Krishnan, Chairman CII, Tamil Nadu State Council and Managing Director, Glass Group, Saint-Gobain India Private Limited, to deliver his special address.
Dr. Atul Anand, Dr. Tamil Selvan, Mr. Navneet, all the startup entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I want to start by thanking the Hindu group for choosing Tamil Nadu and Chennai as the place to organize the summit, and also choosing CII as the strategic partner. There are reasons why I'm saying that. While India claims to be the fastest growing large economy, I think Tamil Nadu as a state can claim to be the fastest growing large state in the country. So from that point of view, I think Tamil Nadu deserves, organizing events of this nature. It's not just that. I think Tamil Nadu's economy has got a wide spectrum of industries or sectors contributing to the economy. Around 30% of the state's economy comes from manufacturing, but the rest 70% comes from a wide cross-section of sectors, starting from agriculture to food processing, to services, to banking, non-banking financial institutions, to a wide cross-section of sectors are very well represented in the state. So that way, I think, for a startup, what you are looking forward to is really what problems to solve. So I think you have you will have no dearth of problems to solve in the state, the kind of spectrum of sectors that are represented in the state. The other reason is also that I think as a state and as a government, we see a lot of initiatives. As CII, we interact with the government of Tamil Nadu. We see many initiatives, be it Startup TN or ITNT. There are many initiatives supporting the startups, not just concentrated on the capital city, but across the state, in Madurai, Trichy, Salem, and so many other places, we see the action from the government. So from all that point of view, I think your choice of Tamil Nadu for organizing the summit is something which is really laudable. Now, why CII? CII, in a way, mirrors the Tamil Nadu state industry spectrum. We have around 1,600 members, of which 2/3 are from the MSME sector. And MSME sector is something which really requires a lot of support. I mean, largely many of those are even micro. And micro entrepreneurs are just one or two people running the entire show. And they have many problems, they do not know how to solve it. So many platforms that you can create from the startup ecosystem using deep tech, many other things can really solve a lot of day-to-day real issues for many of these MSMEs. So I think from that point of view, it's very important. The CII Tamil Nadu also has a same kind of a spectrum of membership. So we are from manufacturing, from services to healthcare to many other sectors we have. So it's therefore very, very relevant that CII is a strategic partner for this particular event. Now, therefore in CII, we have also formed in Tamil Nadu a panel on the startups. Now, there are 3 objectives mainly for that. And in fact, I can see Mrs. Sharmila Devadas, who's the co-chair for that panel sitting here. So during the networking break, do connect with her, and I'm sure she will be able to help you from whatever CII can do for all the startups. There are three key objectives for this panel. The infant mortality in startups is very, very high. You start, but then you die very fast. So one of the objectives for this panel is how can we avoid that and have a 10x growth for the startups. So that is one. Second is really from a governance point of view. We see many startups, becoming large, but in that, childhood and the adolescence period, they don't learn the right practices of governance. And when you become an adult, you are with all not the right habits that you have. So governance is an important one. So how to help the startups to have the right governance platform. The third, I think, which is, I would also urge the Hindu and many other people who are connected with this event today, Chennai lacks the venture capital ecosystem. I think that's a bit of a gap that we have compared to a Bangalore or any other large city that in India. So that is something which needs to be there. So from CII, we will also try to see how we can bring more venture capital ecosystem in the state, and in particular, maybe in Chennai, and we can really support that. Apart from that, CII has centers of excellence, and one of the center of excellence is on innovation, entrepreneurship, and services. It's based out of Hyderabad. Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, all of you know him. Chris Gopalakrishnan is giving the leadership for that. They are doing a lot of pioneering work on innovation for the startups. So many of the startups who are present here today or will be part of the event today can really connect with the center of excellence and really benefit from that. The Vice Chancellor spoke about the IP. I think this is very, very important. Today, many companies are surviving. They are growing big, and retaining good profitability thanks to the IP protection. So all the startups who are here, if you have an invention, please do not hesitate. Please do the IP protection from the patent point of view, whatever. We should do that. Now here again, CII can help you. We have what is called Tamil Nadu Technology Development and Promotion Council, TNTDPC. It's a long name, so we call it TN Tech, which is also housed in our Velachery office of CII. They can help you. They can help you with how to file the patents and how to do all that part. And let me tell you, both from the center and the state government, the MSME departments give you a lot of financial support for filing the patents. The entire patent filing is refunded. All the fee, everything is refunded with government programs. So there are many interesting programs available for startups. So I think therefore from all that point of view, Tamil Nadu and CII, I really once again want to thank Hindu for choosing Tamil Nadu and CII as a strategic partner. I am sure today's deliberations on various topics will really encourage the startup entrepreneurs to really scale up much faster and better for the society. So thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, and a big round of applause for all of our dignitaries on the dais. Thank you for making today extra special with your presence. We request you to please have a seat in the front row and enjoy the very, very insightful and engaging sessions that we have to follow today. To our audience, I'm sure that you're already aware that today is power-packed. We have multiple discussions, there will be sharing of insights, and of course, we're also looking forward to audience participation. We have panel discussions and fireside chats, and we're looking forward to hearing your thoughts, ideas, and questions as well. So without wasting any more time, we will dive straight into our first panel discussion for the day, which is building a diverse startup ecosystem focusing on inclusion and gender equality. I'd like to start by inviting our moderator to take the stage. We have with us Ms. Ramya Kannan, Chief of Bureau, Tamil Nadu, The Hindu. Can we give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And joining her, please continue with a round of applause for our panelists. We have Dr. Subalalita. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our panelists as they take the stage. Ramya, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this excellent session that we have today. In fact, the whole day's proceedings are bound to have an impact, believe it or not, on the future of how our economies move. Because if you look at it, startups are the growth engine of today. And it's, millions of people with small startups, medium startups, and large scale, which then grow into large scale units, are going to drive the economy of today. And I'm thrilled that, we are starting with a session that brings in the key and core principles of inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think to start with a session like this is to lay the groundwork for something very, very key. We have an eminent batch of panelists here today whom we'll hear from. But I just want to set a little bit of context. We're looking today at diversity, equity, and inclusion from sort of a dual angle, from a double-barrel gun. One, that it is not merely a moral imperative to ensure diversity in our startups, in our industries, in our businesses, but also the very idea that as a business, we have to be catering to the larger audience. People who have been historically wronged, or communities that have had a systemic sort of disability. We are here today, we are going to look at, during the first session, at how these two aspects are absolutely crucial to our functioning, to boost the growth engine itself. So when we look at catering to vast groups of people, we have a number of groups: women, we're looking at the disabled, we're looking at marginalized communities, we're looking at the needs of a vast group of people, not only catering to the majority where, profits are guaranteed. Profits are significant in a startup, like who doesn't like some money coming in for the effort we put in? But the idea is to ensure that we also take care of the needs and requirements of these communities. The second idea of having diversity within our organizations simply makes more business sense. It is today very strange that, affirmative action, technically originated in the US, and they seem to, be giving it up for whatever, deluded reason. But there is adequate proof that it is affirmative action. It is action taken cognizant of the problems that are existing in our society. It is this kind of action that has actually impacted communities, that have propelled communities ahead. So this is something that we will keep in mind as we go through with our deliberations for today. We are sitting in Tamil Nadu, and we are partnering with TN Startup, which is a government enterprise. We are sitting in Tamil Nadu, which boasts of the Dravidian model of governance, which is inclusive growth. And so I think with these introductory words, I would like to pass on to my panelists. We will start with Prateek. Just allow me to say a few words about you. So today we have with us first Dr. Prateek. He is a Jaipur-born NIT and IIM Calcutta educated corporate digital tech leader turned happy social entrepreneur. So glad to hear that from you. He gave up an 18-year-old career in the IT industry to start the second innings of his career, where he embarked on a journey of establishing the largest AT innovation ecosystem in India for the promotion of empowerment of people with disabilities in the spheres of learning, livelihood, and living. Currently, he is the CEO and founder of ATF. He is establishing the largest AT innovation ecosystem in India, and under his leadership, ATF has developed a vast network of over 450 plus AT startups and impacted the lives of over 1 million individuals with disabilities. Mic is yours, Prateek. I think there's a mic right next to you. Or if you want to use the stage, So this, our panelists will be making short presentations today, which is why this odd, rearrangement of seats there. It should be up on the screen.
Hi, good morning to all of you, and thank you, Ramya, for kind introductions. While my slides are getting up, I want to share that it's always very exciting to visit Chennai, and more what I hear about the whole grand vision of Tamil Nadu being a $1 trillion economy by 2030. I think congratulations to all of you for that tall vision, and I'm here to see how in next 10 minutes or so, I can give you few ideas of at least 50 to 70 billion dollars which we can contribute from our ecosystem. Yeah, so stay patient, and I'm hoping that I'll leave you with few ideas by the end of 10 minutes. Now, world around us has changed so much. The way we are traveling is different. The way we are ordering food is different. I mean, if you tell your grandma that somebody, what do you like to eat, and somebody will deliver a hot dosa to her, in next 10 minutes by Zomato or Swiggy, she'll fall off from a chair. The way we are consuming content is very different as well. I remember a time where I used to wait for 5 songs in a Chitrahar on Wednesday evening, but today kids don't even understand that, right? I mean, the world's greatest innovation, which is Netflix and Spotify, yeah, we all use that. So if you see behind all this change, transformation is technology innovation, isn't it? But while we are talking about innovation, startups are the leaders. Do you guys remember how many startups were there in 2014? I know there are a lot of startups here. Number of registered startups in 2014, just 11 years back. Yeah, that's very close. There was just 400. Do you know the startups now? It's 160,000, 1.6 lakh startups. What just happened in last 10, 11 years? We have changed the whole economy. We have changed the whole ecosystem. And while we talk about so many startups, obviously, the previous speaker also talked about the mortality. But I think what we are seeing is an amazing transformation, which is very startup-led and technology-led as well. Yeah. We are also talking about great amount of investment coming in, not just from the venture capital, private equity inside, but also outside world as well. But while we talk about the great ecosystem of startups in India, I also want to acknowledge the role which Tamil Nadu ecosystem is playing. I think nearly 7 to 10% of startups come from here. And I think it's a great ground for innovation. I mean, I'm sure SRM University is taking the lead, and IIT Chennai is taking the lead, and several other universities. Groups like Hindu organizing this kind of conferences are, I should definitely pay gratitude to you guys, Ramya, and the entire team of Hindu, because I think what you're doing is creating that platform for the dialogue, which is significantly important as well. There are several initiatives which I learned, which are happening in Tamil Nadu, so it's very heartening to hear that. But there is an issue, and the issue is of a missing billion. Who are these 1 billion people? These billion people are people with disabilities. In the world, we are talking about 1.3, 1.4 billion people with disabilities. In India, we're talking about somewhere between 80, 90 million people with disabilities who do not get the equal footing like you and I. They never get a chance to learn better. They never get a chance to find those employment opportunities. 80% of people with disabilities who are skilled never get an opportunity to get an employment. And the rest 20%, most of them are in informal sector. There are issues of access to healthcare, there are issues of marriages, there are issues of social inclusion. So how are we building this world which is tech-driven, which is very, very vibrant, where all of us get to do phenomenal things like doing startups, but leave a section of society which is almost 15% of population behind? That's not fair. And hence, my attempt is to see how do we build this ecosystem inclusive. I think Tamil Nadu statistics are obviously underreported like any other state. although the census says 1.2 million people, but I can tell you in most of the states, the population with disabilities around 12 to 15% or probably more, because we are not just talking about physical disabilities, we are also talking about invisible disabilities like autism spectrum. Yeah. So how do we really create an ecosystem where we give equal opportunity to people with disabilities in everything which we do? There are so many challenges. Did you have anybody in your school or colleges who was a person with disability studying with you? Raise hands if you had one. Fantastic. I think we should do a round of applause because I've never got at least 10% to 15% have people with disability, which means that we are already probably building an inclusive culture. But did you ever think what happened to 90% people? I think in the room we have all the diversity possible. We probably would have represent a different age group, different educational backgrounds, different employment background, but at least 80% of people did not have. What just happened? That why we do not have people with disabilities studying, working, and living with us? We don't see them in malls. We don't see them in education institute. And why? I think there are several challenges. So how do we really solve this conundrum? We created the ETF, Assist Foundation, with the belief that everybody has the ability to change disability. All of us can contribute in many, many ways. We run many programs. So we run an acceleration program for startups. We did market access program. We partner with the United Nations, WHO, Niti Aayog, several state governments whom we are partnering and advising. We do something called AT Awards, which in fact was few years was done in IT Madras Research Park. And our attempt today is to position India as the best assistive technology hub in the world. I think that's the opportunity. As I speak, there are 500 startups, like we talked about 400 to 1.6 lakh startups in general, but today I'm really, really happy to share with you that from 10 to 15 startups in assistive technology and disability tech, today we have built probably the best and the most vibrant ecosystem with 500 amazing startups who are taking care and putting technology to enable people with visual impairment. So think about artificial intelligence, machine learning solution which will make blind people walk independently. Think about an augmented reality solution which will make learning for autistic kids better. Think about a communication method that if anybody in the audience is speech and hearing impaired, while we do not have a sign language interpreter on the stage, with that technology, he or she will be able to hear all of us very, very clearly. So think about technology empowerment in many, many other ways as we see. These are all phenomenal startups. In fact, I want to recognize several of them are from Tamil Nadu. They are doing amazing work. They're not just changing the lives in the state, but beyond as well. So I just want to make a recognition for it. We have been working with Tamil Nadu in many phases. We do have startups sort of here, like I said, but in 2021, we had advised Startup TN on the policy for inclusion in assistive technology. I'm hoping that while we started that initiative, it won't get dropped because we see some slowness. I'm requesting Ramya here to really reinitiate that dialogue, help us reinitiate that dialogue, because while we create and talk about investment and building that whole vibrant ecosystem in Tamil Nadu, we cannot make it without assistive technology or inclusion. Yeah. So last few words, while I talk about assistive technology, while I talk about disability, it's just not for any social or community reason as well. It makes business sense, like Ramya said. If we include people with disability in society, we will add 5 to 7% GDP. And if, as a state, we have a vision of becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2030, I'm really happy to share with you if we do few things right, and these are the 7 ideas for all of you to think about, we will add $50 to $70 billion in next 5 years to state of Tamil Nadu, very, very easily. For that, we need a policy framework to include assistive technology startups and innovators. We need investment in innovation. Each university like SRM has to focus not just for commercial startup, but also helping inclusive startup or impact startups. We need investments. While we have a vibrant ecosystem which we built in Bangalore and Delhi, we're very happy to help the state to to build an impact investor side of the investment councils. We definitely need a lot to, on the market access, you can build amazing startups sitting in Chennai, but people with disability live in, 70% of them live in rural areas. So how are we going to really give them devices, and hence market access policies are required. You need a lot of infrastructure, accessibility. You need manufacturing, which probably is, Chennai is the best in the country. And also we need a lot of research in the areas, especially in the autism spectrum and cerebral palsy or the invisible state. And if we do these things right, I'm here to tell you and promise you that we'll add $50 to $80 billion just in next 5 years. With that note, thank you very much for the patient listening, and everybody has the ability to change. Disability is what I believe in, and we are very, very happy to partnering with all of you. I'm going to be around for the next few hours as well. But thank you again for the invitation and for the time, for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pratik. I think that sets the tone and the tenor for the rest of the event. Now I'd like to call our partner, a representative of our partner for today, Dr. Subhalalita. She's a professor at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, in the Department of Computing Technologies. She has 18 years of academic research and industry experience, and she's also the founder of First Language Technologies Private Limited, a startup that focuses on building AI-based solutions. She was listed in the top 2% of world scientists in the year 2024 by Stanford University in the field of AI. She was also listed in one of the top 50 women startup founders in India by the CII and PwC in 2023. She was awarded the Young Scientist by the MIT WPU University, Pune in the year 2022. Over to you, ma'am. Just a note, we will have time for questions once all the presentations are over. We're also doing presentations today because we believe in being inclusive, so that you're not just listening, but you will also be able to see the presentations online. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that introduction and for the opportunity as well. A very good morning for everyone present here. So meanwhile, so my PPT is on. So I think our Vice Chancellor has already set up the context. So maybe like I'll add a few more flavors from my perspectives. So in the inclusion perspectives, I would like to add the academia perspective here. Okay, so how academia is nurturing the startup ecosystems, I would like to talk about the two dimensions here. So one is from how we inculcate the entrepreneurial mindset in students and how we encourage faculty to start startups. So this is what I had in mind for today. Yeah, so, so talking about the students first, so to make the students an entrepreneur, so to inculcate that mindset, I think, so we are concentrating on bringing up more tech founders, right? So when one has to become a tech founder, so he or she should be very foundationally strong in the technology. So I think academia, so we are nurturing in that perspective. So, so I'm not talking about, so the students who already has the DNA inbuilt with them on the entrepreneur mindset. So I'm talking about the students who come as a clean slate in their mind, like, so who develops the entrepreneurial mindset in the academia. So I'm talking about them. So how they actually develop that mindset. So how academia is doing that. So to give you a taste of like what's happening in current academia, so this is what I thought of like sharing. So the internships, so these are all part and parcel of a student life today. So he or she has to take up the internship. This is not the internship that they normally take in the final year. So after they get placed in a company. So I'm talking about the internships they can take in every summer or winter vacation. So joining in a company. So when you think of a student who's graduating out of a college, so he or she is not a fresher. So he has already gotten experience working in various industries. That's the point I wanted to make it here. And various hackathons are throwing out trending problems, so which the student has to solve in a stipulated time. So that also makes them stronger in the foundation, technical foundation. And industry collaboration. So here I wanted to insist a few industries we have collaborated with. So that is a picture that's taken from our IOS development centers, which is first of its kind. So with our student faculty team. So this is a triangular MOU we have with Infosys and Apple. So SRM takes care of the infrastructure, whereas the Apple gives the systems and Infosys takes care of the internship. So where the students are actually encouraged to develop app and release in the App Store, and they are encouraged to commercialize. So that's how this industry collaboration. And one more industry collaboration that we have is the Samsung Prism. So that's been going for, I think we've crossed more than 6 years with Samsung Research and Institute Bangalore, that is SRIB Bangalore. So wherein Samsung SRIB gives us trending worklets problem related to the technology. And then we will have a faculty mentor from our side, and the student team will be formed, and it will have a time frame of 3 to 6 months. So we will interact continuously with the Samsung mentor, and we can bring up patents and publications. Project-based courses, so for instance, in the last semester, I also took machine learning, which does not have the theory exam, learning by doing. So students do those project-based courses where we don't focus much on theory. Of course, theory is there, but the more focus is on the projects. So I'll tell shortly why these projects and how these projects help them to develop that entrepreneurial mindset. Industry supported electives, for instance, we have industry personals taking the courses, like PayPal now taking courses on cloud services. So they'll be handling the courses for a few semesters, and our faculty get trained, and the upcoming semesters our faculty will take up those courses. So this also have a very, very strong association with industry, so the students will have. And the entrepreneur, and these are the initiatives from the our Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. So they have design thinking. I think our Vice Chancellor sir spoke about that. And minor certificates in entrepreneurship. So this is all setting a stage to the students to develop that entrepreneurial mindset. So that's what I wanted to talk about. So, since I spoke too much about the projects, I wanted to just, this is how the projects in academia will look like. So all the projects that I'm not talking only about the final year projects. So all the projects that we do right from first year, we'll just categorize them into research and product based. So research based, they will have their own flow, they'll go for research publications of funding. But product-based are getting trending these days. They go for patent. So thanks to our Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, they take care of that. And commercialization. So I'm not trying to paint a picture that all the students are converted into, having the startup mindset. So we know the percentage is still less. So even out of the student community, the percentage is still less. But what I'm trying to convey here is that the word commercialization is now spoken by most of the student community. That's the positivity I'm seeing. Because in the earlier days, when a student demos his or her project, so they will just show the analysis and the experimental outcome. But these days, they just add one more step that how it can be commercialized and whose problem they are solving. So, and to cite about the students, so they are fearless. So why the students should be heavily included in the startups ecosystem is that they are fearless and they are highly creative. So they are not like the other founders, startup founders, they're not looking for funds. So they're all typical problem solvers. So we can definitely tap their potential. So that's what the point I wanted to make. Yeah, so these are the internal funding support that we have in SRM. So Selective Excellence Scheme and Multidisciplinary Project Fund. So that is given by our Faculty of Engineering and Technology. So thanks to them. So Selective Excellence Scheme gives the maximum slab of 5 lakhs. So to productize the student idea. So from the ideation, they can convert their idea to projects. and multidisciplinary. So since our university is a multidisciplinary university, so we can collaborate. When we collaborate with the other discipline, like we have hospitals and we have mechatronics department, mechanical departments. I'm from computer science. So when we collaborate and they give projects like, they give fund. So there's no maximum slab for that. And the other funds are coming from our Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, New Gen Fund, and Startup Seed India Fund. So I'm sure like everybody knows about that. So that's, so New Gen Fund is for the before we incubate, and so when the student is actually coming up with an idea which is about to, which has the potential to be converted as a startup, so that New Gen Funds takes care of that. So yeah, so this is what I want to talk about. Yeah, so and then finally, I want to talk about the faculty startups. So thanks to SRM for encouraging us to start the faculty startups. So faculties can also be included in this ecosystem, and I'll tell you like how that inclusion is actually bringing some value. So because like I myself started through that encouragement in the year 2021. So how these are happening? So when a faculty is, most of our faculty, like we spend 4 years on our UG and then 2 years on PG and 5 to 6 years on PhD. So we are too much aligned towards a particular research domain. When we look at all the faculty startups, it is very much aligned towards a research domain. So for instance, so mine is towards AI, and we have Nagamani Amai from food processing. So she has a startup, so which is about the healthcare supplements, customized healthcare supplements for varied age groups. And we have Bhagyalakshmi from electronics and instrumentation, so who has come up with automatic disposal of sanitary pads, which is successfully installed in our hostels. So this is what the faculty, and what these faculty, so when a faculty start the startups, so what is our observation is that like when, of course, through the industry collaborations, we do know like what's happening in the industry. But in my perspective, when we are in the startup ecosystem, the interaction with the industry is very heavy. So it's on a day-to-day basis. So we know what's cooking in the market, and that brings in value again to the quality research. Like as Vice Chancellor Sir said, like it's not only about the publications, the quality of the research improves when we know what's the demand in the market. And when we do quality research, of course, that is going to actually feed into the quality teaching. So because like in today's scenario, it's very scary to stand in front of a student and teach. It's not very easy because like I would honestly accept that like most of our students are way brilliant than us. So we need to be updated daily basis, like on par with the technology. So that in turn makes us a better person, and that gives again a better market research, and it's a cycle. So this is how we look at the faculty startups. So like that's what I had to say about like how academia power can be included in this startup ecosystem, and I'm sure like we can work towards the 1 trillion economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Subalalita. She's brought in a very, very key aspect of driving the startups itself, which is student participation. So we're also looking at participation of students and faculty in the setup. So as you can see, this is a very gender diverse panel, and our next speaker is a woman in STEM, science and technology, and we're talking about Dr. Jyotirmayi Dash. She is the founder and director of Terra Lumen Solutions, India's pioneering terahertz technology company, established in 2019. She earned her PhD in photonics from CSIR, CEERI, Chennai, where she contributed to setting up India's first dedicated terahertz lab. Her academic journey includes filing 3 patents, publishing over 30 papers in international journals and conference proceedings. Her initial research focused on utilizing terahertz technology for cancer detection, particularly in identifying cancer margins during surgery. Recognizing the broader industrial applications of this technology, she founded Terra Lumen with a mission to develop affordable, indigenous terahertz devices for non-destructive testing in various industries, including aerospace, automotive, and pharmaceutical industries. The company has garnered support from prestigious government initiatives from the Department of Science and Technology and BIG from the Department of Biotechnology. Additionally, Terra Lumen was a winner of the Pfizer Innovation Program, which aids high-quality startups through product development services and market access opportunities. Over to you, Dr. Dash.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to one and all. Happy to see you here, and thank you so much for inviting me. Ramya, I'm saying I'm the right fit for this, the reason being the diversification. What you said, diversification is not about only men and women. I'm a solid example of it. Coming from Dr. Atul in the very first session, he said, diversification means we should come from tier 2, tier 1 cities as well. So I am the example there because I came from a tier 2 city, which is not in Tamil Nadu. It's eastern part of India, that is from Odisha. Coming from there and building a startup, successful startup over 5 years in Tamil Nadu, building the ecosystem who helps you, who supports you at every phase of life is what diversification means. And that is what Pratik said, Tamil Nadu state of government, they have taken the initiative last 5 to 6 years, and we startups like us, we get greatly benefited out of it. So diversification is also means a company, as the country or the state, we need companies from various types, starting from SaaS-based startups. We also need manufacturing startups, like country we have to grow. We also need startups who involve in deep tech or we'll say research-based startups. So we need the entire ecosystems to grow, which has to be supported by the government, by the investors, and by the faculties. That is what diversification means, and I wanted to give an example where I came from. Yeah, so I am Jyoti. I am the founder of the company, India's only and first terrahouse company as far as I know till today. We'll go to this slide, please. So just wanted to say why I am giving my background. I came from a very small city in Odisha, and this is a state government school, which is my very schooling has been completed. Came to one of the very government college, one of the pioneer college in Odisha. Again, my BTech is from there. Came to Tamil Nadu, which was very open to all of us, and I have joined CEG Anna University as my master's. And then from there, joined to IIT, came back, and then started PhD in CSIR City. Not only there, after that, how it all started, I was thank you, Vice Chancellor, SRM University. I was a part of faculty in SRM for 2 years up to 2019, and then I started the company, which is Terra Lumen Solutions. So having 12 years of expertise in the same tech, what I said, we do not only need to make SaaS-based products, we also need to involve ourselves in R&D products. When I say that, the product which I am building, or the Terra Lumen is building, that is mostly a deep tech product, and till now, across the globe, maximum 10 to 12 companies are there across the globe. The tech is, yes, it is, as I said, the time consumption of making a product like this doesn't take a year, it takes more than 5 to 6 years to commercialize product like this. And therefore, we need the diversification, inclusion, and support from the entire ecosystem. We need the support to build a product like this whose lifetime or go-to-market time is very much longer. And we need that confidence, that support from the ecosystem. That is what I wanted to say diversification means. So the path we travel, I'll not go step by step. I wanted to say to all the students over here, or the faculties who are thinking to build a product or build a research-based product, doesn't take a day. At Rome, it cannot be built in a day. It will take time. So this has multiple steps. You will fail multiple steps. I wanted to say that, yes, we have started only with 4-member team in 2019. Of course, as it's a CapEx-based product, we need enough money. And that's why I got the support from Tamil Nadu, also from India government. Multiple supports we got from the government. That is where we could build a product like this. Multiple grants I have been received over time. Would like to acknowledge and thank you everyone who have supported till today. And proudly say that we have commercialized the product now. And we are, as I said, only one company in India. And now we have 16-member team. And we have launched our 2 products last year. And we have commercialized successfully. And it took 5 years of time. So this is where we are now. I would like to recognize each and everyone who has helped us including Government of Tamil Nadu, Startup TN, also including Mentera, including Pfizer. I mean to say entire private sectors, government, corporate, everyone needs support to build a product like this. And yes, I'm fortunate enough to get the support from entire ecosystem. Yeah, I do not want to go too much in detail at technology. The technology we built is a very deep tech, having diversification applications. There are many applications we cater into biomedical, healthcare, industry, and research organizations. These are few early customers we have. We have supplied to GE, we have supplied to Bhabha Atomic Research Center. We are also to JNCSR and DRDO SSPL. Now we have customers from ISRO and DRDO. So though, yes, that 5 years was painful, but at the end it is, yes, that fruitful what we have done the effort till today. These are various products. I don't want to go detail, but yes, we could build it. We have a long pipeline up to 2029. Would like to acknowledge all the grantees who has helped us, including, as I said, Startup Tamil Nadu from day one. We also got various investors. So would like to say, yes, for investors, we need support from you. It's because it doesn't take the go-to-market lifetime is longer for here. And here, yes, we need collaborations from the students. We are looking for or seeking for students, faculties, and the entire ecosystem here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, particularly because, she is herself an inspiration for multiple aspects of this diversity question. And, having worked so hard to bring about accessible and affordable tech to industries. Thank you so much for that. The floor is now open for questions. So if you put your hand up, we can send a mic around. But yes, sir, to the left on that side of the stage.
Hey, wonderful session. I am Parshuram. I have a question to Shubha Lalita. You mentioned about the faculty startup program.
Right.
That is very interesting. This is the first time I am listening to that. What is the current percentage of faculty who are really doing this? At least in SRM, what is the projection that you are looking at for the next 3 to 5 years?
Right. I think we have a good amount of number. So it should be around 7 to 10. It's pretty less.
Okay.
I accept it. But the more and more industry collaborations happen, so the faculty would also gain that confidence to venture into these. So that's what I see. So.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe going deep into that question, what kind of industry collaboration that you look at in terms of, increasing that percentage? What is that specifically that you are looking so that we can increase this?
Yeah, sure. So like I cited about the Samsung Prism, right? Like Samsung Prism gives us the problem statement. So what's cooking in the market today? So maybe like Apollo Tires is another example. So whatever they have some R&D problems, so they give that as a R&D workload to us, so to the students, and our faculty is also mentoring that project. So if many industries are coming forward, so with such problem statements, and we work, and then the academia industry collaboration, when this increases, I think that will increase the faculty startup, because like I myself started this like after working on 5 worklets with Samsung. So because I've been working for the past 15 years on this natural language processing domain, but I never thought of like what's about the domain from the industry perspective. So once I tasted that, okay, so why not I? So that's how. So I think the same should happen with the rest of the faculties as well.
Sure, ma'am. In fact, I want to get in touch with you and work on this further, because myself and my co-founder are looking at that space, especially in the college area.
We'll be happy to.
Thank you,
yeah,
ma'am.
Thank you so much.
The next question to Jyotirmai, if I may continue. You also, ended your note saying, we are looking for a lot of support. Can you elaborate on that?
So what I said, when we build a product, it is a single woman or single man cannot build a product. We need support when you make a mix of hardware, software, what Pratik said, AI. There are many things which goes into the compliance we have. And at the end of the day, human resources and finance. So this entire system or the entire bucket of inputs or collaborations is required in every part of it, you know, when you're building. So that is where I'm saying the support from other companies, let's say we are building a product which needs a robotic partner to that. So I can look for another company who is building and collaborate with them. We cannot build everything at a stage. Similar for the electronics. You are building the electronics, but you need someone who can build the PCB. Is it not? So that is where I said we need partners from every stage, from everywhere. That is what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, sir.
So regarding the final year projects, how many final year students projects, how many new ideas have come? And then if there is a failure, do you also give that failed product completion certificate?
Sorry, can I have the...
No, final year projects for engineers,
Right.
you will be doing a lot, everybody has to do it.
Correct.
So how many new type of some inventions, something to do energy, electronics, and have come out of SRM? And then if there is a failure in the, do you still allow that to paper to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So completely, yeah. So that's a valid question. So I do not know about the other domains. Like I'm coming from computer science, maybe I'll talk about that. So all the inventions definitely will have a failed outcome. So this, because like we are playing on the technology that is recently come. When you just take this large language models, right? Like in the entire globe is still experimenting it. You accept it, right? So we cannot expect the successful outcome of the project, but still we will allow that. So definitely, yeah. Did I answer your question? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my question is to Jeremy. So first question is that you are having a well-established job and all of a sudden you decided to leave that job and continue the entrepreneurship. How tough or how easy it was to take that decision?
I would not say it is easy. Of course, it is tough, but it is feasible. Yes. So yes, having when you have an established job, when you are having the end of the day salary is there on the day one, and when you are going to a venture, when you have to earn salary for your employees, definitely it's not easy. It is difficult, and you need that consistency and dedication. I do not expect on the smartness or intelligence. Rather, yes, I expect the patience and consistency. When you build a product, you build a company, that means you are building an organization. That's why I say we are building an ecosystem again. And that is where it is definitely tough. Today you will be happy and tomorrow you are crying and coming back. And multiple times you will think that, yes, I'm going to close, why am I doing this? But the answer to this is consistency and patience. I think the entire audience will agree to me.
And the second part of the question is that you being innovator, because you have done PhD and everything, and all of a sudden coming to the startup ecosystem, you have to make a pitch deck, you have to convince your investor, then go to market strategy, and all of this, how you have transformed yourself from an innovator to an entrepreneur?
Thank you. Yeah, I think all of us, if being an academician or if you're being in research, you will face the similar problem. It came to me also. My first few year pitch decks were always much more research oriented. Today you see my deck is, there is no technology, it took 5 years of time to come here, but first 2 years to any investors I used to pitch, this is the feedback, you are speaking research, you are not speaking about business. So it took time to learn about your balance sheet, to learn about your P&L, and where there's no business background at all. I didn't do any MBA or neither in the finance course, but it's not difficult to learn. That willingness should be there to accept. Of course, you cannot make your complete business plan, but you can give the input for that. That is where someone asked me about collaborations. We need collaborations there from business experts or finance experts. Make my model, I'm giving the input. We are there. There are people are there who is there to support you. Even the incubation centers, we have many incubation centers. They have finance guys, they have secretarial records who are going to help you out. CS is there, CA in place. To seek the help of others, but you can learn the basics. That is where it is.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, okay, yeah. Go ahead, ma'am.
Respected guest, thank you so much, Hindu, for this wonderful opportunity. I have a question for all four of you. This particular theme, inclusion and gender equality, is a part of UN SDG. So I would like to know from each one of you, what is your organization or your personal vision towards UN SDG? And how sustainable we can become in future as a growing and developing nation in the world?
Right. Our panelists first. Pratik, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I think thank you for the question. I mean, I think the area which we work is essentially entirely to include the weaker section of the society, particularly people with disabilities. Like I said, there are 2 or 3 views you can take. One is the whole social view. While we don't see people with disability in schools and colleges and malls, what do you need to do to make them included in the normal society? But I think if we are taking a very social view, that's not a complete view. You have to take an economic view as well. If we had a startup from IT Madras, they came to us that we built a wheelchair, and you know, wheelchair is dime a dozen. We have China imported some 5,000 to 7,000 wheelchair versus a US or a Germany imported wheelchair, which is 5 lakh wheelchair. But then they built a very amazing, innovative wheelchair which can be customized. But building a product is not the end of the story. It's just beginning of the story. When you're an innovator, 100% you're working on technology and product. When you're an entrepreneur, it just becomes 30%. So what would you do for the 70% of your time? But I'm happy to share with you, with that startup who built this inclusive wheelchair, we had them build a scooter on top of it. So it's a battery-operated inclusive, scooter. And a person with spinal cord injury can drive it and move distances. But it cannot be just a product story. That we had this startup, this is called NeoMotion out of IT Madras, sign a MOU with Zomato. And as we speak, thousands of people with disabilities on NeoMotion wheelchair are delivering food and earning livelihood. So next time you order a Zomato, there might be a possibility that somebody would call you and say, I brought your food, but I can't come in. Not because he or she cannot deliver food to you, because your building or a home may not be accessible. And I think why I'm taking this example is this is the power of inclusive tech. And if we promote such entrepreneurs, inclusions is not just in the technology, but you can see that inclusion. All of us can experience that inclusion as well. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, thanks. It's a very nice question. What Pratik said, I always say inclusion should be unbiased. You should not think it is a person with disability or it is a woman, it is a man. It should be completely unbiased. As long as you see the capability or you see the confidence in him or her, please do accept. Sometimes, yes, we find difficulty when we hire a woman. They will have, at the peak of their career, they have personal difficulties and professional. We need little support to them because sometimes they have to take leave for their kid when the kid is unwell. And that time you should not say you should work as equal as men. Of course, they need that time, and one child needs a mother rather than the father. I'm not telling they do not need the father. Of course, the presence of mother is much more required. So that support, not only startup founder, I think all of us should give that to the women. So that inclusion should come from within the family, from the organization, from the entire system. That is how, so yes, inclusion is required, but it should be completely unbiased. It should not be biased towards any specific gender or any specific criteria to the point.
So I think your question was on SDG, right? Like how we can nurture SDG. So from academia, so we have listed all the SDG, and the final year project should be from one of the SDG. So that's how we support it. All the projects should be aligned with the SDG goals. So once it is done, like I think the total ecosystem is aligned. So that's how we do.
Yeah, interesting question. And I think by being aware of it, by being aware of our commitments, it's not just the governments or NGOs who are required to reach these goals. It is the involvement of every citizen. It's the inclusion of every citizen in pursuing this goal that is important. So, we all do different things. I think it's important to fit these long-term goals into what we do in order to be able to contribute towards society. And we do that, this seminar is an example of that. But we also have, the Hindu particularly has a commitment towards writing consistently on socioeconomic development issues. So we do highlight from time to time inadequacies, inaccessible, aspects of technology or healthcare or, any other sector from time to time. So that, in a sense, is our, how we fulfill our commitment towards the SDG. So, yeah.
Balu Ranganathan from Canberra's Therapeutics. We are a startup. I take your liberty to call you by your first name, Ms. Ramya. Articles are amazing in Hindu. Our day starts with coffee and Hindu. And your articles on medtech is really amazing. Compliment to Jyoti, Dr. Jyoti. 99.5% of the PhDs end up in research, pedagogy, teaching, or on research institutes. Like us, like you and me, we are completely into startup companies. I completely work for that. And now to Pratik, you have shown one of the slides with a lot of startup companies. So we work completely on breast cancer. But in terms of the breast cancer data sets, we have huge amount, 1.2 million, 1.4 million, but everything from United States. I had a startup company in the US, Palms Connect. We co-founded, and then I got the BIRAC grant, and then I started the Campus Therapeutics. So data sets for Indian scenario is becoming trickier day by day. In US, if I need to buy that, I'm not joking, it's $18,000. $18,000. So it's huge money. So you have, I saw one of the slides. Okay, what I'm talking is, why not your foundation generate data sets and sell the data sets, not to give free of cost. Just putting it across to you. And then that way, academic can be a part of it. And when they do their final year projects, small money. I'm not asking thousands of dollars. Say something like 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees. For that pricing, you sell the data so that they know the value of the data, because we are now struggling to have a breast cancer data sets, especially for Indian scenario. I'm not finding fault with anyone. We need to generate our own data sets because we are going for survival prediction of breast cancer survivors. Those data sets of the United States, I cannot predict it for India. So we are working out that, and then we applied for a lot of funding, all those things, to generate the data set alone. Your thoughts on that, please, Mr. Pratik.
Thank you for, it is a real issue. Thank you for bringing it up. There are 3 ways you can solve the data set issues today. First is through partnerships. I'm sure it's costly to buy the data world over.
Exactly.
But world is changing, like I said, and through partnerships with organizations like WHO and United Nations, and we are happy to connect with you as well. Some of those data sets can be accessed. But more important point which you're trying to raise is the Indianized version, the local data set. The languages are different, the personalities, the socioeconomic backgrounds are different. And I think those data sets can be produced by 2 ways. One, like I said, involving universities like SRM. There are a lot of groundwork that needs to be done. There are tons of program by, for example, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor is now setting up rural smart village centers. And they are going to be the gateway in working with the primary healthcare centers to generate a lot of data sets. So you can leverage some of these initiatives to get access to data set. And third, I think the just brilliance of technology, AI can itself generate, if you do the, some of the prompts right, AI can itself generate, not in all scenarios. I'll give you one example. If you are speech and hearing impaired, one of the attempts by a startup was to have a virtual bot which can do sign language real time. So if you're in a call, if 3 of us are in a call and the third person is speech and hearing impaired, he or she cannot follow what you and I speak. Now the typical solution which all of us can gauge is the whole captions that come in. But I can tell you, if you interact with a speech and hearing person, they cannot follow anyway it is 80% accuracy. They cannot even follow the English and the incorrectness of that. And one of the solutions which was slated to be built was to generate this digital bot, which will do sign language on a real time. But as you think, sign language is, if you need to build a digital bot, it's very tough because it's not just hand signals, it's also shoulders, eyes moving. And data sets for that was never available. Yeah,
Yes.
because all of us have different styles of speaking, and how do you really generate? And that's where I mean, that's one of the example, if not all, is a place where AI was able to generate a lot of data sets based on the patterns. And today, that startup out of Bangalore has cracked something which some of the larger companies like Microsoft hasn't been able to crack. They are a commercial startup today, and they're solving a very important problem for people with speech and hear impairment, which is the communication with all of us.
Just only 1 minute, I'll take more, not more than that. To Prof. Prof, we have huge amount of data sets. That is,
Correct.
for one patient, we have at least 50, at least minimum 45 to 50 variables. Something when she got her cancer diagnosed, what age, what is her marital status, when she attained her puberty, whether breastfeed, lot of parameters are there, only for United States scenario. So as an academician, and also you are a startup person, startup guy, so some point of time, if we start working on that to generate, assume even for Tamil Nadu based breast cancer, example
Correct.
breast cancer, not necessarily breast cancer, autism, anything for that, but huge amount of variables need to be there.
Correct.
Just with the small variables, 10 variables, 15 variables, we are not even able to find out which one is significant here. So this is what I want to put across to you people. Thank you so much for really giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Someone.
Hi, good morning, panelists. It was a very interesting discussion. I have a couple of points. So one, I appreciate Dr. Jyotirmay's point and the perspective, but probably the discussion and the topic is because there has been historical imbalances of gender and inclusivity. So my question is that I've been a part of such discussions for almost the last 2.5 decades. I've been listening to the same discussions, but there's still a lot of gap to be covered. So the question really is, how do we make specifically startups accountable to create real impact, and how do we see the things really change on the ground? And it's for all of you.
I didn't get your question.
How the startups create an impact.
You want to repeat the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, the question that I was asking is that there have been discussions for the last 2 or 3 decades on the same topics, but there's still a lot of gap. So how do we make startups accountable for creating impact? Is there some kind of a law, some kind of a regulation, or say rules where startups are getting funded, then they already get inclusive, or so that's my question. How do we make them really create impact on the ground?
Yeah,
Make startups accountable to create an impact in society. That's his question.
Yeah, I think there are various ways that we can, answer this question. One is, when you're building a startup, getting all the investments are done for a ROI. Yeah. Now, when we think about a growing startup or a grown startup or a well-funded startup and the impact, one way is that India has a law to do, if they are profitable, that you have to invest 2% of your average net profit for the 3 years as your CSR. So that's one way. But most of the startups, as you see, are not profitable. The only way to have them or motivate them to do an impact is by talking to them on a business use case. Like I talked to you about, why would Zomato hire people with disabilities on wheelchair, on this Neomotion wheelchair, is not because obviously they care for the impact, but it's a business proposition to them. They are looking for delivery partners. In a high season like any of the festivals in India, they're always short of delivery executives. And here they found a section of society which will be very loyal to them. They will be very, very honest, and they would work extra hours to do the food delivery. Now, why I'm taking this example to answer your question is, yes, there is an impact to hire a person with disability to do Zomato deliveries. But then they are not doing as a part of their social imperative only. They are doing this because it makes business sense to them. If you hire a person with disability in your organization, it's not for those 5% or 2% quota you have. You hire them because they bring the diversity, they bring that freshness, they bring that creativity. And we have seen by certain research that if you hire a person with disability in your organization, for example, then all those organizations have better profitability than other organizations. So I think these are the conversations which need to be had with startups, that don't hire them for just for the social impact, but it has to be a business dialogue. Otherwise, it won't go too far.
So I just make it short, as time is running. So as he said, impact, there are many ways how to look at it. When we build a product, any product-based company, you will see, yes, one is business value. The second thing is even the government when you're pitching to, the first slide should be what is the impact it is creating to the public. Let's say I build a product which is mostly for cancer margin detection. So if I build that product, how many audience, how many patients will be greatly benefited out of it? How many? So that is the impact slide has to be made in the very first. That is where the government is also enforcing to create the impact. At the same time, of course, it is not a social impact company. You should have to create business out of it. So it has to go parallel, side by side, having an impact in place, having the benefit to the society, at the same time having a commercial value. This is what I wanted to make it short part, but this is the answer I would like.
Yeah, I also go along with her. Like when we solve people's problem, I think we'll be creating a great impact. So like obviously we have many instances like Swiggy, Zomato, Uber, Ola. So when we solve people's problem, I think it's going to create an impact.
Creating an employment itself is an impact.
Yeah,
Though it is 5 or 10, you can say hundreds. That itself is an impact to the society.
Correct.
Very good morning to one person here. Bhubadi from 3 Powerfly Private Limited. My question is go to Mr. SRM Professor Madam.
Yes, sir.
Madam, students are doing different projects and a PhD scholar. Regarding the technology transfers, what are the steps you are doing, Madam?
What are the?
What are the steps or what are the initiatives you are taking for technology transfer?
So technology transfer, like as I mentioned, so like when we do research projects, so we our Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Sir is there. So they will file a patent. So instantly we will file a patent and we get that granted. And once it is granted, they'll help us for
the company approach. How you are doing, Madam? Any special tips for approaching the company? The company you have to approach, for technology transfer.
Yeah, so
what are the procedure you are doing?
Yeah, so once the grant is obtained for our patent,
IP
grant is obtained, like so we'll go for commercialization. So our entrepreneurship cell will take care of that. So they will bring companies to whom we can contact and we can solve their problems. So through our patent grant.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you.
And the questions go to Mr. Pratik Madhav, sir. Sir, my company is at initial stage, but getting the funding is the biggest problem. So any tips or any suggestions how we can approach the different funding agencies? Because so most of the subs are basic only, baby of the startup company. So any ideas, sir?
No, there are tons of options available. The fact that I told you there were only 400 to 500 startups in 2014 and now we have 1.7 lakh itself should tell you that there are a lot of people are encouraged to build companies and they're growing as well. Now, there are 3 or 4 channels typically you can explore. One is a lot of government grants. So startup India's Invest India, you have Sivraja here, he runs several programs to fund startups, in Tamil Nadu. There is a seed grant. We had worked with you for the, 10 lakhs, 10 seed grant, which is available as well. But beyond government, there are a lot of angel investor networks. So IAN exists. There are a lot of other seed investors, depending on the stage of the company, who invest as well. There are a lot of family houses or the family fund houses which we have seen recently who are very interested in investing in deep tech. So if you're a deep tech startup, there are tons of options available as well. Beyond that, there are a lot of foreign funds who are available. Primarily in the whole e-commerce area, we have seen a lot of investment coming in. The ed tech, retail tech is booming as well. Obviously, if you are using some of the deep tech like the whole computer vision, AI, ML startups, there are a lot of private investors who are available as well. Now, depending on the domain or the sector you are building, there are sector-specific funds as well. So like there are a lot of medtech funds who are specialized in evaluating startups in the medtech, medical technology and health technology as well. We are now setting up a assistive technology fund with the help of the government and some of the private investors. So we are very sector specific as well. Beyond that, I think as a country, we have 0 to 1, you have lot of funding available. So if you have an idea to make it a product, so you have Nidhi Prayas grant, you have DST grants, you have DPIT grants, you have Startup India Seed Fund, and there are many more. 0 to 1 is not a problem, according to me today. You get some grant if you have an idea to make it a pilot, enter into the market. But what has happened because of that is the failure rate has increased because the number of startups increased, and you have suddenly become a country of pilots, not the aviation pilots, the startup pilots. And we got to probably change that. How do we take a company which has got the initial funding from a pilot stage to a commercialization stage? That's where the acceleration is required, because that's where the real fun and the impact is. But at a later stage also, I mean, I'm happy to connect with you after this panel. There are a lot of investment funds that are coming in, but depending on the sector.
Thank you, sir, for giving a nice answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Question from the right.
Good morning, a warm welcome, warm good morning to the panelists. So I have a problem, and that's a question specifically for Dr. Subhalabhita madam.
Yes.
So you were talking about the faculty startup program.
Correct.
And we know that SRM is a well-renowned and professional institute. So how are you promoting and bringing a startup culture, a boost in the startup culture in your university specifically? With the help of this faculty startup program, and what is your long vision? Like, how can you implement various programs so as to bring a boost in the startup culture in the university? And are you thinking of something like introducing certain academic credits to the students who are associated with these startup programs in your university? And you stated the fact that there is the ESIL in SRM and the DEI as well, Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. So how can these two organizations, these two entities coordinate with the students so as to bring a boost in the startup culture in SRM particularly?
Yeah, so so your question is like how the faculty and the student startup is nurtured?
Yes, yes, madam.
Yes, correct. Okay. So fine. The student are advised, I mean, they are advised to take up courses. They have design thinking courses. So they are given technical foundations, like as I said in the thing. And so they are encouraged by our Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation cell. So they conduct boot camps. So as our Vice Chancellor sir was talking about this events, that is IRIS, so in which the students have the opportunity to demo to the industry. So through industry collaborations, we nurture that. So students closely work with industry mentors. So that is one way the students can actually, start their own startup. And once they can also register their startup in our Bootstrappers Research Council. So that is an incubation in SRM. So that is one way. So even faculties are encouraged. Even ours is also incubated in Bootstrappers Research Council. And through that, students are given funds. So even before incubating, we have a NewGen fund. So through which they can actually convert their idea into product. So that's the main thing to start the startup, right? Like a faculty along with the students can actually get the fund. And after that, like we have startup seed fund. And so through that, we are developing this culture.
Totally agree with your point, madam. But recently, while registering our own startup, the 0 to 1 curriculum, which Prateek sir stated, it's not difficult. But students who don't have any background related to startup, they don't have this background of business in their family. They are quite confused from their 0 to 1 curriculum, as in how to bring their own venture from 0 to 1. So is there any methodologies which we can implement in universities and in colleges so that it is quite easy for students to opt for making their career in the startup field? Because I think so, as per the statistics, that in universities, people are more focused towards going for placements rather than having their own startup, because they think that the 0 to 1 process is quite difficult, and to build a venture and to stand it on their own feet is quite difficult. So is there any particular program which we can implement in universities so as to just go from 0 to 1, like the point I stated of academic credits, or having your own, like Y Combinator has its own course on how to start a startup. So is there any mechanism which we can implement, and is it possible to do so?
Actually, yeah, so the point is not about, like, when I spoke, like, the point is not about focusing on the students who already have the business background. So the point is about the students who don't have the business background, the how to, as you said, like, how to bring them from 0 to 1. So that's about it. So, that's why we have boot camps. So in this 4 years, so I said, like, students are fearless. They are not bothered about the raising funds. So all they need is to convert their idea into a product, and they need to build the confidence. So once this is all set, I don't think there should be problem in continuing their startup journey. So all we do is that, like, build their confidence in this 4 years. So through boot camps, like, I think Anand sir will have more answers. So do you want to answer this question, sir? Yeah. So maybe, like, you can talk to him offline, so to get more ideas. Yeah.
If I can just add, see, beyond universities, there are several organizations who involve students and innovators. So there are industry bodies like CII, NESCOM, FICCI. They have a lot of student entrepreneurship program. We ourselves run a program with United Nations. It's called Youth Collab. You can check that out. Every year it's based on themes. Youth Collab is run in 27 countries and 7 years in India. So we ourselves run a program, several programs with engaging. There are a lot of hackathons happening as well. If you get selected, you get a lot of mentorships, at least 6 to 9 months of mentorship. There are a lot of foreign universities. We partner with Western Michigan University. We partner with Darden. And Darden business school run a very phenomenal program where they actually had alums of the school come in as a part of their curriculum, and they selected few students to build a new business division while they were studying. So it was not a student project. It was a task where they were given an opportunity. So while they were student in the daytime, in the night, they were the chief marketing officers and the chief procurement officer, or the chief financial officers. So they selected all of them. And by end of this course, they had built $1 billion business. I think we got to reimagine a lot of these, student entrepreneurship program in India. But I'm here to tell you with a lot of confidence that there are tremendous opportunities for students like you now.
Thank you, sir. So there's just one last question for all three of you. That our startup is in the legal tech sector. And as far as my knowledge is concerned, the legal tech market is quite fragmented. It is quite sensitive as well, because trust is one of the underlying factors due to which we can have that initial flow of customers. So what do you think, how can we tap in that particular segment of market so as to have the initial flow of customers towards our platform or towards our startup providing legal services?
There are few companies who are actually very good at here on the legal tech. You can approach them for initial guidance from them. So every tech or every sector is having very specific problems or challenges. It cannot be generalized though, but you have to talk to who is already working with that, with the same problem statement. They have already solved it. There are very good companies who are working legal tech companies. So you have to take the input from them or from the experience sector, and then you have to channelize according to that.
Okay, ma'am, what is your opinion on the fact that AI in a particular field where human touch is very important? Like in a particular field wherein the decision made by human is of more concern rather than the AI making the decision on the behalf of the human. Because legal field and legal proceedings is something wherein you cannot take a risk, and trust is the underlying factor.
Yeah, I think, these are like more specific questions, not directly related to startups. So let's have, if you have questions related, I mean, I'm sure she'll be able to discuss with you offline about your specific ethical concerns. But if you have any questions on startup, maybe, or if there are, maybe we can take one more question.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Ma'am, yes.
Hi, I'm Archana from Prahana Products. So happy to see a gender and inclusion equality discussion here. So proud to have an all-women team here, and definitely, sir, your speech was very much interesting to see how, and to ma'am also, that we are looking for interns. So how do I start off in taking the first step in having somebody who is maybe a differently abled person come along in our office? What would be my first step? And maybe where could I approach? Because when it comes to interns, definitely we go and think of connecting to colleges for getting interns. But how could I maybe reach out to people if I want to have some differently abled people also as interns in our organization?
So there are many options. One, there are a lot of leading non-profits in Chennai as well. They have a community of people with disabilities whom they can refer. Second, I'm happy to connect you with a lot of startups who themselves have a lot of people with disabilities connect. And third, Department of Empowerment for People with Disabilities always have a lot of applications where they are looking for opportunities for internships as well. There are a lot of universities who have people or students with disabilities. You can particularly, I mean, I had a junior in IIM Calcutta who was 100% blind. So there are a lot of universities, who induct students with disabilities, so they can be your gateway as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think time's up, because I've got a red screen that says time's up. It's quite intimidating if you're sitting here. So I'd invite you participants to speak to our panelists. They're going to be here for a short while longer, for sure. So I'd like to thank our panelists for this really wonderful discussion. If you ask me, the best way to start this entire session. Thank you so much for bringing in the inclusive factor, and also for letting our young and older panelists know about the opportunities that are available. As we understand from a startup point of view, it's not the conventional industry. This is the new world. This is the future. And this is for youngsters to try, youngsters without a background in business, youngsters probably with core tech ideas or core research ideas. And this is the forum for them to exploit. So thank you so much once again, and thank you to our lovely audience as well for attending the session. I do hope you'll stay on through the day. Thank you so much.
A big thank you to our moderator and all of our panelists. Requesting Ms. Ramya to please present our panelists with the token of our appreciation, if you would do the honors. Thank you so much. Can we have another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a few moments to acknowledge our partners who've made this event possible. SRM Institute of Science and Technology presents the Hindu Tamil Nadu Startup Summit 2025, co-presented by Startup TN in association with SIFI. Our digital commerce partner is Retail GPT, our technology partner Tally, our strategic partner CII, our fragrance partner, Mangaldeep, and our television partner, Pudhiya Talamurai. We will start our next discussion shortly. Thank you.
By launching Chennai's first commercial rated 3 data center, Chennai 01, located at city's first IT hub at Tidal Park. Now we are taking it to the next level by unveiling our largest AI-ready hyperscale data center campus in South India, Chennai 02. Designed for 3 towers at 130 plus megawatts of IT capacity, the campus offers built-to-suit options for 86 plus megawatt capacity with vertical and horizontal scalability. Experience unparalleled connectivity with our integrated cable landing station, providing trans-Pacific fiber access at 2 petabytes per second. Chennai 02 connects SIFI Cable Landing Station, SIFI Chennai 01 and all key business locations, enabling a rich network ecosystem. SIFI is India's first NVIDIA-certified DGX-ready data center service provider for liquid and air cooling. Our data centers are purpose-built to seamlessly support high-density workloads with up to 130 kilowatt per rack. We ensure operational excellence by infusing AI ML in our data center for faster decision-making. The campus has a K8 perimeter wall and 10 levels of secure access from entry to cage. Strategically located in a no-flood risk zone with zero risk from tsunami. Committed to sustainability, Chennai 02 is IGBC Platinum certified and will draw 60% energy from renewable sources. SIFI's Chennai 02 Data Center Campus is more than just infrastructure. It's the foundation of your digital future. The SIFI Chennai 02 Data Center is honored to be inaugurated today by our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin. On this moment of pride, SIFI extends its sincere gratitude for the immense support extended by our Honorable Chief Minister and the Government of Tamil Nadu.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin our next discussion, which is a fireside chat, Harnessing Innovation, Tamil Nadu's Role in the Global Startup Ecosystem. I'd like to invite our moderator to take the stage. From The Hindu, we have Kunal Shankar, the Deputy Business Editor. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. I would like to introduce Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, the Mission Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission. He's a startup evangelist with expertise in the domain for 3 decades, and Startup TN, under his able guidance, is striving to make Tamil Nadu an innovation-driven economy and is working towards inclusive mass entrepreneurship in every nook and corner of the state. He is the driving force behind building a strong, viable, and vibrant startup ecosystem in the state and putting Tamil Nadu on the global startup destinations map. Welcome, sir, and Kunal, over to you.
All right, thank you so much for that stellar introduction. And thank you so much, sir, Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, for making time to have this conversation with us. Of course, this is a really well-known, startup is quite the buzz. It's nationwide, globally. So maybe we can straight away dive into the questions that we've prepared. Maybe you could first give an introduction to Startup Tamil Nadu itself, and with when it was formed, what its role is.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for the Indo group for hosting this event and also having me here. So Startup TN, the legal entity name is TANSIM, Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission, branded as Startup TN. It was incorporated in the year 2021, but after this current government took over, they gave life to this organization. And recruited people like me, the completely a private design or ecosystem inside. To briefly introduce this organization, our primary mandate is to create a good ecosystem for startup companies to start and grow in the state. So, அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு mandateல தான் நாங்க work பண்றோம். So, having said that, what is what I mean by an ecosystem? Ecosystem is that the word is derived from the environment or agriculture domain. The right kind of components, atmosphere required for a plant to grow.
Right.
Maybe the right humidity, the soil, the climate, rainfall, all those things. Right. Like that, how we could create an ecosystem, components for a startup company to grow. This is the broad terminology or broad explanation for the terminology called ecosystem. So what we are mainly doing, to put in very brief, we are creating financial funding schemes. We are working with VCs to connect to startups. And even if you look at our policies, we have some 7 different major pillars like startup literacy, improving innovation landscape, improving investment ecosystem, engaging with stakeholders, creating startup support centers, market access facilities, and also finally equitable growth. So we also wanted to take this growth story to all different, say for example, we always, our policies talks about gender inclusivity, caste inclusivity, and geographical inclusivity. Maybe we'll talk these things a little lengthier in the later. So this is what Startup TN is all about. We run 40 plus different schemes. And to conclude this answer, last 3 years we have done remarkably well. When we started the DPIIT, the Government of India, Startup India, the number of registration in Tamil Nadu is 2,150. And now, as on date, we are 10,700 plus, more than 4 or 5 times 5x development. And also, when we started, we were at the last in the national ranking. Now we are at the first, along with Karnataka, Gujarat, and Maharashtra. And also, Niti Aayog termed Tamil Nadu as one of the innovation state. And also globally, we are, like number 18 in the Asia as per the Startup Genome Report, and number 10 in Asia in the affordable intellectual talent, which is very, very vital for startup ecosystem. So like that, and even one of the the only private ranking is done by a popular business magazine. According to them, we are number 3 in the country. So that, we have, within 3 years, we have taken the state to a top tier. So this is what Startup Team is all about.
That was a comprehensive overview of TANSIM. And of course, as you said, I think the highlight of which we would most certainly be interested in is understanding how gender sensitivity and marginalized communities are included. We'll come to that, but I thought maybe we could, start with this term startup. There's been so much it's in the news so much, and we use it so often, it's so ubiquitous now, that I find myself wanting to have a clearer definition of the term. Is that any company that is digital first, or does it mean that how long can a company be, say, incorporated for it to be called a startup? What is the yardstick that you use to define what a startup is, that TANSIM or the government of Tamil Nadu uses?
So the word startup, or startupna enna அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு குழப்பம் எல்லாத்துக்குமே இருக்குது. So I think, like we also discussed when we had a private chat. So there is a definition by different governments. For example, Government of India defines as, say, it should be not more than 10 years old, and the turnover should not be 100 crores or less than 100 crores, and there should be an element innovation. That is the catch, and which is also very subjective. In Tamil Nadu, in 2023, we launched a policy where we slightly modified that Government of India's definition, where, the turnover, we made it as 50 crores, and also to support the social impact aspect.
Yes.
We defined that even if it is not a new innovation, or an innovation, for example, e-commerce is no more an innovation. It was innovation once upon a time, an e-commerce store. But if it is a marginalized community, for example, a tribal community, if they are procuring the forest products, and if they are selling those products through an online store, so that also we are taking as a startup.
So something like Money Works, for instance, which NABARD just recently
and that should benefit the community members, that marginalized community members. So this is the primarily the government definition. But in reality, there is a great amount of confusion between the MSME or the micro, small, and the startup. Technically, we come under, even my department comes under MSME ministry. So, for example, earlier, if it is 1 crore of investment and 5 crore of turnover, and 5 crore of investment, 50 crore of turnover, then we call it as micro and small, only in terms of investment and turnover. So in that sense, we are coming under those, under that definition.
Yes.
But there is a difference between a traditional or a conventional micro, small, and a startup, which is the element of innovation. And that innovation should drive to scale. But this innovation and scale are highly subjective. So that's the problem. So that is where, like many startups, they even, some of them may be here, or, some of your friends may be here. They think that, they are not treated well, or they're not getting funding, or, and they're not growing or something like that. But if you really analyze their business model,
they may not quite match the threshold of what is.
They don't have the real kind of element of innovation. Maybe we should talk about this, what is innovation and how, say for example, when I say this, it's a very broad answer.
But in fact, maybe let me interject there, because this is a very important question, because it segues into my next question, which is that the Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal made this remark at this Mahakumbh startup in Delhi, for which he's drawn a lot of brickbats and flag from the startup community, where he sort of spoke about how Indian startups focus too much on quick commerce and consumer-facing commerce, as opposed to Chinese startups, which really drive innovation like battery technologies and robotics. And maybe in that vein, you could explain what is that, how do you view that firstly, and is that a fair point that he's making?
Yes, sir. I think this is, I mean, a very important question, and thanks for that. Maybe I'll take little more time to answer this question. See, recently, as Mr. Kunal said, Honorable Minister for DPIIT, Mr. Piyush Goyal spoke about, there was a viral social media post running around comparing Indian startups and the Chinese startups. So he took inspiration from that and explained about, spoke about, like Indian startups are only, like delivery kind of,
Right,
e-commerce and,
Do we want to be only delivery boys
Yeah.
and girls is the specific term he used.
Exactly. But in my personal, and there were, many television debates and heated arguments for and against were going on. Personally, I feel, maybe not from this post, but personally, as a person, I feel, what he was speaking makes a great sense.
Right.
Why? Meaning, this is a great learning and a timely comment by the minister, I would say. Innovation abdinna enna pathing appadina, see, for example, very old scientific statement by Charles Darwin is survival of the fittest. So, but if you look at the history, survival of the fittest, once upon a time, it is a physical, like strength.
Yes.
When we were hunter-gatherers, or even after that, when we were agrarians or agricultural community. Yeah. But of late, they say three major revolutions in the mankind. One is the cognitive revolution, where man started thinking. Subsequently, the agriculture revolution, and recently, some 500, 600 years back, it is industrial revolution. All these revolutions are, extended developments of cognitive ability or cognitive revolution.
Yes.
So when you talk about this sense, now, whether you like it or not, whether you can ask a very philosophical question: why we need this innovation? Why we need these startups?
Yeah.
Why so much of fuss about all these
Are we
things?
reinventing the wheel?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we have to go by the natural laws. So nature says that, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest now is what is your ability to think and ability to convert that thought process into a product or a development or a life mechanism or a economical mechanism. So that is where, like this concept of innovation comes, because continuously we are, humankind is evolving in terms of brain power. So that is what, we call it as, the intellectual workforce is very much required for startups.
Right.
So when we have more and more of intellectual ecosystem, then we come out of new products where we call that, solution for new problems, or a better improved solutions for existing solutions, kind of existing problems or something like that. So here what, so when you talk about this, this evolution process or the intellectual evolution process, one side, and the other side, if you compare that development process or the degree of development with the geographies, say naturally the Western world or the Americans or the Chinese, they are quite advanced in that intellectual delivery or the outcome of that intellectual process, where we are lagging behind. So that is what the minister pointed out, which is very, very true. So most of us think that we are startups, but when it is startups, you should understand that the degree of innovation has to be depth. Has to be strong.
There's a high degree of innovation that is
so that is one
the
problem,
premium
sir.
there.
Exactly. And I also wanted to, share one information.
Yeah.
Why that this problem is existing.
Yeah.
So mainly I see 2-3 reasons. One is that, the IT revolution or the IT development, which happened some 25-30 years back.
About 2.5 decades.
In a way, it created lot of, wealth to the middle class or the lower middle class.
Right.
Then, when I graduated, there were only 8 engineering colleges in Tamil Nadu. Now we have 450 engineering colleges, right? Why these engineering colleges came into place, first of all? It is to bridge the supply-demand gap of, because many, So I would, though we had very good economical development, very good lifestyle development, many people, moved to US and, now they are in second, third generations. This is all one good story. But this IT development, in my personal point of view, killed the creativity of many of our youngsters.
Right.
Because they were put into a kind of a monotonous job of coding.
Yeah.
So they were, prevented from thinking and creating a product. So this is a major problem, because whenever we come across a development, that comes with a negative thing also. But very unfortunately, as a society, as educational institution, as industry, we, missed that balance.
Right.
For example, we were good at services, but if you look at the addictive products, I wanted to use this word, addictive products. Say, for example, if it may be Facebook, maybe Twitter, or any of the operating
Sort of like
systems.
Social media, which has become
not
very,
only social media, any hardcore technology, maybe in any domain. So we are not holding, not only Tamil Nadu, India, we don't hold any major, IP or that decisive product.
We're not at that
have.
standard setting and sort of pioneering stage as you point out, which is there in China.
Exactly.
Or,
So because of the cultural problem, like parents wanted their sons and daughters to end in this top 3 or 4 IT services. So that was the, once upon a time when we were young, we were told to, prepare for UPSC or, state or some government jobs. After that, maybe the previous generation. In our generation, it started about the IT, getting an IT job. So everyone were pushing for this, either of one of these top 5 service companies. So this cultural issue was one where we are lacking the innovation. Again, those creamy layer or those bright students going into this IT, they couldn't come out and start a company because they are entering into 2 traps. One is an EMI trap, then a wedding trap. Right? So both these traps don't allow them to take the risk. This is one side of the story, sir. On the other side of the story, unfortunately, except few institutions, most of our researchers were done by academicians only to get promotions and increments, not for commercialization.
So sort of the entrepreneurial risk-taking appetite is also not
both
quite
sides,
there
as well as the student side, as well from the college
academic
side.
culture.
And I also wanted to blame it on corporates also. Where the spend on R&D is very less compared to many other developed or this wherever the startup growth is
even
very
other
high.
emerging economies.
Yes. So all these put together, maybe the governments also maybe has a role to
Sort of policy shifts
point
that
of view.
the government has to nudge to ensure a
So
lot
at least
that-
now we are starting realizing these gaps in all these stakeholders. So here on, we need to work very hard.
In fact, we carried a story about how India might be not so badly affected because of China's ban on rare earth, restrictions on rare earth mineral exports, one of which points to the fact that we don't actually manufacture many of the cutting edge technologies here. But so that's a sort of a broad, very reflective position that you pointed out about the lacuna in the larger startup ecosystem. But some might actually say that it does a disservice because there are other startups like, in Coimbatore and others which are working in the automotive sector where there is a lot of innovation as well. Some unsung heroes, etc. So I suppose, there might be those who might say there is this happening, but you're not quite looking at it. But maybe we'll go on to the next question. What about Tansim's notable initiatives? Coming back to that conversation that we just began, which in our preparatory conversations to here, was how are you attempting to encourage more women, more Dalits, more Adivasis, more from the LGBTQI community to become entrepreneurs, to enter the startup ecosystem? What are the initiatives that you're taking?
Yes, sir. So when it comes to startup ecosystem, I would say it is not a a secluded sector or a standalone sector. It is the next generation of industry. Because even if you look at the large corporate or the MSME, they were following a kind of some kind of a business model or a business practices for several years. So by the development of different kind of technologies and innovative business models in the last 20, 30, 40 years, many changes are taking place. So unless you adopt to these changes, it is very difficult for the MSME sector or even the corporate sector to, to sustain and grow. So having said that, as an organization, we are focused on, how we could infuse the element of innovation into the existing MSMEs, and also take this information correctly to the new startups, because they are also thinking that they are a startup, because many, as we started this conversation, many youngsters think that when they start something with using a digital, some technology, they think that they are a startup.
It's a startup, yeah.
But, we need to, educate them, what is really a startup, and also, infuse the skill set also in terms of this thing. So these areas, and also some newer technologies like space tech, some agri-tech, so these are also, we are focusing more. At the same time, to answer your question specifically, all this development, should not, go to only one particular city, because, or a particular segment of people, or some well-developed families, or well-developed institutions. So we wanted to, as a government agency, as a government policy, we wanted to take it to every nook and corner and everyone in the state. As our Honorable Chief Minister used to say, Ellarkum Ellam, or Anevarukkum Anithum. So this is the philosophy we follow. We follow in our startup for policies also. So as I shared already, we are focused on three major inclusive aspects: the gender inclusivity, caste inclusivity, and geographical inclusivity.
Right.
So, I mean, if you look at the Indian states, mostly the startup development is, around the capital cities.
Major metros.
Yeah. So here also it's like that.
Yeah.
So even when we started in 21, 75% plus startups were in Chennai. When we had 2,100 startups, now we have 10,700 startups.
Right.
But the Chennai's contribution, or the Chennai's, the
number of
numbers
those in Chennai
came down to 56%.
Oh, that's
meaning that the development is spreading all across the state.
The other 44% is
exactly.
more dispersed. Okay.
So we have 10 different hubs. Each hub covers some 5-6 districts. So that we've created in these 3 years to have the inclusive growth. And also this year we are launching Gramam Thorum Puttolil. Every village we wanted to, take this culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. And apart from that, we have a specific fund called SCST Startup Fund. It's an annual 50 crore fund, where if a person from SCST community with 51%, the rest of the 49% can be held by anybody. So there, we invest up to 5 crores. We have some good success stories out of this also. And very recently, our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister launched a startup support program, a grant program for transgenders and differently abled people. So the 5 lakh grant. So like if we want to cover every marginalized society in this.
So, I mean, let me, we're about 10 minutes into the left in our conversation, but having said this, this is a broad framework that you have for inclusivity, but there are always challenges, aren't there? Even if you do take it to rural areas, like, I mean, or rather tier 2, tier 3 cities, challenges of women getting into the ecosystem still prevail. I mean, are there policy changes that you think are required to ensure communities that have been left out? As you rightly pointed out, there can be second, third generation people from privileged communities who can easily access these. But is there a sort of a policy nudge that is required, larger than just what you've done, to ensure women, members from marginalized castes and groups come in?
Yeah, so we already started something around these aspects. So for example, this bringing in a SCST fund, it's the first of its kind in India.
Yeah, sure.
And the thing is, we are also facing, there was, I mean, we find it very difficult to identify right kind of startups to fund under this scheme.
Yes.
And we are also, engaging with startups or the, I mean, again, it's an MSME kind of companies, and we are trying to help them, to devise a innovative business model and all. So we have a separate initiative called Periyar Social Justice Venture Lab. So this is one policy outcome that we wanted to develop their innovation quotient. And when it comes to women, see, we have a the TAN seed, even the previous panel was talking about, one of the
Yes.
panelists was talking about the TAN seed. We have an annual 20 crore this announced in this budget. 25% is allocated to women.
For women.
And also the normal disbursement is for 10 lakhs per company. And now, now we've made that if it is a woman-led company, then it is 15 lakh. So this is like, and also say for example, any incubation center. So we have, we are India's largest host of incubation center. We have 125 incubators in Tamil Nadu. These incubation centers, they charge a membership fee and a co-working fees and all. So if it is a woman entrepreneur, the government will reimburse 2 lakh worth of their spend on incubation center in the first year. So these are some funding schemes we are giving, and also now we have a separate entity called TN Rise under the Women Development Corporation. So like that, for women, we have some specific schemes also.
Slightly larger allocations. Excellent. So I'll ask this last question, and then maybe we can open it up to questions from the audience. There's often a comparison made between the startup ecosystems of Chennai and Bangalore, and one of the sort of challenges, a lacuna is pointed out, is that several of these companies, the startup companies, are based in Bangalore, while their R&D and back-end development work tends to be based here in Chennai. What is that little nudge, or what is required for companies to actually be based out of Madras as well?
Yeah. So again, this is one of the primary, like criticism that we face, that why always Bangalore is ahead. And you also touched upon, like that some of the back-end offices.
Not so much ahead as much as,
Yes.
It appears to be where the companies are based, whereas Madras, Chennai tends to be where a lot of the actual developmental work often takes place. Yeah.
So firstly, to answer that particular thing, we have the India's best intellectual talent pool, which is native. For example, if you look at Bangalore, it is a cosmopolitan in nature. You have people from all over the country coming to Bangalore. And also in terms of finance or fintech, or in terms of, even the World Bank has the back-end office based in Chennai. And like that, many back-end work, be it finance or be it any engineering, design or R&D, all those stuff, we have a very strong intellectual workforce here.
Yes.
So that is what we have this backend. At the same time, the problem is that the head office, the headquarters, or the legal entity is located in a city like Bangalore. Because mainly, that the startup ecosystem, initially, it was a manifestation of the IT world or IT industry.
Right.
So naturally, Bangalore had the opportunity to, embrace this IT development some 30 years back because of their climate and other reasons at that point of time. So that became the India's IT hub. So initially, if you look at the startup ecosystem, so now we are talking about social impact startups, space tech startups, advanced manufacturing startups, so all those stuff, robotics or these hardware-related startups, and non-tech startups also. Even if you look at some of the biryani shops where they created a business model and they scaled through franchise system, that is also called a startup. There is no tech involved, but a business model is there. But once upon a time, maybe some 20-25 years back, if it is a startup, it has to have a IT element into that. So that is where the Bangalore had the advantage of being the IT capital of India.
Right.
Then in many initial early stage startups and also the US is the that cradle of the startup development, the Silicon Valley and all. So most of the Silicon Valley based corporates, large corporates set up their shops in Bangalore. So naturally, the Silicon Valley investors also, not only Silicon Valley investors, venture capital investors, they came to, see, you can see Mumbai and Bangalore a little ahead of us.
Yes.
Bangalore being the IT capital, so most of these investors have an office there.
Yeah.
And Mumbai being the financial capital, close to SEBI and all these legal formalities, they will have the head offices in mainly the investment ecosystem, which these startups, have their head offices there because they wanted to be close to the investors. Or even if you look at, Before we started, there was, before 2021 or 2020, there was a great amount of distrust or, lack of trust, I would say,
Yeah.
in the Tamil Nadu ecosystem. In these 3 years, I would say, we have created, we haven't created anything very big, I would say, but we have created a very strong trust and hope in the ecosystem.
Right.
Now, the startup companies are not moving like the earlier stage, either to Bangalore or to Hyderabad.
Yes.
So this is the major reason, but I think slowly, we are also trying to bridge the gap, how we could bring in the investors to Chennai, how we could create more and more local investors.
Right.
So these initiatives
so
we
that
are
they can be
taking.
actually
Yeah,
based
yeah,
here as.
yeah.
Okay, excellent. I think that was a really insightful and meaningful conversation that we've had. We have, I'm afraid, just about a minute left, but the floor is open for questions. Sure. If you can introduce yourself, your organization, and then should I come with the mic?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Hema Malini. I'm a founder of Hema Solutions. I offer lifestyle coaching, which is basically sustainable lifestyle. So I would like to know what kind of incubation or service that is available for people like me to establish our service. Because I work on a mission of 1 crore people to bring out sustainable lifestyle as an attitude in the base, with at least 1 crore people across the globe. So what kind of a support you are offering from your end?
See, it's a very, very subjective question unless I sit and discuss with you and understand your business model. So I was talking about, many startups or many companies, they think they are startup. By these few words, I don't think that you are a startup. So if you feel that you are a real startup, and I should know why you are telling you are a startup and how you can scale. Unless I understand those facts, it's very difficult to answer from a stage. Maybe we can take it offline.
All right, any other question? Gentleman right behind.
Hi, sir. This is Tarun. I'm Assistant Director of Entrepreneurship from SRMIST. So I used to work in BITS, Goa. I used to be part of the Goa ecosystem as well. And what we were doing there is so to get more kind of deep tech startups, we introduced the IP patent, reimbursement cost and something. Is there something like that in Tamil Nadu particularly, one? And two, is there a compliance related support service that TN Rise has? So particularly I come from a drone startup base. I have had multiple drone startups myself. So let's say someone has a problem. Could TN Rise be the right place for me to come
What's
in?
the names of the
TN Rise
companies?
is something else.
Sorry,
Startup what were the names of the companies? I said the drone startups.
The name of my startup was Ulevan Agritech Service. Currently, I'm doing another startup which is towards fishery, where we can identify what kind of fisheries, and using multispectral cameras, we are doing some AI-based models there.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not getting your first question well, but
the IP reinvestment cost.
Yeah. So actually, there are already some schemes with the government of India. So this year we are launching. We've already launched during the last budget. Say, for example, if there is a IP with an institution, and if a startup is taking that IP for a particular royalty or a particular fee, and we will set a milestone for you. Maybe 1 year you should take it to market or something like that. If you achieve that, we will reimburse 50% of your cost. So that you can, very soon we will be coming out with a government order on that. So this is about that. And there are a couple of schemes with the government of India also that you can check with the respective websites. The second thing is we have another program called Smart Card. So the Smart Card now we are issuing to every startup registered under DPIT, or also even we have another sector called Start Step. Start Steps are individuals or early stage companies which they've yet to get a DPIT certificate from Government of India, but still working on an idea. We call them as Start Steps. That is also we are offering this card as a separate package. What is available with the smart card, it is just a QR code based card, and we also give us state ID for your company. And if you scan that QR code, you will find a list of curated, negotiated, pre-negotiated companies, starting from legal firms to audit firms to server firms to digital marketing, and we have some 100+ companies negotiated that. They will offer either free of cost or a highly discounted cost when compared to the market price.
My question is slightly different. I'm talking about compliance related, not services, policies. So let's say we have some policy differences. How do we have a solution through the startup team?
No, the thing is you have to go by the existing or prevailing framework, whichever the government. Some policies or some compliances are controlled by state. Most of the compliances, by the government of India. Okay, but if you have if you need a clarification, if you have some problems with that implementation, the compliance implementation agency, then you can reach out to us so that through one of our consultants or through our office we can help on that. Yeah.
So the standard setting is done by the centers.
Yeah.
I think kind of what. Yeah. All right. I think.
Sir, one more.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, thanks for the invitation, sir. And I am representing academia, where I am from Banariamman Institute, and also heading the technology business incubator. My point is, when we are converting the 0 to 1, students trying to convert from their project, even the patent grant, into a startup, they are struggling with the TRL levels, the validation and all. When we go to the NRDC, there are certain programs are there. So any steps or policies where they can validate their technology so that it is easy for them to succeed. That is one way, sir. Other one is, when it comes to the funding utilization, we need some program which needs to be taught to them. Any which you have policies through which the incubation center can also support in this.
Yes, sir. So, quickly, in want of time, I'll quickly try to answer this. TRL levels are very, very technical, and it is more concerned with the particular institutions. For example, if it is a say if it is a space tech, so any institution that has that capacity and that kind of professionals. So that is, we are trying to, identify these centers or research centers, or sometimes not necessarily academical institution, but a research center. So we can only connect, for example, some agri or food related. In Tanjavur, we have something called NIFTEM. So like that, there are multiple research agencies, and sometimes, IIT Madras has several departments, or even, SRM may have some departments, they may be experts in a particular technology. So they are the, authority to, help in this TRL levels. This is one thing. So we are trying to facilitate that one as a government body. Second is about the schemes. So again, the incubation centers, we think that incubation centers, we have many number of incubation centers in terms of quantity, but qualitatively, we have some problems. One of the important aspect of responsibility of an incubation center is to take all the schemes to their end users who are the startups. So now we came up with a module called TNIMM, Tamil Nadu Incubation Maturity Model, like in line with the CMM in the software companies. So there, we wanted to, encourage these incubation centers to have all this data, and also in a simple format, how they can share this data with the an aspirational entrepreneur. So this also we are slowly working on, sir.
All right, thank you. So I think I'm really sorry about this. We're just done with the questions. Maybe you could have a chat with Mr. Ramanathan after privately. All right, thank you so much.
A big round of applause, requesting Mr. Kunal to please remain on stage with Mr. Sivaraja to present him with the token of our appreciation. If you would please do the honors. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. We'll just take a few moments to set the stage for our next panel discussion. As we said, we have a power-packed day with a lot of sharing of insights and some very, very interesting and exciting people taking the stage. So as an audience, we hope that you would definitely take full and complete advantage of this opportunity to ask your questions, as I think you wouldn't have an opportunity like this come your way very often. So ladies and gentlemen, next up on stage, I would like to invite our moderator first, and he will do the honors of introducing our panelists on stage. So our next panel discussion is Startup Success Begins in the Classroom, the Power of Education in Innovation. I think this will definitely be a very, very interesting panel discussion. And of course, as always, we're hoping for equal and enthusiastic audience participation. So let me begin by introducing our moderator. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Chandran Krishnan, Managing Director and CEO of Campus Angels Network, which is focused on nurturing and funding early-stage deep tech startups that are incubated at university and institutional campuses. He is also the principal advisor at SSN Incubation Foundation. In addition, he is a director on the boards of IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, and previously he has been the CEO of the Chennai Angels. He has nearly 40 years of experience in automotive, industrial, aerospace, and defense, as well as investment advisory and startup ecosystem. And he has previously worked for HCL Technologies, the CK Birla Group, the Rane Group, Ashok Leyland Finance, and more. So can we have a big round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Chandran Krishnan. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, sir. We're looking forward to a very, very interesting panel discussion. I'll just quickly welcome our panelists to the stage, and then you can take it forward from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Revathi Venkatraman, Professor and Chairperson, School of Computing, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Let's welcome her on stage with a round of applause. We also have with us Shaivi Malik, Co-founder and COO of Utah Energy. Sudarshan Varadarajan, Co-founder and CEO of Beaversity. Where's that applause, ladies and gentlemen? And rounding out the panel, we have Krishnan Balasubramanian, Institute Professor, IIT Madras. Mr. Chandran, over to you to take things forward.
Thank you so much. Can all be seated? Yeah, I think I will, the way we will do this session, I will speak a few words about my background, which will be connected to the subject we are discussing today. Then followed by each panelist, they will take a couple of minutes to talk about their journey. Then I will set the context for the discussion, and then we'll have a couple of questions answered by each of the panelists. So I had a long corporate experience. I worked for more than 30 years in multiple verticals, had opportunity to work for large enterprises, built businesses from scratch, headed businesses in across geographies, and very satisfying corporate roles. And then 6 years back, I came into the startup ecosystem, where I headed Chennai Angels in 2019 for about 3 years, was part of 40-50 investments. See, growing a business from scratch is a very, very difficult endeavor, even for a corporate setup where you have team, you have money, you have got organization, you got brand. What I saw when I came to the startup ecosystem was entrepreneurs just with ideas trying to build a commercial venture, which can be really very long winding and painful. So that's what I saw, and it was a complete anticlimax to my corporate experience. So 3 years was part of 40-50 investments, dealt with startups in multiple sectors, and then I moved on to incubation. I headed the SSN Incubation Foundation, part of Shivnada Group. I became the CEO. There I learned how to build startups from scratch. Funding, we look at 4-5 things normally, Is it a great team? Are they solving a big problem? Is the solution really unique? Does it have technology? And do they have traction? And somebody already funded it? Chalo, let us also, it makes it easy for us to fund. That was that knowledge which I had during angel funding. I learned completely a different aspect to building startups. And fortunately, I also went on the board of IIM Calcutta Innovation Park. And 15-20 incubators, I sit on the investment panel. So I learned about how to build startups right from idea validation to product validation, etc., which I'll cover later. And there is where I found a gap where startups coming out of incubation at early stages, funding is a big challenge. As angel investors, normally we used to come in, even today, many networks, they look at traction, revenue traction for at least 18-24 months. So saw a challenge, that's why we launched Campus Angels Network, where now we have done about 10 deals. And so I'll stop here and we'll come back. And I will request KB Krishnan Balasubramaniam to introduce himself.
Thank you, Chandran. I don't really like to introduce myself a whole lot, but a quick, brief background to tell you why I'm here. Happened to be a part of the starting of the incubation ecosystem at IIT Madras. Happened to chair the committee that wrote the incubation policy. As you probably know very well, and if you do not, we'll welcome you to IIT Madras to see the thriving ecosystem that is being well documented. More than 450 to 500 startups. In fact, we're very proud to see Aether go IPO. They announced that they'll be going IPO on 25th of April. So time to buy some IIT Madras startup stocks, shares very soon. But been a mentor to a lot of the incubatees at IIT Madras. Also had the pleasure of working with my own students. So we have about 14 startups from my lab, which I am part of. Totally, if you look at the kind of employment generation, about 1,200 high-tech employment generation by just these 12 or 14 startups within the local area. Plus, many of them are today sitting outside India also. So about 100, 150 job creation outside India. And also I've been mentoring many other companies, many other companies. We try to, been through the journey. So on one side, we look at lab to market transitions. So the talk about TRL levels and all that. So how do you transition the product? How do you transition the ideas? How do you transition the entrepreneurs? And that's been my main focus. I've also been working with other organizations within IIT Madras. We have something called as the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center, which Chandran also helped us a lot with, where we look at how do we enable the mindset change of both faculty, students, scholars, and alumni of institutions to take high-tech, deep research technologies from the lab to the market. It's all about a mindset change that we work with. Even if the team does not figure out that they need to go forward, they still see a significant change in the mindset of the people, which I'll talk a little bit more when we talk later. Okay, so that's been, so today as GDC as we call it, today we are nationwide. We have more than 75 STEM institutions a part of our program. We have looked at about 1,500 ideas or entrepreneurs, about 500 ideas. about 450 faculty members involved in this across India. And we have about 160 startups that have emerged from this program alone. That's outside the 450 I talked about as the IIT program. So there are some overlaps. So been there, done that, and learned a lot from the ecosystem building on one side, but also how do you create entrepreneurs? And how do you create entrepreneurs? And in fact, many of them who have become very good entrepreneurs today, if you look back and see 5-6 years ago or before that happened, you would see extremely brilliant but raw minds and with very poor skill sets. How do you take that into making them entrepreneurs that can take a company global? And that's been my role at IIT Madras. Thank you.
Thank you, KB. You know, he has been a key player in IIT Madras over the last 10-12 years. Worked on innovation and entrepreneurship in a very big way. Great contributions. Thank you, KB. I'll move on to Dr. Revati, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, very good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity. Myself, Revati Venkatraman. I'm a hardcore academician with SRM Institute at the Department of Computer Science. So why I am here? So we have, when SRM Institute started thinking about promoting entrepreneurship and innovation way back in 2014 and 15. That is where we formally started looking at establishing a cell to promote the student entrepreneurship. So I was one of the core members in the Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And so initially, there was an informal mechanism to support the students. So I was a part of few of the startups, mentoring them, seeing them go through the different journeys and what were the pain points during the initial days of the starting a thing, as many were mentioned about the 0 to 1 transition. So we were also a part of this design thinking workshop, which we collaborated with the Intellect Design Limited, and we were kind of, we have at SRM 200 plus certified design thinkers who could deliver the course. We have a structured curriculum where this could be delivered as a course to all the undergraduate students. And the whole of design thinking, it's about integrating multiple domains like technology, social science, business, and so on. And and the other thing that we are trying to work along with the curriculum is, it is more about, say, if you consider a course, a project-based learning course. So normally people look at the outcomes, right? The products, what the students are demonstrating or exhibiting. So we are planning to build some kind of assessment rubrics where the students could, it's more like celebrating their failures, right? It is more about making them talk and discuss about the failures or some failed attempts that they have undergone in their work and other things. So that is one way to promote something, innovation and exploration journey. So these are some of the aspects that we are working as a part of academics so that we make sure that we bring in that culture of entrepreneurship within the ecosystem, within the academic environment. And we learn to embrace, we ensure that the students are embracing failures and also accepting this, quickly adopting to various solutions and how they come back with resilience. So these are some of the things that we are planning to integrate into the curriculum, and I will talk a little more about this in the upcoming.
Thank you, Dr. Revati, and Shaivi, you can move ahead. Keep it within 2 minutes if you can.
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone, this is Shevi. I'm co-founder and CEO of a company called U2 Energy. We are a 2.5-year-old company now, building cooling solutions that are sustainable and affordable. So we are starting with a segment where right now the cooling and the refrigeration is running by diesel. So we are making battery-based AC units for trucks. So these are the trucks that used to transport perishables like dairy products to even critical things like pharma. So this is the background about what we are building. A brief about me. So I'm a IT Delhi graduate of 2021, and right after graduation we started into this venture, and we'll share more about the journey in the upcoming discussion.
Thank you, Shaivi. Sudarshan?
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. So I'm Sudarshan. I come from a beautiful town called Teni. Loved the subject biotechnology and biology so much. So went on to study genetic engineering in SRM. So I'm an SRM alumni. And then I was in Germany for a couple of years pursuing my interest in PhD and research. And that's when I figured out that though I love research, I really want to step out, talk to people, talk science, and do something out in the sector. So came back to India. I think with my friends, we started our first venture. So today, I'm the co-founder of one of a venture called Beaversity. We are an online college specifically for biosciences. So we build industry-ready biotech programs to create really stellar biotechnologists for the future.
Thank you, Sudarshan. Okay, now the next 7-8 minutes, I will set the context. This example I normally say, and some of you may have heard me saying it. See, about 20-30 years back, travel how it used to be. If you had to travel by rail, you had to go to the railway station, stand in the queue, go at 7 o'clock in the morning. Some of you may have done it. And that used to be the case if you had to go for bus travel or air travel. And if you had to go outstation and stay in some place which you are not familiar, like you have to go to Jaipur, let us say, from here. I remember we used to do trunk call, and then we used to send money order, and we go there and find that the place is not okay, or you can't get refund. You had all those kind of challenges when it came to travel, right? Make My Trip came, they used technologies, payment gateway, internet, telecom, GPS, they used that and they created a solution which made travel so simple, so easy. You can travel from any place to any location. In a matter of minutes, you can book, you can cancel, you can see reviews. So they changed the way travel used to be done. And the opportunity was so huge because it was for not only individuals like us, even for enterprises, that companies like TripAdvisor, ClearTrip, Yatra, Booking.com, they all came, they all became big. Startups are doing that. Startups are trying to find gaps, problems, needs not yet fulfilled in different verticals and trying to build ventures to fill those gaps. I mean, that I think broadly you would have understood. 5 data points I want to leave it with you, and this would be useful for you to understand the subsequent discussions. First data point. I mean, I did my MBA, and sure there are a lot of other people who have done post-graduation or MBAs. Normally, traditionally what used to happen is we used to go and we look for a job and we join one function, a purchase executive or a sales executive, IT executive. 5 years you work, then you are lucky you'll get to do one more function, and 10-15 years you may be reaching a stage where you do a general manager job where you can do multiple functions. All that is changing today. Today, entrepreneurship is being taught as a separate curriculum at the university level in many institutions today, where governments are encouraging students to become employers and be employees. So they are being taught how to identify problem, how to build a solution, how to set up a team, how to set up an organization, how to raise money and go to market and build the organization. So that's all being taught today. So that is one big change which is happening, where entrepreneurship is now become part of a curriculum for all universities. Now the second data point which what I wanted to say was orientation changing into all-round kind of ability. Second data point which I want to leave with you is universities are becoming the hub for entrepreneurship, innovation and incubation. So one is entrepreneurship as a curriculum, innovation, students are encouraged to do projects, small products they can build, and and if they want, they can get into developing the idea and then getting into incubation and then build ventures. And industry also is encouraged to come to to academia, to university, to support these startups. So that is the second trend we are seeing. The third thing I wanted to say was, I want you to know that building a startup, there are 6 stages to building a startup. First is germination, an idea stage, where an entrepreneur has an idea to solve a problem or fulfill a need. Second stage is called idea validation, where the idea has to be validated. You have to go and talk to the people for whom you are trying to build a solution. Talk to 100 people, find out what are the gaps, challenges, pains, and only if there are enough gaps, you should actually go to the next stage. I'll give you an example. You take Apple phone, when they came initially, they wanted to give communication to people's hands. What could you do then? You could message, you could browse, you could email, you could talk, and then maybe you could see some programs. That's what you could do in the version 1. And today, version 16, you all know it can do hundreds of things. So any idea should have the power to go multiple versions. So there should be enough gaps. So idea validation is the second stage. Only if there are enough gaps, you should go to the next stage, which is the product validation, where you build the first version of the product. Don't solve everything, solve the top 4-5 gaps, and then use technologies, make it differentiated, unique, and create wow for the customer, and customer should be willing to pay for it. Only then you have a product validation. Fourth stage is market validation, where now you got a great idea, you got a first version product, people are willing to pay for it. Then you go to market, where now you want to expand. You want to get your initial customers. So you need to discover what channel to use. Should it be advertisement? Should it be direct sales? Or should be e-commerce or channel sales? And marketplace. There are different channels. What channel to use? What engagement model? Sticky engagement model so that customer comes back to you. And third is what is the revenue model pricing. These are all market validation, and you need to crack it correctly so that your channel cost is economical, you are able to retain, you are having a good margin. And only when you have this market validation cracked, you go to growth and scaling. These are the 6 stages which you need to know, because I'm going to explain this. The fourth data point which I wanted to leave with you is funding. Who funds for all this entrepreneurial journey? When it comes to idea validation or germination, no investor is going to invest. It's all bootstrapping. It's your own money. When you come to product validation, again, investors don't give money. Government has got a lot of schemes today. Government is supporting incubators. Government is having various schemes from DST, MeitY, Startup India. There are different government bodies which give grants and seed funds for product development. When you go to market validation, then is when you can expect some kind of funding from investors. There too, traditionally, angel networks, they come in only at the 5th stage, which is the growth stage, early growth stage. Venture funds come at the last stage. They come at the scaling stage. Okay, so this, in the market validation, a lot of people are entering. Campus angels, we also focus on market validation phase. A lot of micro venture funds and also some angel networks are also getting into that space. This is the 4th data point which I wanted to give you. And the last point, let us see the reality. Education. You see now, this innovation has also seeped into schools. So where now we have STEM labs, Atal tinkering labs, there are which government is supporting, and some level of innovation is happening at the school level where their innovative thinking is being encouraged. But what's happening is when they go to colleges are becoming the hub, I told you, but invariably, not today we have 1,100 incubators in India. Not all are at fully matured. Maybe about a couple of hundred would be matured. Many are still trying to learn how to mature. Now, what's happening is these institutions are not very comfortable students getting into innovation and entrepreneurship in the beginning. They would prefer them to do it towards the end of the their graduation program, because they would like to focus on academics and they want to ensure that they get placement record. And even today, a lot of students, they want to get placement, and then only they want to they look at entrepreneurship as a pastime or as a hobby. So, but what is happening is serious students who want to do entrepreneurship and innovation, they are given opportunity, and third and fourth year typically they do, and very few people get into commercial venture. Today, if you take the ratios, most of the incubators which are there, the host university students, hardly 1 to 5% will be there. IIT Madras is possibly one of the most matured startup ecosystem, where about 20% of the students, I think they go for entrepreneurship, I think. Is that the number? Okay, right? KB?
I would not know the numbers
Okay. So this is the
top
number
of my
which,
head, but it's pretty high.
Yeah, it's pretty high. So what's happening is, so they see today India is now getting into an innovation-led economy. So knowing entrepreneurship, trying to solve problem should become a kind of a curriculum right from the beginning. But today how it is you have some innovation at the school, it gets discontinued when you go to college, because you have to wait for a few years again to pick up the thread, and then there again there's a pressure to go for employment. So finally when you get out, only a few percentage of people get into entrepreneurship. So that is the reality today. Now, keeping all this in mind, today's discussion is, what role should education play? Should students be inducted into innovation, entrepreneurship right from the beginning? There should be a continuum from the school to the college to a startup, to an incubator. So this is the background, and I will have questions for the panelists. I hope I am in control of the time. So I will start with KB again. Okay. So at IIT Madras, you have seen research translate into innovations, and I know you personally have been part of many startups, and some of them you are formally and as an advisor also. Okay. So what helps an institution to go beyond labs and and papers to build scalable commercial solutions?
Thank you, Chandran. I think it's not easy for a faculty or an academic to look beyond his or her academic work. Typically, academic work is defined as teaching in class. It's also defined as looking at research. That is in certain institutions, not all institutions, but I think more and more that numbers are increasing. And then that the metrics at which you get evaluated are through your publications, your guidance for MS, PhD or MTech students and so forth. These have been the traditional expectations. In fact, if you go back in history, you take even IIT Madras or any of the IITs, about 30, 40 years ago, the expectation was only to teach. IITs were set up as teaching institutions. But in the mid-90s onwards, the emphasis started saying that, wait a minute, now IITs have to do research also. So you started looking at faculty who had research background. In fact, many of the IIT faculty had to upgrade themselves from non-PhD to PhDs at those times. Now, the expectations are slowly changing. Today, you are expected not just to be a good researcher, you are just not expected to be a good publisher. Today, we are looking at beyond that. We are looking at metrics where you are looking at how many patents do you have? What is the translation effect of those patents? Have you licensed it to companies? How many industry projects do you work with? How many government sector projects do you work with research-wise? So it's just not doing basic research, but highly focused on applied research. And along the way, we look at what is the translational effect of that. And one of the strong metrics of translation effect is the startup ecosystem. Are you advising startups? Are startups coming out of your work? If so, how do you facilitate that? How do you take it to market in a more easier way than what is normally done? So this is an ecosystem that you have to build. In fact, to be very honest with you, you already defined that to some extent. Every institution in India needs to start looking at making a commitment towards creating entrepreneurial ecosystem. Learning is not just a classroom exercise. Learning is, when a student walks into IIT Madras, they learn 90% outside the classroom. Their classroom learning is only 10%, 15%. You can talk to any IIT Madras student, they will tell you that. Okay? So the question is, what do you learn outside the classroom? How do you learn from each other? They learn from each other. They learn from coming to events like this. They create their own comments. In fact, to be honest with you, almost every day there's some event or the other happening where we make sure, in fact, to give an example, the Atal thing that you talked about, we have something called Center for Innovation. We started as a Tinker Lab, still remains a Tinker Lab. But in that we have about 24, 25 clubs. And you take a club, let's say the E-Baha club. They not only look at the technological learning in a practical way, they also look at how do you raise money, because it takes us about 2 crore rupees per team per year. Now, where does the money come from? IIT will not help you dramatically with that. We'll help you in a soft way, but they have to learn how to go raise funds for that. They have to learn how to manage the expenditure, how to make sure that they are accountable for the expenditure. How do you make sure that the races, say in Hockenheim in Germany in March 21st, they have to know that they have to get there 1 month before. How do they transport? In fact, I give you an example. One of the big learning experience last year was that they got caught in the customs, because customs does not allow batteries to be shipped. So how do you ship a E-Baha car without the batteries? All right. So it is learning by doing. And how do you imbibe that into the culture and DNA of every institution? This has to come from the top. The commitment has to be made where, and if so, then we have a very well proven recipe that we can offer to any institution who wants to partner with us. That includes right from creating these Tinker Labs all the way to research park and incubation cell and so forth. Although there is a lot of thing going on, certainly we can help you with anything that makes sense for each institution different, so we can do that. The other part that I think we also need to focus on is the fact that we need to bring them on board very early. Today we are focusing on institutions, particularly engineering institutions. We need to spread that. We have so much other institutions that can really do very well. There are social institutions, agricultural institutions. All of them can really, if we can transform them from ground level up, that can make a big difference. Finally, schools. We need to focus on schools. We need to imbibe these entrepreneurial, at least experience very early into the schools. And certainly something that we have been thinking about. We are looking for partners where we would love to see if we can put some programs into schools in a subtle way, so that we give them an entrepreneurial experience even before they graduate and they come to any institutions. So with that, I hope I answered the question a little bit more than what it was.
Thank you. That was quite detailed. Just for the audience, I wanted to clarify. This idea validation stage is called pre-incubation, no terminology-wise, and product validation is called incubation. Market validation is called acceleration. You would have heard some of these names. I wanted to make it clear. So when it comes to school education, we stop at idea germination and idea validation, maybe some kind of POC. Pre-incubation, part of it. When it comes to universities today, pretty organized now. So germination, idea validation, that pre-incubation, incubation is all quite matured now. Though some of the universities have to pick up on acceleration, not everybody is very strong on acceleration. Market side they are not very facing. So here what we are debating is how much should be done in school, how much should be done in college. Okay, so now we'll move on to the next question to Dr. Revati. From your academic leadership experience, okay, what curriculum or teaching methods you think have worked best in nurturing entrepreneurial thinking? I may be asking only one question each. Okay, so you can add a few points extra if you want in this itself.
Okay, fine. So as far as our curriculum, so let me do this in two separate aspects. So first, we believe that, as mentioned by Professor Krishnan, the entrepreneurial culture has to bring in, the students have to be onboarded early. So once they begin their college life. So what we do is we do a series of interventions in our curriculum so that a student who is very passionate about entrepreneurship will gravitate towards that thing, whatever interventions that we give, and then get into the pre-incubation mode. So though we don't have a very formal bridge between the school level startups to the university level. So first is in the first year is like preparing the soil. The student will be exposed to many foundational boot camps. So it's all voluntary thing. Foundational boot camps. They also listen to a lot of triumph lectures where we bring in, they interact with successful entrepreneurs who talk about their life's journey as an entrepreneur. They also talk about the failures and other things. So this gives the students the confidence to understand how to cope up with failures and other things. The second is the design thinking course that is being offered to all the students, and we have the faculties equipped with that. And the third one is we also have a very impactful intervention in the curriculum called as a Community Connect program, where the students go to the, interact with the nearby rural communities, engage with them, learn about the day-to-day challenges that they face, and this gives them one opportunity to apply the design thinking principles that whatever they have learned and come out with some kind of social relevant solutions to whatever challenges that they face. Apart from that, we have a minor in entrepreneurship and innovation, which is offered by the Directorate of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, where if the student is very passionate, they could also take up a minor. And a series of entrepreneurship boot camps keep occurring regularly within the university for them. And many of the students, after attending the boot camp, which is a very intensive, immersive boot camps, after attending this, many of them have transitioned to their startup ventures. So, and finally, we have something called as a thing called capstone, whatever as a capstone project, the final year project. So they could convert this as an entrepreneurship venture, meaning that they could get an academic credit for the entrepreneurship that they are doing. And this is, even if their venture is failing, it is not about the success or the failure of a venture, but still they earn an academic credit for in place of a capstone project.
Thank you. Yeah. I think we may have to, running out of time, so is it okay if we ask the others to quickly talk? Yeah, Shaivi, quickly if you can speak about, looking back at your journey, what kind of support and mentorship you got to become an entrepreneur so early in your age?
Sure. So in terms of, I'll align with what Professor told. So even me and my founders are a result of eBaha team, where we were at a college, making race cars, and it is more about undergoing the process of how we are able to, run a team at a stage when we are in first, second year, get all the funds we need to. Even when we become the leaders, we are in the fourth year, we have to manage our juniors. So this was the phase where, we saw how the things work, and it was what a seed of startup, how a startup will look like. And from that only, we were 3 directors who then started our journey on the venture. So in terms of the classroom, definitely being a part of these clubs and help a lot. This is where we get the idea that yes, something we can build, and we have that confidence. We started believing more in ourselves. After that comes a stage where the support of incubation cell comes. So incubation cells, like as we were a part of IIT Madras incubation cell, even though our graduation was not from the same college, but we shifted here just because of the benefit that we get, not in terms of just co-working space or financing. It is also being the part of the ecosystem where we see how other startups are building it, being a part of founder circle where we discuss with other founders who are a bit ahead in our stages, what difficulties they face. I think these are more learnings that we get through other startup founders who are already there in the ground. Lastly, I would say it is a very tough journey, to be honest, when we are starting something in a sector where we don't have any idea priorly about. how to, get the confidence that yes, the direction we are going is wrong, and how to cope up with the fear of failure, which is sometimes more worse than the failure itself. So in that stage, having some mentors, so in our case, Jhunjhunwala sir has been a very motivation for us. So when someone says, like, someone told that they believe in us and yes, we can build something, just these small encouraging statements, stand much above, and we then rebound and start working again. So these things really benefit when we are building a journey.
Thank you, Shaivi. Sudarshan, one question. Okay, how do you think structured innovation thinking can be introduced in schools without burdening the teachers and students?
So yeah, one thing is, I'm fortunate that I come from a school where growth mindset or innovation mindset is not a process, but it's actually a mindset, right? Because like what Professor said, putting people early on into uncomfortable zone or uncomfortable questions or challenging them very early on right from school with these things would also help people build that kind of a mindset, because it cannot be built through a process, because once people are in college, people go through different phases, like different priorities in life happens. So I think it's more about how early someone exposes themselves to, it could be like, say, growth mindset or entrepreneurship or innovation. The more early people are exposed to that, I think the more it becomes part of how they take it to life, or how they basically start looking at these things. So I think the more early, it is much better.
Thank you. Okay, so I know the time shows only some 2.5 minutes. I just wanted to summarize. See, as India moves deeper into an innovation-led economy, there's a growing recognition that entrepreneurship is not merely a career option. It's a capability, a way of thinking, which has to be inculcated right from the school level. The one word I wanted to also leave here is, Tamil Nadu, with its network of schools, colleges, and institutions, presents a great opportunity. We have more than 10 lakh students graduating every year. I think there's a lot of wonders we can do in the state. There is so much of activity happening on the startup ecosystem side. What Shivaraja was talking about, I think in terms of supporting startups from pre-incubation to incubation to getting into commercial journey, a lot of initiative which has been taken, support system has been created, and this has to be taken to the schools, and I'm sure in the next few years we'll see a lot of action happening there. So having said all this, you think you can take a few questions? 1 or 2 questions? Okay, thank you. I think we did it on time. Thank you. Thank you for all your insightful words, and it was wonderful having a panel with mixed capability, and we had 2 great veterans also sitting here doing different aspects, and thank you. It's an honor to have been part of this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, and a big round of applause for all of our panelists. I'd like to now welcome on stage Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, the General Manager and Head of Events Tamil Nadu, the Hindu Group, to please do the honors and present all of our panelists with the token of our appreciation. you so much. Can we have another big round of applause for all of our panelists and for our extremely able moderator for fitting a lot of fabulous insights into that session. We'll take a few moments to set up the stage for our next discussion, which will be a fireside chat on nurturing startups from campus to global scale, building entrepreneurial ecosystems in universities. We have a very special guest joining us for this segment, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us Anant Kumar, who has 18 plus years of professional experience. Anant started his career in business development and was exposed to product development and management in the FMCG food product industry. He was the product head of Academic Cloud ERP development and implementation of low-code platform. Anant is managing INR 10 plus crores of government grants, institutional and private funding for POC, prototype development, and startup initiatives on campus. He's an enabler of design thinking approach and initiatives to promote innovation through the SRM Innovation and Design Center. He is pursuing the setup of Section 8 companies for the Atal Incubation Center, focusing on defense innovations. It proves to be a very, very interesting conversation up next. So please welcome on stage Dr. Anant Kumar, the Associate Director of Entrepreneurship and Innovation of the SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and the moderator for this session, R. Sujata, the Deputy Editor, The Hindu. Can we give them a round of applause and welcome them on stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. After that earlier session where one of them was an alumnus from SRM College, we will start where they left off. So I really wanted to talk to you about how you manage to get students involved. It's very difficult, especially if they do not have a background. But then you had one Sudarshan, who's your alumnus, and he's managed it, and he's coming from a very small town. So I'd like you to explain. We'll take off from there.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It was not too difficult for us to get students coming into the startup ecosystem, basically. We, as an incubator, we started actually very late, where various other institutions have already started up TBIs and incubators. They have been doing a lot in the space. But we come through the creating that culture inside before setting up the incubator. We had more than 40 tech teams working on different technologies. And that is where they had an opportunity to experiment a lot of things, understand failures, and embrace failures, and then adopt to the changes what is required to bring in. And these practices has been there in the culture from 2009. As you all know, 2011 SRM nano satellite has been launched in space, which is completely driven by students and faculty with the support of ISRO. So that is where our inert, the DNA of SRM has the innovation as one of the capabilities. So we always had a very aspiring and passionate students who wanted to experiment a lot, and faculties to support them in terms of their experimentation. And the management to understand and appreciate their failures also. And that actually given us a kickstart for our incubator to officially start up into building the entire ecosystem inside.
So, sir, we'll go back into your journey when you were assigned to develop the entrepreneurial ecosystem in SRM. How did you start? Did you have second thoughts, some misgivings, or you were really very confident? Because you did say you start out late. You had the advantage of starting out late.
Yeah, of course. Because a lot of our senior people have given us a lot of gyan to us, like what mistakes not to be done. So that's a good thing. But we were not in a race of doing something. We are slowly setting the foundation very strongly for the last 10 years, from 2009 till 2014. That was a pro bono thing. Myself, Dr. Revati ma'am, and another Dr. Shantanu Patil, we were been doing as a pro bono work actually in the incubation center, where we already have some roles in the university as a full-time role there. So we visited, the first thing we did is we visited the various incubators across the country. Business incubators, technology incubators, and met with the incubation managers or the CEOs of the incubators who are running that, and had a very thought-provoking discussion about what are their strategies, what are the things, their programs they are running, and what is going well, what are the challenges they are facing in managing that. So we took a lot of understanding about that, and then we came back and we worked on with our own strengths, because that is the only possible way of building a very active and growing incubator, because it cannot be just copied from any other part of the world or any other university does. We have to look at our innate strength. Strength of SRM is the diversity. Yeah. The diversity in terms of programs, the diversity in terms of R&D, research and development happening, the diversity in the terms of people coming across different parts of the country, and they are all working together. So that is the key strength that we looked at, and then we started as an sector agnostic incubator. So that is the first thing we did. And the second thing is, SRM has been always a great institute for getting placements for the students. So people come there with a very strong belief that their kids or the parents go drop them. They think that they're going to be landing in a very good top class company, corporate company in the country or in the world. So that's the intention they come in. So now the entire ecosystem is set up like that. The faculty, the entire community talks about training for placements and preparing for placements and understanding the company's portfolios and choose the different job roles. That is where the entire ecosystem is set for. Now, first challenge we had we have to come and change that mindset of the faculty first, and then automatically students had a chance to interact with them and get the right inputs, or at least they forward them to us to talk in their language. So that is why we started training our faculty first, and we trained first batch of resident mentors of some 25 people, and then we added on to that, we trained more than 400 people in the resident mentors, and we kept them across the discipline in the we are a multidisciplinary university under the engineering school, medical school, paramedical school, management school, science and humanities school. So everywhere we have to plug in our people there, trained people there, so that they able to converse with them first. So that's the first step we did before applying for any of the government funding program. Because university and the management is gracefully and also so passionately funding this since 2009. Almost 80 lakhs to 1 crore has been spent on only student clubs and tech teams. So it is not a grant that we are looking for at the stage. The mindset change is what we are looking for. And that's what our leaders also allowed us to experiment and change the mindset among the faculty. So that's what we did at the beginning.
That's interesting, because it's very difficult to change mindsets. I think that was one of the questions I was going to ask you. Most people would actually look for a 9-to-5 job. Most, let us say, people come from middle class families. They want a job that is secure, and at the end of their career, or maybe after they put in 30-35 years of service, they would like to have a good sum that comes to them as pension. To break that mindset, it requires a lot of effort. You did say you plugged in, you had the benefit of diversity of students coming from different places and diversity of faculty. What I mean is disciplines of study, which means you had a whole lot of people around you who had ideas, who could come to you and ask you to help out. So when somebody has an idea, how do you know it's actually an idea at all in the first place?
That's an interesting part, because everybody has 100 ideas. Yeah. Every morning they will come up with another 5, 10 ideas because their mind is so curious thinking about it. And they are, most of the time, they are got too much wedded with the technology and the idea or the solution that they are telling, that they immediately jump onto the solution, and that's where they're too much wedded onto that, and they call it as an idea. But when they come to us, the first thing we'll ask them, or we'll try to make them understand, or they to find us proper thing is that what is the problem that they are solving? How do they validate that there's a problem? And how intense is the problem? And did they have a complete understanding or research done on the problem, not on the solution or the technology that they know, they learned, they are skilled, or whatever it is? That is the first thing we would like to understand from them. And when we ask this question, then they go back and the most aspiring people who have already done that research, or they are willing to do that, they do that, and then they come back to us. Then we'll have a concrete idea to take it forward. And most of them who are not able to answer that in a very better way, or for themselves, convince them for themselves, they don't come back at all. Right. So it's like out of 10 pitches I hear a day, or 20 pitches I hear a day, 2 or 3 come back after a week and talk about some problems. Okay. And after that, 1 or 2 would come up and say that, this is the way that I am planning to do, and how do you help us in doing that? So this is how the entire equation goes on. Yeah.
So once they have come up with the idea and you are convinced with it, do you ask them to write a proposal? How does it go from there?
Basically, they will give us short write-up about their proposal in our portal, the web portal. They go and just put it in there. And we'll set a mentor meeting with them, a board of mentors, which is respective to that technology or the domain that they are trying to work with. We have a pool of more than 100 external industry expert mentors, whom we'll put them along with some 2 or 3 people to ask them to pitch them to them. And they will give a better understanding of what is the need for the industry, or what is the need for this kind of a solution. Or is there anything already existing which is solving that problem, and what is the other value addition that they are trying to make? So those things we'll try to mentor them first. Before we don't judge them that this is a good idea, this is a bad idea, because we do not know what is a disruptive idea that can come up. So we put them in the process of mentoring, in refining it, and then coming back to us in a shape that they will be very clearly to say that, okay, I need these 4 things for me to do. I want to develop a prototype. I have an idea, I want to develop a prototype and test it in the particular area, domain. Then we have a fabrication fab lab, a maker space we created. That's the first thing we created, because people with ideas has to first see it physically, how it is actually to be done. So their prototyping lab facility has been created. And they go to the fab lab, they build the prototype, give it to the users, and ask them to use it, such products, and get the feedback, and then they go refine the process. So it's like idea is not an idea. They build something, iterate, learn, and again go build. So this cycle, we make them go multiple iterations of that. And then at some point, they'll get into a point where the MVP is ready to go to the market. So this is what we do at our incubator, because we, as Shivaraja sir also pointed out, he has been very vocal in terms of defining what is a startup, like his posts in LinkedIn and everywhere he talks. I'm seeing like his heart is now beating so fast that like I have to make people understand what is a startup right now. And being there in this, for more than 2 decades, he has been there in this space. Now, we believe that, I also had a lots of discussion with him, understanding that. So we believe that deep tech is one of our core areas which we wanted to focus. Reasons are, one, we are very good in R&D. We have very good R&D facility, because deep tech comes from a lot of research, a lot of deep researchers and applications related to that. And we are not hungry to run in a rat race of creating hundreds and 200s of startups. We want to do the lion hunt. So we put our foothold on the deep tech, take 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years of time for the developing a technology and translating the technology into products. And that is the liberty that our management and the founders have given us to experiment and evolve something out of that. One of our startup, the Rizal Automotive, Abhinava Rizal right now they call, they got placed in a in an automotive company. I don't want to name the company, in the R&D department, and they were working in a tech teams before in the college. When they graduated, they got an offer and they joined the R&D in an automobile company. They saw that whatever the work that they're doing in the tech teams, that is what has been again happening in the R&D lab of that automotive company. Then they think, okay, we already have solved it in multiple hackathons and we have a solution ready. Why don't we build it as a company? See, they came out and started up. After 1 year of working in an R&D team, they came out and started up. And they came with an aspiration of building a super bike, electric super bike for them. The complete design and everything they finished. Then they wanted to fabricate. They came back to us and they got incubated. They said, we want to use a fabrication facility to build the first prototype. Then we have to pull them down to this, understand what is their core competency, because designing a super bike, making one super bike is quite possible. 5, 6 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, we can put it up and make one bike. But how are they going to set it up as a manufacturing facility and then manufacture and market? There's a lot of competencies required which they lack at that point of them. Say like, what is your core competency which we have to see? Then they said like the motor is the one core competency which is a unique novelty that we have built. Then we'd say, ask them to build the motor alone. We funded them through the DST program, build the motor, test it, fabricate it, and then take it for ARI approval for that particular motor. There were 10 or 12 novelties in that motor. So we helped them to file patents of that motor on that novelties. And then first time when they went to ARI approval, they failed. Failed by a meager margin of some 10% of tolerance, which is normal for them. Because they have been using an academic simulation software version, academic version of the simulation software, but that gave a tolerance of 10 to 15%, which they lost in the 10. So then we got them an enterprise edition of that same software, which is more than 70, 80 lakhs the license cost. We got it for them, and then they tested it, simulated it, and then they took it for the ARIA, they got approved. And Forgings, they came forward, looking at the patents, looking at the innovation, and they interested to invest 200 crores in the company to set up the electric motor plant in Varagadam. It's been set up right now. And they are now supplying the same motor to the automotive company, R&D team where they are working.
Wow.
Right? So this is deep tech. This is deep tech. And it took 6 years for us to achieve, make them raise that 200 crore investment. That's the real time it takes, 4 to 5 years at least to nurture a deep tech company product and take it to the market and make it into an investable company. And if the founders have that persistence and passion to and resilience to stay through the course, and they only come out with that. So we wanted to focus on such startups, and that is how our pipeline of startups have also been like that. Taurus Robotics or Climate a Creator, a Bio 3D printer, Think Metal, which is a metal 3D printer. All are deep tech startups which strived for more than 3 to 4 years to build the first MVP. So that is how we pull them from the idea to the product.
Thank you, sir. That was really interesting because I know a little bit, but since I've been covering higher education for quite some time, something I was aware of, but I was not aware of a lot of other things. So this morning, your Vice Chancellor, he was saying something about sending students to visit villages, find what problems villagers had, and come back with a solution, which is what would help them. So would you be able to explain something more about that?
Yeah, this is something which we initiated a few years when the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan scheme has come. We adopted nearly 10 villages under the SRM University. And these villages, we are trying to translate whatever the technologies, either it may be AI, it may be an IoT level, or it may be any other technologies in terms of electrical or solar or renewable energy or clean energy, clean water, sanitation, all the SDGs that we talk about. We conduct ideation camps where they go into the villages, they understand different types of problems in terms of how their efficiency has been lost, or how the power is not being saved, or the water is not clean, how the drainage system is working. And all these things they study, and they come up and they list a set of problems, and which is called as an ideation stage. And these problems, then we run it as a hackathon internally with all the internal stakeholders, researchers, as well as the faculty and students participate in that. And they find out, they propose a proof of concept for that particular problem. And we fund them to build the prototype and then set it up or execute that project in that particular village. It's not just going into the shelves of only the prototype development, we put it up. This we were able to achieve through, I should thank the Department of Science and Technology, NSTEDB, for their New Gen IEDC program, which supports from idea to prototype for social impact, which we applied that funding. More than 150 prototypes has been developed in this space. And out of that, more than 7 startups have come. We have got more than 24 patents filed in that particular domain. Beautiful. And that's the impact that we created in the social area through this mission with the New Gen IEDC grants program. It's a small grant of 2.3 crores, but with another additional equal contribution from the university. But that 5 crores worked as great in terms of building from idea to prototype for this rural tech program. Now we are focusing to set up a center of excellence for rural technology in our new campus in Acharapakkam, in the Baburayanpete, which is a 400-acre campus. We have a huge land area, and it's very closely connected with more than 100 villages across in that particular district. So we are setting up a center of excellence there, where we wanted in the next 5 years, want to make it as an innovation hub for rural tech and agri-tech. So because we are hiring or bringing in a lot of agri-scientists inside to give more solutions to the farmers, to increase the productivity and stuff. And also the technology from the university, which the engineering and other schools have, that again we are taking it to that center to implement a lot of things in the agri-tech. And we want to create it as an innovation hub for that. That's our next focus, extending this level of rural services and hackathons and stuff like that.
So I have one question here. I don't know, it must be pretty amusing to even ask this. But do you anticipate that sometime in the future, there would be a time when there won't be any problems at all and you may not need startups? Would you ever come across something like that?
No, I think we create the problems. It's not like problems are coming from somewhere. The best of the engineers have created the best of the problems. That's where now the engineers are trying to solve the same problems. It's what my view is. And we as humans create the most of the problems.
So I have a question here. How easy more often than not, we may have an idea. I may even have the money to develop a prototype, let us assume. But then to take it forward, I need money. So what about investing? How will you even encourage an investor to come and invest money in a project that very difficult to believe it can succeed, even though you have a prototype, even though?
Exactly. See, I would compare this with Silicon Valley. Like Silicon Valley has become one of the top notch hub for the innovators to go in, raise money and do some disruptive technologies and products that has come from that particular area, which I also visited, and we have talked to various people. We have collaboration with University of California, Berkeley as well. We have a startup semester program where we send 20 students there to spend with them only on to learn the innovation methodologies and come back and do startups. In that experience, what I understand is why that Silicon Valley can do, which we cannot do for over a period of time, is there was an availability of risk capital. That is called as the patient capital. The patient capital is you put the money, you have to wait. Yeah. Or you have to, you lose it, you lose it. Right? That risk appetite was there in the Silicon Valley. They created that, the investors created that, and that risk capital was available. So the best of the people, innovators, they went there, sit in there, pitched them, get that risk capital, executed it, and made value out of that. Okay. That's why the Indian, if you go and see the statistics, the Silicon Valley startups who are now unicorns and are, the 30% of them are Indian founders. Why these Indian founders could not do here, who can do there? Because the risk capital availability. Now in India, we have created a lot of resource for this risk capital. This New Gen program is grants and all these government programs, as well as the investors and angel investors also opened up, who were there in the valley, done the businesses, sold them, and then come back to India, now looking at an Indian startup to invest in. So they understand what is risk capital, how I have to invest in companies. So they understand what value we can generate out of that. So funding is, I don't see funding as a problem. The problem is finding the right problem for the innovator to do it. If they have done it rightly, then everything goes after that very fine. And we have a surplus of funds right now. Even if we have a Startup India seed fund, they have been 3 crore fund. We have been scouting for the good startups. It's not about the money. So this is what the current Indian situation. Okay. The government as well as the private investors have created this similar risk capital in our country, which we can easily access for, but we have to go on with the right problem. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I think I finished all the time, but if anybody has a question, please go ahead. And Mr. Anand.
In the first panel discussion, there was a question from somebody asking how do you support the students, first of all, when it comes to, they come up with an idea or something like that. Basically, fundamentally, a student, what number one they will look for is, can you give me some leverage in the attendance so that I can go and do something? If you want me to sit in the classroom to gain an 80% or 90% attendance and go and work on something like that, which I am not able to do. I want to meet so many people. I want to do interviews with prospective customers. And where do I do that? Right? So in that sense, the first thing they ask is, could you give us some leverage in the attendance? Of course, that's the first thing we did. We have a condonation range of attendance which given for especially the startup founders who wanted to work in that, number one. Number two, curriculum. Curriculum, that's not a big thing because they are going to learn certain skill sets through the curriculum. But eventually, the intervention in terms of design thinking and all these aspects has already been included. But moreover, it's all hands-on, like it's an experimentation thing. So they have to do it, fail, and then adapt, and then change. So for that, we give a chance for them through the entrepreneurship initiative as a major project for 12 credits that they can be compensated. So they start early in their, say, third year or in the sixth semester of their study. They start building the pitch and then get incubated in almost in the seventh year. The 1 year they are given time to work on their startup. And that, whatever the contribution they do in that thing, that has been accounted for as a academic credits for them, for 12 credits for them, instead of doing another major project especially. And that gives them more time, more support in terms of academic, cope up with the experimentation. Beyond that, if they fail, again our placement department is there to take care of them, to put them in the right companies which they are. And what is happening today is that the recruitment methodology of these companies have changed. Somebody who has attempted a startup and failed, and they apply and they come for the placements, they are given a different package, a higher package than a normal engineer fresher who has been coming into that. This is the recent hiring methodology, because even the companies wanted to hire people with product mindset who work with teams and who has the resilience to fail and come back. So that is the new skills that is required by the industry. That is again being learned in this process. So we make them industry ready and we make them startup ready also. Any other questions, please?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think they're all ready for lunch also.
It's a lunch break, so it shall be really a fire now. So thank you very much for your patient listening. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to both our dignitaries on stage. Ma'am, request you to please present a token of our appreciation. And if we can have the audience, please give us a big, big round of applause. A big thank you to Dr. Anand Kumar for making this an extra special occasion. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take a break for lunch. We'll see you back here in the main hall at 2:30. Thank you.
In 2001, SIFI made history by launching Chennai's first commercial-rated 3-data center, Chennai 01, located at city's first IT hub at Tidal Park. Now we are taking it to the next level by unveiling our largest AI-ready hyperscale data center campus in South India, Chennai 02. Designed for 3 towers at 130 plus megawatts of IT capacity, the campus offers built-to-suit options for 86 plus megawatt capacity. More than just infrastructure, it's the foundation of your digital future. The SIFI Chennai 02 Data Center is honored to be inaugurated today by our Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru M.K. Stalin. On this moment of pride, SIFI extends its sincere gratitude for the immense support extended by our Honorable Chief Minister and the Government of Tamil Nadu.
Say hello to the new way of shopping with Retail GPT. your personal AI. Want something from your favorite store? Just prompt and enjoy instant offers and rewards on all your purchases, all in one single platform. Shopping is now as easy as saying hello. Imagine your shopping list coming to life with just a few words.
Your personal AI listens, learns from your shopping habits, and finds the best deals that you really want, all just from a simple prompt.
It's like having a digital you who knows exactly what you need. Retailers, meet your AI business analyst. It allows you to digitally extend and manage your physical store just by prompting. Do you really know the true potential of your customers? Do you really know all your customers? Imagine offering a personalized service to thousands of your customers all at the same time, no matter where they are. Run campaigns.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly enter the main hall and take your seats, as we will be starting with our next session in a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hindu Tamil Nadu Startup Summit 2025. Requesting everyone to kindly enter the main hall, take your seats, and of course, please put your mobile phones on silent mode as we begin with our next session. We'll dive right into our panel discussion, Nurturing Entrepreneurship in South Tamil Nadu, Opportunities and Challenges. I'd like to invite our moderator to take the stage, so please give a round of applause for Sangeeta Kandavel, the Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu. Can we give her a round of applause? I would now like to welcome our panelists to join us, starting off with Chandu Nair, Startup Advisor, member of the Executive Board of the Chennai Angels. Chandu works with entrepreneurs and enterprises on how to create and build their businesses. He has direct experience in angel, VC, and strategic investor funding and has been a part of a few exits. And he's an active angel investor and has investments in over 35 companies. Welcome. We also have with us Akila Rajeshwar, Executive Director, TIE Chennai, a leading mentor and coach in Tamil Nadu's entrepreneurial ecosystem. She's currently the Executive Director of TIE Chennai and has been in this role for the past 10 plus years. She's a known philanthropist, skills enabler, mentor, and coach. Welcome. And rounding out our panel this afternoon is Sivakumar Palanisamy, Vice President of Startup TN, bringing over a decade of extensive experience as a leading expert in the food and agri-ecosystem innovation. He has successfully established regional startup hubs, significantly fostering entrepreneurship in Tamil Nadu's Tier 2 cities. Welcome to all of our panelists, and Sangeeta, over to you.
Hello. Thank you, Paloma. A very good afternoon to everybody here. On behalf of the Hindu Group, I welcome you all to the session. So this morning, Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, the head of Startup TN, made a mention about the number of startups in Tamil Nadu. So as on date, Tamil Nadu has around 10,700 startups. And what's particularly interesting about this data is that a significant portion of these startups are based in south of Tamil Nadu. For instance, if you look at the temple city, Madurai, Madurai is today home to around 350 startups. And likewise, Tirunelveli has 142 startups as on date. And Thoothukudi, the pearl city of Tamil Nadu, has around 109 startups, while places like Kanyakumari host over 157 startups. So startups in Tamil Nadu are playing, especially South Tamil Nadu, are playing a vital role in helping the state reach its $1 trillion economy dream by 2030. And also in the coming years, we are anticipating more startups to come to South Tamil Nadu, especially with the second spaceport coming up in Kulasekarapatnam near Thoothukudi. So the state government has also said that they would be setting up a space industrial park in Thoothukudi where they would house a lot of startups, especially in the space sector. So let's get on to the session now. We'll start with Ms. Akila. So ma'am, you represent TIE Chennai, and over the years you have mentioned thousands of startups and entrepreneurs, especially in rural pockets of Tamil Nadu, Madurai and Thoothukudi and all regions. So if you could probably tell us some interesting initiatives taken by TIE focusing on South Tamil Nadu.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Wonderful to be here. Good afternoon to all of you. So many of you may be familiar with TIE, but for those who are not so familiar with TIE, I'll just take a few minutes to introduce TIE and then talk about a few of our initiatives, especially very recent initiatives that have started impacting the entrepreneurs across the state. So TIE is the world's largest not-for-profit organization that fosters entrepreneurship globally, and it was started in Silicon Valley in 1992. And TIE Chennai was started in 2000, and TIE Chennai, we are in our 25th year, our Silver Jubilee year now. And currently, among all the 66 chapters in 16 countries, TIE Chennai is the best performing chapter because of all the initiatives we have launched to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem, not just in Chennai, but across Tamil Nadu. So we operate based on 5 pillars: mentoring, networking, education, incubation, and funding. And we were doing quite well, I should say. We did our best, and we were recognized as one of the best performing chapters by TIE Global multiple times. And fast forward, I don't want to tell you the whole story from 2000 to 2020. So 2020, COVID struck. And this is a time we started questioning the status quo and started asking ourselves, what should we do very differently that we've not been doing thus far? And then we said that we found out, we recognized that there was one segment that we were not catering to, because the challenge also TIE Chennai had was because of its origin in Silicon Valley. TIE was always synonymous with tech entrepreneurship, and it took a long time for us to break the the myth that we are sector agnostic and we are here to serve all entrepreneurs. That was a challenge we had. But in 2020, we realized that we were not serving the MSME and the SME entrepreneurs across the state. We were only catering to the startups. But fostering entrepreneurship is the tagline for TIE, and hence we decided to work with and support the SME and MSME entrepreneurs. And our past president, our president at that time was Mr. C.K. Ranganathan. And we truly believe that if an entrepreneur evolves, the enterprise will evolve. Meaning that personal transformation of an entrepreneur will lead to business transformation was the belief we had. And we were doing all sorts of events, networking events. Every week, even now that continues, every week we organize about 1 to 2 events. Our office is located at the research park. So all those things were happening. But then when we decided to work on the personal transformation of entrepreneurs, and especially across the state, the first thing we decided to do was to go vernacular in Tamil, to make sure that we are close to the entrepreneur, accessible to the entrepreneur, so that they can come to us and, approachability should not be a problem, right? We just did not want to think that. Many people thought that we were only focused on startups and tech entrepreneurship. So we started working with the MSME and SME entrepreneurs, and we're very happy to share that the presence of TIE Chennai's entrepreneurs are in 37 out of 38 districts in Tamil Nadu currently, because of our major initiative, which is the Personal Board Initiative, where 10 non-competing entrepreneurs, we bring them together in an atmosphere of confidentiality, where they share whatever, everything, basically all their challenges, personal, business, or family, whatever, everything. And there will be a TIE Chennai representative to handhold them. This is just a very short definition of what we do in personal boards. So that actually led to, that was the first initiative we started for SME and MSME entrepreneurs, but that subsequently led to multiple initiatives. We started working with the employees of our personal board directors, training them on their attitude and behavior, because that was where they had big challenges, right? So one thing led to another. Currently, we 70%, I wouldn't say 70%, maybe 60 to 65% of our initiatives are in Tanglish, catering to the entrepreneurs across southern Tamil Nadu as well. So I think I'll stop here for now, and maybe going forward, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And my next question is to Mr. Chandu, the money bag over here. So Mr. Chandu, Ms. Akila mentioned that TIE is today present in almost 37 of the 38 districts. So I just wanted to understand, do we have enough local investors and funding platforms in all these regions? And also because there's a perception that investors are shying away from the south. So if you could tell us what are the opportunities and why are investors shying away from south?
Okay, thank you, Sangeeta. Thank you, the Hindu Startup TNCII, for having me as a panelist. Okay, first question before I answer, I'll ask the question to the audience. How many here run their own businesses? Okay, quite a few. How many here have got funding from equity investors, not bank funding? Okay, only one. So other people have not got experience of equity investment from outsiders, outside of their family and friends. How many here are students? Okay, quite a few. Any bureaucrats here? From the Tamil Nadu government or anything? Oh, very good. Only one very hesitantly putting up her hand. So it means I can be a little more forthright about certain things. So I think the first thing to answer is, forget about South Tamil Nadu. You take Tamil Nadu itself. If you take the overall external funding that comes from outside investors, between 2014 to roughly the first half of 2024, for which I have data, $150 billion was invested in various kinds of startups. 89% went to 3 regions, 3 cities, which is basically Bangalore, 50%, and the balance between basically NCR and Bombay. How much did Chennai as a city get in that 150 billion over a period of 10 plus years? 4 billion. So I don't think we even have to go to South Tamil Nadu before we first answer the question of why exactly are we not getting the kind of money that we could deservedly get, okay? And I think we operate in an ecosystem. We don't operate in isolation. So the first question to ask is, has that ecosystem developed enough? It hasn't. So good part is that everybody has recognized it and people are working towards it. If you look at in the number of funds based out of Tamil Nadu, there are hardly anybody. I think between you and me, we know it probably number less than 10. Okay? And if you take the number of networks out of here, maybe there are 3 or 4. That's it, which are kind of active. One being the Chennai Angels, which I represent, the other being Native Lead, which Mr. Shivaraja co-founded. And then there are others like Keiretsu Forum and 1 or 2 others who operate in some way. Is that enough for a state which is roughly 7.5 plus crores of population? Certainly not. So the first question is, what do we do to develop, forget about even funding ecosystem, but how do we develop entrepreneurs and enterprises which are, 1, worthy of funding, number 2, who are interested in funding. Why do I say the second part? Because there are many entrepreneurs, especially the more you go away from the cities, I can guarantee you, even if you go 60, 70 kilometers out of Chennai, 99% of the entrepreneurs will not want another person on his capital table. So even if you take the horse to water, the horse will not drink that water. So we have a lot to work on the ecosystem, and I think once we do that work and encourage people, through initiatives that we have in TiE Chennai and more outreach programs that Startup TN and others are doing, the entrepreneurs here will slowly start realizing that actually I can build a much bigger, more global kind of business. I'll give you a couple of examples, which is there is no billion-dollar business in food except for Haldiram in India. The biggest restaurant chain in India probably is, luckily from here, Adyar Anand Bhavan, which is 1,500 to 1,800 crores. But that's, when you compare with Jollibee from Philippines, that runs into several billions. So even in a very basic industry like food, we do not have entrepreneurs who are thinking that I can build a brand which is global. So I think we have a lot of work to be done there. It's not that we don't have the people. But I'll also end with one small thing, and this is why I asked if there are bureaucrats. I am an investor in a food-related QSR. This is where local regulations come into play. During COVID, we know all these restaurants were closed. When the opening up happened, they told us restaurants can open, but tea shops cannot open. Our fellow, unfortunately, has the word chai in his name. The restaurant opened in somewhere the outskirts of Chennai, with 2 little young chaps manning that store. And the local constable comes and says, you have to shut down the store. The fellow says, no sir, we are a restaurant, blah, blah. They said, no, you are a tea kada, because the name chai is there. Now, you have these kind of nonsensical regulations. I'll just give you an instance. What I mean by nonsensical regulations. Entrepreneurs must deal with 1,536 laws, 69,233 compliances, and 6,608 filings. There are 843 laws with 26,134 compliances that host the threat of imprisonment, with all this, which idiot will want to start a business?
Thank you, Chandu sir. My next question is to Mr. Shivakumar. Mr. Shivakumar, you are someone who's worked on the ground down south. So you were a part of NABARD's MABEF, and you worked with a lot of people in the food sector, in the agriculture sector, and now you're with Startup TN. So can you probably give me insights about what's your perception about entrepreneurs down south? And can you also highlight about the initiatives that Startup TN has taken in the last 1 or 2 years, especially for the southern region?
Thank you, ma'am. One thing, the experience which I gained while I'm on the ground is the mindset. As Sir told, it's like that cap table one. The second is, see, sometimes it is like I feel if you take a food startups, they don't want to grow beyond a certain point. If their monthly revenue kicks around 3 lakh rupees, they feel content, and then it's like there is the other things is not moving on that. And sometimes the business is also like that. So that mindset is there. And the other thing is south. It's like a trade zone. If you take from Silapadiyaram and other things, it has been depicted as a trade center, and now even the trade is considered as a startup. So there is no value addition. It's like a transaction of the goods. This mindsets we are trying to change, and then the fear of failures and acceptance of failures is still there. So still that they want to go for a job is an thing. So this is first one. The second one is with respect to Startup TN works, we have established regional hubs across the state. We have 10 regional hubs. The one which you mentioned, the space one, we have also opening a regional hub in Thoothukudi, especially focusing on space fund. And Startup TN has also launched a 10 crore fund to support space fund startups. And coming to some examples, what is the experience of establishing in regional hubs? The entrepreneurs and startups in South, they are not imitating, most of them are not imitating, successful one are not imitating what is happening in urban. They are trying to create something from their own identity. I'll give 2 examples. One, there is a startup funded by, both are funded by Startup TN. The startup called Lemurian Bazaar. They do e-commerce of dry fishes. Karuvada, they used to put it in an e-commerce platform. So what they do is, normally it is like if you keep the dry fish in this room, what to do is the smell will spread across the room because of the AC. They have identified an technology and then they control it. But the beauty is not that. What is that? The Flipkart and Amazon they don't deliver to their pin code because that pin code is not in their delivery limits. Because of them, now they are going and collecting in their village and then they are coming back. This is the change a startup can do. 1. 2, it is like it's a cup time. It's a beverage startup. Because Sir has touched the chai, I also want to touch the chai, but in a different aspects. Normally, the chai startups, what they do is they target a customer who are a floating crowd. Today we have come, we will drink some chai and then we will go. This startup, what they did is he targeted the MSMEs with an average of 5 staffs. And then he started delivering in the morning and then evening. He has identified the problem of hygienic and then other things, and he started doing that. The beautiful thing is he is a pilot by profession. He quit the pilot profession and he came back to start this. And I asked him why you are doing this. And you also have a jewelry shop. And he gave me a beautiful answer. எங்கள் அப்பா ஒரு நாளைக்கு ஒரு பில் 10,000 ரூபாய்க்கு போடுவாங்க. நான் வந்து 1000 பில் வந்து 100 ரூபாய்க்கு போட்டு அந்த மாதிரி 10,000 ரூபாய்க்கு போடுவேன். பட் அதில் எனக்கு ஒரு சாட்டிஸ்ஃபேக்ஷன் இருக்குன்ற மாதிரி. ஸோ பீப்புள் ஆர் பேஷனேட் அண்ட் தே ஆர் டூயிங் கிரேட் இன் சவுத். I'm not saying that they are not doing here, but they are trying to adhere to their identity which is in the south. They are trying to promote their culture and then tradition there. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Even now, if you look at South Tamil Nadu, there are many districts that are untapped. We've still not reached out to many places, and that's because there are infrastructure issues, and even today there are connectivity issues too in many parts of Tamil Nadu. Apart from that, many districts have limited access to market linkages, to mentorship. There are a lot of challenges. So, Chandu sir, can you tell us how do we address these challenges, especially from an investor perspective? What would you advise people, the government?
I don't know how many of you know that I also teach. Okay, so I'm going to be a little bit of a lecturer here. See, if you look at the entrepreneur ecosystem, it includes the following. One, of course, is the funder, potential funder, including bank funding. The other is, surprisingly, academia. Because a lot of people don't realize academics is where a lot of things happen. And that is some place where we are trying to do something, but it is still, I would say, we have to move away from being paper PhDs to being PhDs who can actually do applied research and make technologies that are useful and appropriate for India or for Tamil Nadu. There is a lot of opportunity there, hell of a lot of opportunity. And we are seeing some interesting startups. For example, one of the startups we recently met was, if you take a lot of chemical plants, petrochemical plants, etc., there's a lot of dirty sludge. Humans have to go in and clean that sludge. But today there are startups who are working on robots which can go inside, clean that sludge. Now, this is very difficult to do. Okay, so one, academics can help in figuring out how exactly a better robot can be made, lower cost, etc. Can I replace Chinese components because that is becoming an issue, etc. So drones also similar issue. We can't use Chinese components. Couple of companies in Tamil Nadu have lost orders from Department of Defense because of use of Chinese components. This is where academia can help. But so far, I would say, barring couple of institutes, the academia has been found seriously wanting. I think we have to change that dynamic over there. The second thing is, of course, I mentioned regulations. And the third thing which we talk about, if you take regulations, there are also, apart from these funny things that I mentioned, this is the first set of reforms we saw in 1991 had a lot to do with the center. Even now, the center has a lot of work to do. But actually, if you look at it, I would say 60 to 65% of the reforms lie with states. Because things like land, health, education, local connectivity all fall within the ambit of the states. So it's a legitimate question to ask, what can we do as a state? We don't have to talk to the center about it. It is up to us to do it. And we can figure it out. And I think, in my view, I've been a journalist too. Sangeeta is aware of that, a business journalist. I've been tracking Tamil Nadu for a long time. We were the leaders in corporate Medicare. We were the leaders in modern retail. We were the leaders in hire purchase and leasing. We were the leaders in chit funds. We were the leaders in several other areas, okay? But today, fintech, we are not there. In retail e-commerce, we are not there. In health tech, we are hardly there. So whatever domain expertise, subject expertise we had, we have a lot of it, but we are not learning how to change and evolve and make use of it. So I would say that bit is where we have to also improve ourselves, okay? Now, he can probably talk more, but if you take Ramnad, we set up a food park. It's a good idea to do it, but the trouble is food parks need water. And Ramanathapuram and Ramnad has got problems of water. Now, if you're going to set up a food park and you don't give water, we are obviously going to get hit. Second, if you take power, because of our skewed subsidy policy, industries end up paying 10 to 25% more. Whereas in place like Vietnam, which is a big competitor today for us in the China plus one thing, Vietnam is giving industries at 10% less than the cost of generation. Where can you be competitive if you do not take cognizance of what is happening not only within Tamil Nadu? Today, Tamil Nadu has reached a state where we should not be comparing ourselves legitimately with other Indian states. We should be comparing ourselves with global companies, global countries, okay? So the other parts of, one part I talked about is regulation, second part I talked about is academia research, third part I talked about is infrastructure. Fourth part, which is I'm going to talk about, is with respect to this mentorship ecosystem. There is a lot of people wanting to do it, but our experience, I've also been part of TIE, and Akila will probably validate, 90% of entrepreneurs are looking only for 2 C's when it comes to mentoring. One is cash, one is customers or connections. For me, that is a very limited approach to mentoring. A true mentor can actually do a lot more than just these two, because it's actually what he said is very correct. It's a mindset shift. When I meet a very bright US entrepreneur, he's thinking, how can I build $1 billion company? Here, a lot of us are thinking, how can I buy the next BMW? You need to get out of that kind of, that kind of mind shift. That's a huge change. I think we have to work at that entrepreneur mindset, entrepreneur skill training. And this thing about, because I have been an entrepreneur myself also, sold 2 companies at it, separating professional from personal accounts. Simple thing. Keep a separate set of books for personal accounts, keep separate one for professional. Basic thing, they don't do it. And they qualify themselves and their whole brood. The other thing I feel which is very important from a mindset issue is not treat money emotionally. Treat it unemotionally, logically. Very tough. But you do that, you will actually get a lot of discipline. So if I look at it therefore, Sangeeta, there are several aspects of the ecosystem where we can really work at it. I'll just give you one specific example of Israel. Israel is such a tiny country, barely a crore population. Last year, how many tourists did India get? Totally 7.92 million, roughly 8 million, okay, overseas visitors. Israel got how many? 33 million. That is the number it got, tiny country. This is the kind of business, and Israel is number 14th or something in the world today. Per capita income is like $154,000 per annum. We are at some hugely, some very different level. Not 150,000, I'm mistaken somewhere on the number. But it's a much huger level than here. And what are their focus areas? They focus very clearly on agri. A lot of people don't realize Israel is very good in agri. They focused, of course, on cyber security. And of course, we know they're very good in defense. But what people don't know, they're also very good in transport and logistics because they have tremendous connectivity. They are also 95% self-sufficient in food. Can we not take an example of a country like, say, Finland, which is very strong in certain aspects of manufacturing? Nokia came from there, or Israel. I think that's the kind of focus we get. We can build a fantastic ecosystem in the next few years.
Thank you, Chandu sir. Akhila ma'am, what are the challenges that you've come across in the southern part of Tamil Nadu? And what kind of feedback have you got from some of the people who you speak to in that region, ma'am?
Okay. As I mentioned, in fact, I want to take from what Shiva and Chandu also had mentioned. See, the challenges we see, because we continue to work with multiple, in fact, 1,000 SME and MSME entrepreneurs on a regular basis. Regular means daily basis. So we are in touch with them on a daily basis. The challenges they actually face is, like we always tell them, that is the reason why we also say that when the entrepreneur evolves, the enterprise evolves. The problem they face is most of the challenges are self-imposed, right? External challenges, they can be overcome by internal resourcefulness is something we try to sort of empower them with. External constraints, there could be several external constraints and we cannot control every constraint that we come across, right? But that is not under our control. There is something that we can do specifically to overcome all those constraints. Whatever we continue to do has to be done to the best of our ability and with excellence, right? So that is something we continue to empower them with. That is one thing. But the challenges, I come back to that question. One thing is, நாங்கெல்லாம் சின்ன ஊரு எங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் தெரியாது. Again, that is that mindset. Again, it's also, I would also call that as a self-imposed constraint. எங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் தெரியாது, சொல்லி கொடுத்தா வராது. அவங்கெல்லாம் ஸ்டார்ட் அப், அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் பெரிய ஊர்ல இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் எல்லாம் தெரியும், எங்களுக்கு தெரியாது. So that is something we continue to hear from them. That is one thing. The other thing is how to scale the business. Immediately availability of resources, right? Resources, human resources, financial resources, everything. Mentors, advisors, everything. I put everything together as part of that one bucket. So retention of talent, hiring talent becomes a huge challenge. The reason being, even in smaller towns, people obviously have aspirations. Everyone has aspirations of coming to a big city and working. Who will stay back there and take up a job? No, like obviously several opportunities are available, as you also mentioned. And you mentioned about the startups that are available there. Immediately they start comparing with the lifestyle of a metro and a lifestyle of a small town. So everyone wants to come over here to maybe a Coimbatore or maybe a Trichy or Madurai. I include Madurai and Trichy as no, a metro, not so, but then yes. But the challenge is, if everyone comes to such places, who will actually work in small places like a Tirunelveli or a Sivagasi or... So retention, hiring and retention of talent becomes a huge, huge challenge. And that is one area all our entrepreneurs, you talk to any one of the 1,000 entrepreneurs we are in touch with, everyone will say that எப்படி hire பண்றதுன்னு தெரியல வரமாட்டேங்கறாங்க. So desperate hiring happens. When we tell them that you have to hire people, you look at their attitude and then hire people, ஆளே வரமாட்டேங்கறாங்களே நாங்க எங்க இருந்து attitude பார்க்கிறது. So that is one thing. And the next thing is obviously the digital divide. Again, because of the mindset, I would say, because digital எங்களுக்கு அதெல்லாம் தெரியாது. Technology is something completely out of our no, like we cannot எங்களுக்கு அதெல்லாம் கத்துக்க முடியாது. So, you know, at TiE Chennai, we do multiple initiatives. We have something called Tech Up with TiE Chennai. Right from what is a computer, we've been, like involving their employees of our entrepreneurs as well. And slowly planning to take them to AI and how you can actually use AI. There can only be people who use AI and people who don't use AI. And the Mario stage vandache. So, no, like, how do we actually empower them to use technology to scale up their business is something we are also looking at. Multiple challenges. The top 3 things that come to my mind is, of course, lack of resources or lack of access to resource, and digital divide, and of course talent, very, very big challenge.
Thank you, ma'am. Shivakumar sir, what are your views on this? And also, sir, with regard to this SC/ST funding, not many people actually are comfortable coming out and saying that I am from this particular community. So how do you address challenges like all these, sir?
I think, ma'am, there is other side also. Somebody are now willing to reveal that they want to be the role model for their community. I'm coming and saying, you don't have to do that. You come, yeah, I'm saying, yes, what is the problem in it? So in Startup TN, we work on something called, our core mission is called democratization of entrepreneurship. Since you touched this, I will I will just explain what we are doing with respect to this and addressing this particular thing, ma'am. So what we call democratization of entrepreneurship is anybody, irrespective of their educational background, geographical origin, financial status, and social identity, should build a startup. This is our key. So in that, it is like what we are trying to do is we build this thing on a framework we called as 3A: affordability, availability, and accessibility. It's like in southern Tamil Nadu or any other places, if you go out of Chennai, urban Chennai and urban Coimbatore, the problem is affordability for startups. If a startup, they want to start, if you go to a CA or any one, CA or CS, they charge 40,000 to 60,000 rupees. So Startup TN, how we are addressing that is, it is like 4,500 rupees, you can start a private limited company with DSC. So the affordability we are increasing. So the people from any social identity can come and start. And the availability. So this is a big issue. If you see, before 2020, most of the traditional startup-centered events happen in Chennai and Coimbatore. But now, after that, we have almost organized 1,000 events in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Madam told 37 districts. I am proud to say we have covered almost all the pin codes in Tamil Nadu. So that's one thing. It is like this availability we are taking from apart metro cities, we are taking through that. So we are increasing the availability. Sir has clearly pointed out one thing: accessibility. Mentors are there, but are they accessible? So we have created a platform. Mentor TN is there where the top shots are accessible and they can schedule online meetings. TAN Fund is there. More than 220 venture capitalists are there. It's accessible. And India has more number of incubation centers. In Tamil Nadu has 127. but it doesn't have maybe block level and other things. We are introduced pre-incubation circle. Accessing, it's like we are increasing the accessibility of startups for the incubation centers. So we are trying to democratization entrepreneurship, and we want to build, it's like startups as a new way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Akila ma'am, you mentioned about talent pool in the southern region. So do we have sufficient skilled people, and are colleges and schools in that area serious about entrepreneurship? Because if you look at incubators, there are not many incubators down south. We just have the Tyagaraja School of Engineering. They have an incubator, and there's not many down south. So what do you think colleges and schools should do to address the talent pool issue, ma'am?
That actually, it's a large question that I don't think I have an answer right now, but I can say that what needs to be done. See, whether we teach entrepreneurship or not in school is a totally different thing, but what we need to do is to instill an entrepreneurial mindset right from that school level. So that it's not as if as soon as they finish school or college, they are not going, they may or they may not become entrepreneurs after they finish college, right? But that entrepreneurial mindset, even if they go to any corporate and work elsewhere, they are looking for an entrepreneur, right? Basically someone with an entrepreneurial mindset. So that is why we have programs like TYE, TIE Young Entrepreneurs, TIE U, which is TIE University. I mean, these are all global initiatives that are happening across multiple chapters across the world. Again, I don't think we have enough incubators, active incubators. I wouldn't say we don't have incubators. I would say we don't have very active incubators that are contributing to the larger vision of having what we are planning to do. So a lot of work needs to be done in that area, and I mean, if we have to list what needs to be done, it will be a very, very big list. But on the school level, I think there has to be this program or something, entrepreneurial education. Some schools actually have taken it up here in metros. For example, schools like DAV or Balavidya Mandir, they have their own individual programs, but such things are actually missing in, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Shiva, but I have not heard of any schools taking up such specialized program for entrepreneurship in the southern districts. Lot of work needs to be done, a lot of scope, and obviously if it's a challenge, it's an opportunity for us to take it up and do something about it, right? So I would look at it as an opportunity where all the ecosystem enablers should come together to do something in terms of promoting entrepreneurship in colleges and schools.
Mr. Shivakumar, your views on this?
It's like, I want to take some of the clues from what they have said, and I want to give a different viewpoint. Let us consider, I want to set a context. It is like we are not discussing this in 2025. Let us say it's 2030. We are discussing this something, and we want to set something untapped potential. I feel it is like by 2030, we will be in the end of salary era. The 9-to-5 jobs will diminish by force of artificial intelligence. So that when 9-to-5 diminishes, ma'am has mentioned that rural people not willing to come to metros. So the repopulation of rural will happen because of this 9-to-5 jobs diminish. And at that point of time, what is going to happen is this AI will challenge the classical economics, the factors of production, land, labor, capital, and enterprise. The labor will vanish from the things. Today, it is like Xiaomi has launched, they will be producing 1 minute, 1 phone without involvement of any human labors. Now, with this contact, what will going to happen is everything will be a gig economy. Everybody will be earning through a platform. And southern, if you take it's like an agrarian economy. What will happen to agriculture? What will happen is there won't be any season. There will be a technologies which will be evolving by the time. It says, nothing. I'm ordering through Swiggy food. Like that, I will be ordering. I need a 20 kg of rice. The farmer will start planting, and that will come to us. This is the opportunities which will be creating through AI. one. And what in food ecosystem also, many things will change. We will be cooking only for Diwali and the Pongal. Rest of the time, we will be moving from 2 minutes noodle to 1 minute heat to eat. We will be heating and eating. The gas cylinders will go away. So things will come up. This will create a future thing. And healthcare sectors will change into a different thing. It's like some of us going to see the person who is going to live for 150 years. In this room, they can see or they can live also. Not just because of medicines, but through an mass personalization it is going to come. It's like there are startups like 23andMe. They take our saliva and then give our DNA. Based on our DNA, the medicines and foods will be prepared. Now, like if a farmer is producing produce, he will be saying, I'm producing for Ms. Sangeeta Kandavel and her DNA is this, I have to grow this and this is my package of practices. This will become. And I don't know what education institutions will be there. Ma'am was saying, are we going to make them placement ready or platform ready? This will be another big questions which we have to face. And energy, just like what generative AI will do is, it will consume all the data in the world, and it won't be data hungry. It will be hungry for energy and water. So energy, just like South Belt, can be a big opportunity. We will be seeing many greenpreneurs. There will be micro entrepreneurs which will be coming up, and that will set a different context for that. And at that point of time, things will be different. We have to prepare our workforce for that. That is what we are trying. And that is where it is like we have to set something, a different game altogether. Whatever we are taking steps now, that's not going to enough because AI is going to create new streams of income, new streams of business models, and new stream of everything. I think our next 5 years, if we invest on this, our discussion will be on a different thing. So we want to make students a platform ready rather than placement ready.
Chandu, sir, your views on this?
One is where are we today, and where we are today is quite sad for at the aggregate India level and even at Tamil Nadu level. More than many studies have shown that 15% plus of even engineering graduates are not employable at the current state. So I would think that for us it's a very good time to, given what Shiva also said, the future is changing so much, the trends are changing so much. It's a good time for us to really create a crisis. India works well under two situations. One, when there is a crisis. Two, when there is a mission, which is why ISRO works, because there is a mission every time. If you do business as usual, we don't work. So we will allow things to just slowly creep along. So create a crisis. We got Trump tariff as one crisis. Use that excuse. Create crisis for yourself, okay? Or manufacture crisis, saying that, look, climate change, generative AI, blah, blah, will take your job. Whatever it is, create something where people feel the fear of need to change. People in India, Lee Kuan Yew was correct, I feel. In Singapore, our temperament is such, we don't listen to inducement, we listen only to fear of punishment. So you'll see us behaving very well when there's a traffic police cop at the signal. If he's not there, even if it's red, we will cross the signal. So we can't say we are like that only because that's how we have been conditioned. Children see it. So first thing for us, I would say, to take a step back, what is important for the future world, number one, is the willingness to experiment. In India, our education system doesn't allow that. You have, even in our matriculation, now it's all one state board, there is only one right answer. Even for final exam, you can just mug up 20, 30 questions and answers very well, and very good chance you'll pass the exam. That's a foolish way of preparing for the future. Okay. Second, you have to become hyper specialized in certain things. So if you take our agricultural universities, you have two big ones in Madurai and in Coimbatore. Question to ask is, what notable things have come out from there? Agriculture is the last great frontier. What have you done? Ask a hard question. You have Banana Research Center in Trichy. What did you do? India has the highest number of varieties of bananas and plantains in the country, in the world. What do you do export? You have done shit all. Sorry, pardon my language. You have done nothing with respect to exports. Philippines has done more exports than us. In banana, we make the most bananas. Now, where do you learn from? Third is take the best in the world and see. There is one industry, a lot of people in this room may not say, which industry in the world did India beat the Chinese comprehensively? Which industry in the world did India beat the Chinese completely and totally? That industry is motorcycles. The top 3 makers of motorcycles in the world are Bajaj, TVS and Hero. And it's a very good story to understand and learn how Indian motorcycle manufacturers took the pants off the Chinese. And one of the things they did was, for example, the Bajaj guy wrote a story in 2020. You can go look it up. It's on Financial Express or CNBC. Chap called Kandati, something Kandati. That he was not getting day one placements in IITs, NITs, etc. He went and because the IT companies were paying the highest, he went to the faculty and said, the placement cell and said, I will pay 5 times that salary. So he got the best guys coming and working. Now, if you are sitting, I'll just give you 2 examples. There's a gentleman called Ritesh Agarwal in India. He made Oyo, which is a almost like a decacon. He comes from some tiny town in Orissa, tiny town, not even tier 2, from tier 4, 5. Another fellow is a chap called Sandeep Nailwal. Sandeep Nailwal, even today from what I know, doesn't speak English very well. He's from a tiny town called Nainital. He's got a decacon called Polygon, which is one of the world's well-known names in blockchain technology. It is possible to build a global business sitting in a small town. What prevents you is your mindset and the support system that you have both at the family or around you. I'm saying that we have to create a crisis in order for us to push forward an agenda of radicalizing our education. It requires a total overhaul ground up.
Thanks, Chandu sir. So we'll just take one last question for the day. We have a lot of students from down south here. We also have a lot of entrepreneurs from down south. So what suggestions would you give them for their startups? And also for the students, what sectors do you think they should be focusing on, especially if they're coming from south?
I have one of my favorite quotations I have used right from when I was in college was this statement by Mark Twain. He said, I never let my schooling interfere with my education. I'll repeat it. I never let my schooling interfere with my education. What he meant was there is something called a formal school, but the real education doesn't come there. So don't expect your school or college to teach you what you need to know. There is enough information outside. You go outside, there's enough information on the internet, on the mobile, it's at your fingertips. In my time, I had to go to the library. I improved my vocabulary, my maths, everything by going to libraries, getting the books and really looking at it. The second thing is there is nothing, no substitute for diligence and preparation and practice. You have to do that. Sachin Tendulkar used to get out, edging outside the off stump. He used to go to Shivaji Park in Dadar in the night, practice, ask some bowler to bowl the same ball 100 times, 200 times. Okay. Bruce Lee said this very beautifully. You don't win by, he said, I don't fear a man who knows 1,000 kicks. I fear a man who's practiced one kick 1,000 times. Very, very, very beautifully he said. That tells you the importance of focus. Okay. So I think it's time for us, if I were a student today, I will go to college, get a degree. But I will use it only as one entry. But my real learning will come from outside. I will not outsource it to my teachers or my college.
Akila ma'am.
I'll also use another quote. CC started with a quote. I also use another. Basically, Einstein said, right, I don't have any special talent. I'm just passionately curious. That's all. So remain passionately curious. That is one thing. And the other thing which I always tell the entrepreneurs, very common thing that we use when we address the entrepreneurs and when we mentor them is, இதுவரை கிடைக்காத ஒன்று கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்றால் இதுவரை செய்யாத ஒன்று செய்யணும். So no, like we just cannot keep doing the same thing and expect totally different results. Again, Einstein defined it as insanity, right? So we just need to do something very different to make sure that we achieve whatever we want to achieve. So that is the only thing.
Shivakumar sir.
I will take what Chandru sir has said. He told Sachin used to play that offside shots when he wants. He also played an innings in Australia without playing in a shot for that, and then he scored 241 runs. So, yeah, yeah, with the cover drive one. So that is also there. And so for students, which Bam has asked, now everything is vibe coding, vibe marketing, everything is coming up. Ma'am told technicals, I don't know about technicals. Now, I made an app in Replit without knowing anything on coding. You get used to it. It is like, that is the most important thing. You get into the AI and other things. Learn, unlearn, and relearn, which is going to be your lifelong mantra. That is going to be there. And this is normally I used to say, but now when I was a college student, my friends used to get an assignments and I just copy them and then I paste. Sir has used to say that diligence word. What happens is when I come, when I join the first job, I was struggling to create my own thoughts. My own creativity and innovation has been killed. Now same thing is happening. I don't know anything, whatever it is coming, and then I'm just putting in ChatGPT or DeepSeek, I'm just replying and then I'm going out. The same thing will also come. So attention will be, the attention economy will come, gig economy and other things will be there. So attention to details is one of the things which you have to take care. So these are the 4 things I want to say to the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the 3 panelists today, and the team Hindu will certainly take some of your feedback to the government. And we'll now open the floor to questions. Kindly introduce yourself with your name and the organization that you represent. Mike, please.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you so much. Tamil Nadu has 6% of India's population. You spoke about 10,000 startups, DPIIT, which Shivraj mentioned earlier. That comes to 6.5% of the total startups. The last time we counted, 6.5% still is bad. MSMEs, we have about 8% of India's MSMEs. But as a GDP, GSDP is 10% of India. We're inching higher. And then if you look at the number of factories we have, 6% of India. We are an industrialized state. And the state government policies consistently has helped to make this happen. And we've been in the forefront of it if you look at the number of factories and the industries we have. Now the question for us is, do we remain as industrialized state? Is that our core competencies, or do we go and look at startups? Or, this is a question for all 3 of you all, or should you also look at startups as another avenue of growth which is going to fuel the economy going forward? It's not going to be done easily. Akila rightly said, we have to start them early, school level. I feel it is a generational effort. It cannot be done easily. Startup Tamil Nadu has been doing phenomenal work, but we have to be patient with them. They've done great work. The needle has started moving, but not the way we wanted it. Chandu rightly said, if you look at the funding we have got for Tamil Nadu, maybe that's a very good barometer. Unicorns, hardly any. That may not be a great barometer. Successful startup is a very good barometer. We are still lagging behind. And technology, SaaS, enterprise, we have it in India, in Tamil Nadu, but we have really not got into the entire potential of where we should be. Is the speed enough? While we remain, let's say, slightly impatient, we also have to show some patience to Startup Tamil Nadu and all the ecosystem partners. Tai is here, Akila is here, Chandu Nair from from the Chennai Angels. Chandu, you can start the first round. Is this enough what we're doing? Is the pace enough, or should we show more patience?
See, I think we should go back to China of the 1990s as one example, you know. So Deng Xiaoping, the 1770s, when Deng Xiaoping came and he kind of almost threw out what Maoist thinking was. And they were very surprised, the Chinese. They said, look, you're throwing out, the principles of communism. So he made a very interesting statement. He said, I don't care about the color of the cat, so long as it catches mice. So he said, my key intent is, how do I grow China dramatically? So it became like a capitalist, communist kind of a country. So I think for us, probably it is a good time, both at India and especially at Tamil Nadu level, to get rid of some old thinking that has permeated the Neta Babu class. some of the shibboleths, some of the things that we had in our very socialist era kind of a thing. Today, I don't think we are resource hungry. We can get the resources. We are thinking we are resource hungry, like a lot of the South Tamil Nadu entrepreneurs who have a mindset issue that we won't get it, we don't know it, regulations are not in our favor, this is not in our favor. Today, India is in a position, Tamil Nadu more so is in a position to get the resources. So we cannot say that resources can hold us back. It is basically our mindset. What can we do? Can we grow at 12% plus per annum? We certainly can. What should we do for that? First step is to, I would say, dismantle a whole bunch of regulatory nonsense. For example, I'm doing re-KYC for my bank account. They already know me, yaar. Why should I do some 4 or 5 times some paper? Why should I get one gazetted officer stamp for something? What big thing is there for all of that? First, dismantle that regulatory thing. You will find a lot of entrepreneurs, when you ask them, they don't want subsidies, they don't want incentives. They just want, the regulatory cholesterol in the tole, adu vanda. What does an entrepreneur fear most? GST notice, income tax notice. Just to give you one more statistic, Reggie, I'm sorry, I'm bringing out numbers again. In 2017, there were 3.6 lakh appeals pending with Commissioner of Income Tax and Appellate Tribunal. How many in 2025? 6.21 lakhs. Now, with this kind of nonsense, how can a fellow even peacefully live life and do business? So first is remove this damn regulatory over this thing. Second, we already talked about it. We have to revamp our education because we have to get talent of a very different nature. Third is, I think we have to build for the future. I think he made a very valid point that some of the things of the past, like he talked about the Xiaomi dark factory. No human being. Imagine if a large company comes to Chennai or India or in Tamil Nadu and there is no people employed. What will you do with all those people? Question is, therefore, what can you do, say, in areas like agriculture? What can you do in other areas? We need to have a team which can look at 20 years ahead and say, globally, this is what is happening. This is where we need to start. And I think we are in a very good place. We just have to change the mindset first of the Neta Babu class. Rest will follow. Let me give a simple parallel. How many of you feel that if the MTC bus, the police vehicle, government G vehicles, and the auto rickshaws, if they follow rules, you will follow the same rules? Put up your hands. You will follow. Make them do it. No. Bengali proverb, a fish rots from the head down. I leave you with that.
I'll directly come to the point. It's like we don't have to be patient enough. We can start rolling, but the ounce of moving Tamil Nadu should not a startup or anything should not lie with one institution. It should be a momentum. It should be built by the mass, and it should be like how we can do it. There are 7 crore peoples, so which means every day we start with 7 crore man days. If everybody contribute 1% more to what the startup ecosystem there will be a tremendous change in 1 year time. So by 2030, it is like we might not be the second most industrial state. We may be the first in the country in the startup ecosystem or in the industrial ecosystem. So it should be a mass movement, and everybody should contribute in a way which can move our ecosystem forward.
Yes, sir. Hello. Yes, please.
Okay, so you must have heard this story. I'm actually taking from what Shiva had said. Actually Chandu and Shiva, both of them. இது தமிழில் தான் சொல்லணும், இந்த ஸ்டோரி நான் தமிழ்லேயே சொல்கிறேன். ஸோ ஒரு டீச்சர், ஒரு குரு, நிறைய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், கிளாஸ் நடந்துகிட்ருக்கோம். ஒரு மரத்தடியில் உட்காந்து பாடம் சொல்லிக்கூட ஒரு பூனை ஓடிட்டே இருந்ததாம். அந்த பூனை ஓடும்போது there was this disturbance, right? Distraction for the students. So the teacher one day said that அந்த பூனையை அந்த போல் அந்த கம்பத்தில் கட்டி போடுங்க. ஸோ கம்பத்தில் கட்டி போட்டிருக்காங்க. எவ்ரி டே whenever the class starts, the students used to tie this பூனை in this pole and then class start பண்ணுவாங்க. Over a period of time, the guru passed away and ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸும் புதுசாக வந்திருக்காங்க. புது டீச்சர் வந்து கிளாஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது the student said, no, please do not start the class now. ஏன் அப்படின்னா, இங்கே இந்த இதோட வழக்கம் என்ன அப்படின்னா, ஒரு பூனையை கட்டி போட்டுட்டு கிளாஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கிறது தான் வழக்கம். Aren't we doing all that? எதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுறோன்னே தெரியாமல், ஜஸ்ட் பிகாஸ் இட் வாஸ் டன் சம் டைம் அகோ ஃபார் வாட் எவர் ரீசன் அன்னோன் டு அஸ், அந்த மாதிரி எத்தனையோ விஷயத்த நம்ம தேவை இருக்கோ தேவையில்லையோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். வந்து வி ஹாவ் டு லெட் கோ ஆஃப் வாட் எவர் அப்படின்னு சந்து சொன்னதையும், Shiva mentioned learn, unlearn and relearn, right? Right from the top it has to happen. மேலிருந்தே இது வரணும். No, like 1970s, Future Shocking book, I think many of you must have read. Alvin Toffler said that the illiterates of the 20th century are not the people who cannot read or write. The illiterates of the 20th century are the people who cannot learn, unlearn and relearn. So all of us, I mean, it has to start from us. Yaro maraton, from the top, they can change and then we will change ni illama. If we can bring that change in us, that ability to learn, unlearn and relearn in whatever way possible, let us be the change we want to see in the world, right? So that is what.
So you had a question.
Please. Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Ramanan from ex-GM of SIDBI. Now I am professor of practice at the VIT University, teaching entrepreneurship. As regards the topic was discussion, you may, Chandru Nair may be knowing that when the Honorable Finance Minister Mr. Chidambaram was there, representing the Sivagangai Parliamentary Constituency, CII brought out a report of the project profiles for Southern Tamil Nadu. The publication is still available with the CII. A large number of projects are identified, and also we formed a corporation called Karaikudi Industrial Development Corporation. From SIDBI, I was appointed as the MD to run that corporation for a period of 3 years. And this corporation really not only promoted entrepreneurship, it arranged finance because he was a finance minister and representing the Sivaganga Parliamentary Constituency, where he was going on opening the branches and telling them grant educational loan, business loan and all that. So all the projects are financed. So the only thing is, after that, that momentum has stopped. I would not say stopped, it has not been accelerated. So what has to be done by the forum like our, the Hindu and all that, you have to take up more industrial projects which can come, what Mr. Nair mentioned during the discussion I was listening, the projects in Tuticorin and all that, in Madurai, particularly in Ramanathapuram and all that, so it can be developed. And as regards entrepreneurship, you will be knowing that most of the Tamil Nadu entrepreneurs are from Southern Tamil Nadu only. I was Director of Finance of Achi Masala also after my retirement, and he is from Thoothukudi. So like that, you have got most of the Saravana stores, Pothis, and all these people are all from Southern Tamil Nadu only. It's a harbinger of entrepreneurship as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. And most of the TVS family and all that. So what has to be done is that the people who are hailing from that place, they have to be given the project profiles and the necessary assistance for the bankable proposal. As Madam was telling, Mrs. Akhila Madam, the mentorship, very important. I am also in the TIE, I am a mentor as well as in the MSME. So more so the mentoring and hand-holding has to be done. My request is that it has to be accelerated, that momentum in Southern Tamil Nadu to promote entrepreneurship among the, not only the graduates coming out from the engineering colleges and also from others. Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you for your feedback, sir. Any other
Good
questions?
afternoon. Here, to your far left. Hi. So I'm Varun. I'm a startup owner from Thoothukudi. So I run and I've registered my startup in Thoothukudi itself. So I just got to know there are 104 startups in Thoothukudi. But I feel like most of them would have either shifted to Chennai or another metropolitan city, or even, shut down the startup. There are very few that actively run, is what I believe. And one main problem I feel like is that there is no real ecosystem for a startup in Thoothukudi. And I'm not blaming anybody, and there has to be a cultural shift or something that has to happen. What happens is, there are other forums like YES, which Akhila ma'am was a part of briefly, that teaches business. But then again, it's all conventional business. There's no real startup forum for us or a startup ecosystem. Only when people of the same development minds come together, we can, make the city better. Like sir said, Achi Masala, he was from Thoothukudi, Sanastos, he is from Thoothukudi. They're all from Thoothukudi, but they don't operate their businesses in Thoothukudi. We want a place where we can operate and get better from the place we are itself. Only then I believe we can develop our place. So just tell me an idea of how to, or where to start the ecosystem, or I just got to know they're starting a co-working space in Thoothukudi from Startup TN. But there has to be a place where we start, right? There has to be a seed.
Yeah. See, out of 104, it's like mostly 99% are alive. We have in touch with all the DPIT startups. And with respect to the startup ecosystem, in Killivilam, there is an incubation center. There are more than 150 plus startups over there. That's an ecosystem over there. And I think we are now coming up with one more center where we'll have a co-working space and other things. You can get in touch with us. We will create a community with your circle, and we are doing it in a different way. We have an often hope that we want to create startup hotspots across the state, where if the ecosystem value grows beyond 2,500 crores, it grows organically. We have done it in Madurai and Tirunelveli to an extent, and Kanyakumari. Now we are focusing on Tenkasi and Thoothukudi. We will be doing that also.
And one more thing, thank you, Shiva. See, just reach out to us, because all our events are available hybrid now. Mentoring happens online. So, because as I said, we are present in 37 out of 38 districts, we don't expect entrepreneurs to come to Chennai to engage with us. So we will come to you, meaning if you want you have any specific request, mentoring or anything for that matter, you can come and be part of our personal board, and you can come and, actually you don't have to even come to Chennai to attend any of our events or engage with our speakers and all that. In fact, we organize about 10 to 12 events a month. All those things are available for the entrepreneurs across the state. Reach out to us for any help. We'll be happy to support you in whatever way we can.
And to add one more question you have asked, it's like they are coming here for businesses also, which means it's like their value proposition is to cater the clients in urban area. If your value proposition is to cater the people or the customer segments in Thoothukudi, it will be easier for you to do a business over there. So that can also be a possible answer for that.
Definitely. I really appreciate what Startup TN is doing in a lot of different places in Thoothukudi as well. Thank you so much.
And to answer your question on the number of startups, it is 109. So we just collated this data last evening. So we got this from the government. So it is an official number. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? One last question. Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening. I am Aravindan from Madurai, Mahila India Private Limited. So just I want to understand what are the initiatives taken by Startup Tamil Nadu to inculcate the startup culture with the college students. So as Madam has rightly pointed out, we are facing challenges on the talent acquisition and retention. So because everybody wants to go to Bangalore and Chennai. So what are the initiatives taken? Just I want to understand. Thank you.
Sir, it is like what we are trying to encourage is when they do the, it's like in campus, it is like we are starting campus startups. So we're encouraging them, we are conducting hackathons, we are providing them sessions on how to create their business model, all the trainings to start a startup, one. And then we also support them through our hackathons and then pre-incubation circles to nurture their startup ideas. Second, it is like we are also requesting the education institutions that when they go for a project, they want to do a live project instead of downloading something and come. It's like I was in Madurai Agriculture College where we were supporting, I was part of Madurai Agribusiness Incubation Forum. We identified some 20 students and we gave the students 5,000 rupees each. And we asked them to come up with an idea so that they will implement within the campus. And we have invested in them, and then they have returned the money, and then they have also learned the business. once they are out of college for leave, they started their own business in their hometown. So like this, it's like we are encouraging and we are doing initiatives to nurture the spirit of entrepreneurship among the students in academic institutions.
I'll just add to that, sir. When I was running my company, one of the things that we did actively was to engage with colleges of different types and take interns. So many times you get the interns during their, their summer break or other time, and we pay them also some money. You will actually get suppose you do 10, 20 interns, you'll find 2 or 3 who are actually worth considering for employment full time. So it is possible for us to look at a very structured program instead of depending on others to do it. We ourselves as industry and businesses can go forward and engage with the colleges. You will get excellent talent over a period of time, and you can also get courses sometimes tuned to tell the colleges to make courses attuned. For example, I will not name this MBA institute in Coimbatore. They are doing a lot of work with one particular software company on their software packages, various kinds of packages. When they go out, many companies who are using those software packages prefer these students. They are not fully, you cannot call them an MBA, but the fact is they can use those packages very well. And therefore, they are kind of industry ready. So maybe you can work with those colleges to make them industry ready as per your specifications. That will be a more proactive step.
Thank you so much, panelists. If there are any further questions, we'll take it offline. Thank you so much. I hand over the mic to Paloma now.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists. Requesting Sangeeta to please do the honors and present all our dignitaries on the stage with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to our next panel, Digital Transformation, Startup as a Catalyst for Change. I'd like to begin by inviting our moderator on stage. We have Kunal Shankar, the Deputy Business Editor of The Hindu. And I'd like to take a few moments to properly introduce our panelists. We have with us today Ashwin Desikam, the co-founder and CTO of Atsuya Technologies. Ashwin has over 20 years of work experience across industries such as financial services, logistics, and energy. His passion for engineering to solve problems led him to develop and deliver disruptive innovations for a wide range of industries. He has spearheaded the development of the A1 platform, a self-learning and self-healing AI-enabled platform that enables better management and control of business operations. His efforts are focused towards leveraging the Internet of Things and AI technologies to help businesses achieve sustainability through operational excellence. Welcome, Ashwin. I'd like to invite our next panelist, Puneet Kumar, CPO and co-founder of Rapti HV. Puneet's initial role primarily revolved around validation, which entailed conducting comprehensive analysis, examining vehicle dynamics, and meticulously modeling components. He currently spearheads the vehicle engineering team at Rapti, where his expertise is instrumental in achieving the highest standards of safety and reliability for motorcycles. His passion for vehicles and thrill of building them traces all the way back to his college days. And I'm sure Puneet is going to add some exciting insights to this panel discussion. Welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, rounding out our panel, we have with us today Dr. Thamarinian, Chief Information Officer of Bhawan Cybertech. Just give me a second. He is a founder who's redefined how the world sees Indian manufacturing. He's also the founder and CEO of Frigate, an AI-based cloud manufacturing platform built from Trichy and Coimbatore that now exports to over 18 countries with sales bases in US and Europe. He's known for digitizing the most traditional shop floors without buzzwords, just systems that work. We welcome Dr. Thamarinian to share his insights on how startups are catalyzing real transformation in Indian supply chains. Kunal, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our guests, audience who've been quite enthusiastic for participating in all our sessions. And thank you so much to our panelists for being here. You know, we were trying to brainstorm earlier about what digital transformation means in general. It's such a broad topic. And one thing that I reflected upon as a media person, as a journalist, what this has meant. And I came to think that it has meant different things at different stages, right? 20 years ago, when I entered the profession, it was actually just about getting out of the videotapes to these HD tapes and using software to edit as opposed to you know, using analog editing systems. Of course, 20 years down, we actually are at a point where we can tell an app how to edit and where to edit and probably get it out in a matter of minutes. In fact, a profound change that has happened in our own organizations as media organizations is using a lot of generative AI, so several organizations adapt to it. The Hindu itself, for instance, is a nearly 150-year-old organization. We adapt to it with some trepidation because there are certain things that we believe are very core functions of the products that we give, which is fact-checking, etc. And sometimes we adapt to it quite seamlessly, for instance, just generating SEOs, right? Search engine optimizations, etc. So the three of you now represent, thank you so much, yeah. The three of you now represent three very distinct sectors. I think Ashwin, I can broadly say Atsuya is part of the operational efficiency, energy efficiency sort of sector. Tamir, you are attempting to really transform manufacturing from the bottom up, bring in digitization, etc. We were talking about that. And Puneet, you are, you're in the automobile sector, which is really a subset of the transport sector, which is going through a paradigm shift. We may just be looking at the beginning of the end of petrol and diesel as ways to move us. So these are really sort of paradigmatic shifts that's taking place in all of your sectors. So maybe if I can begin by asking this fundamental question, what does digitization mean for you in your, in operational efficiency? What does that mean?
Hello. Thanks, Kunal. Good evening to all of you, and thank you for this opportunity. See, digital transformation in my field, right? Connected systems, especially if you take manufacturing industry, enterprises to whom we cater to, has existed over the last 3 decades.
Right.
Right? But always all of the data used to be collected, analyzed locally. Right? And that's how efficiency used to be computed, calculated. People used to look at 1%, 2% efficiencies year on year. Right? What the IoT and AI space has enabled today is what we today call as connected personalized intelligence. Right?
Right.
I am able to take data out from any machine, any source of data. It could be a transformer, water meter, air quality in the air, any machine which can talk, or we say we make your machines talk,
Right.
including a CCTV.
So this is interesting. So when you're saying you can collect data from just about any inanimate, sort of, what you're trying to say is data as it's stored in that particular local device can then connect and speak to or correlate with data in another
Absolutely.
to deliver. There may be people who may not quite understand what this is,
Absolutely.
especially when you say Internet of Things. These
Correct.
are,
Correct. No, think a scenario. Let's take this room for instance, right? There's a bunch of air conditioning out here, right? But people are seated in different corners of the room.
Right.
Think if you can regulate the air conditioning in the space based on where actually people are seated.
As opposed to the whole room.
As opposed to the whole room.
Which can save energy.
That can bring about straightforward 10 to 15% of savings of energy for that particular day.
That's fascinating.
Right? That is doable today with the tech which is available to collect this data, with the tech available to process all of this data locally through AI models. AI means it need not be the cloud. Cloud plays a significant role in this whole transformation, but AI can also happen locally. Right. So the combination is what provides you with what end of the day transforms into intelligence and personalization of experience.
Right.
And that's when digital transformation truly happens.
So in a broad manner of speaking, one of the things that you're trying to do is to attempt efficiency across the board, which can be cost saving, which is not immediately visible, but much, it is to be mined.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You would not be able to save something what you don't see.
Right.
What you don't measure.
Right.
How would you be even able to control costs if you don't know what your costs are?
Right.
Right. That's so the very first step in this is to be able to, how effective are you in able to collect this data?
So firstly, understanding the optimal, what is efficiency of each of the services or any utility. Correct. For instance, as you pointed out, air conditioners as a sort of a utility. Fascinating. Okay, so maybe we'll come back to more of this conversation. Tamil, you've been the entrepreneur of Frigate. So firstly, maybe talk a little bit about your company, and manufacturing as a process which is generally seen as a part of an assembly line, which itself is changing, and what you've been doing so far.
See, actually, I'm a product development engineer, basically. So I started way back in 2011 as a part-timer. So hope you've seen, all people seen Tamil film Nanban, right? So
yes.
Those climax student innovations are done by me at that time. So I'm a maker, okay? So that's where I started working for these prototypes, product developments and stuff like that. And even I used to work for corporates as well as, did it as a side hustle. So it was when 2020, during the COVID, I started. Okay, so
yes.
I started because I see there are a lot of spare capacity in the Indian manufacturing space, especially tier 3. Say, for example, take Coimbatore, Rajkot, Jamnagar, and I felt, okay, so I've been working with these suppliers, you can say vendors, you can say for almost 10 years. But the problem for them is like they only used to work with the proximity tier 2 or tier 3 or tier 1 or OEM vendors, predominantly.
Right.
Okay. So
proximity is important.
Exactly. So because they don't know beyond that.
Right. Right.
Okay, because either these entrepreneurs or MSMEs are predominantly worked there before, and they started as a machine shop or shop floor, whatever.
Right.
So my thought process is, why don't we make a platform in such a way that they can onboard themselves, and because there is a huge gap in the supply and demand, right, in the global supply chain, right. So that's my thought process, and we are doing it currently. So we get orders predominantly from exports overseas, those who are looking to come out of China and see India as a manufacturing hub, and we as a single point of contact, we address them by utilizing these factories and make those fulfillments along with the supply chain. So that's what we do, right?
Interesting. So it's not just cost arbitrage that these companies are looking at. It's something more. It's a sort of a transformation of the shop floor.
Exactly. See, the problem is there are two problems mainly. So you need, because these guys will run with 2-3 machines predominantly. They have to pay the EMI. Okay.
Right.
Month on month they have to pay the EMI. If one order is, as one guy has screwed up, then they will be against the wall. Okay.
Right.
That's the first thing. The second thing, they have to utilize the thing. The machine, they have to keep the machines running, up and running. Then only they can make sure that these both are interconnected. The finance and the machine availability is interconnected, and capacity utilization is interconnected.
Right.
So our idea is to give the right set of parts to the right manufacturer. That's what we do within our AI sourcing, AI platform.
Excellent. Okay, I think we need more clarity on a lot of the processes that you do, but maybe we'll get to Puneet and then come back again. Puneet, you're with Rapti. Maybe speak a little bit about Rapti. Of course, it's part of this burgeoning ecosystem of EVs. Tamil Nadu being one of the major hub for a lot of these EV innovations. So speak a little bit about it. And I also did read up on the on your company's website that you've attempted to, or at least you claim that you've solved this problem of non-standardization of charging. You've said that you can use the charger to just about the motorbike that Rapti produces to just about charge from cars to car chargers to the bike as well. So maybe give us a sense of what you're doing and what digitization within this also means. Yeah.
Right. So first of all, good evening everyone, and thank you for the opportunity as well. So just to set context, right? So we at Rapti, what we do, so first of all, we are an electric two-wheeler manufacturer, and our biggest moat has been our high voltage technology, and our first product is a motorcycle that can compete with the 300cc petrol powered motorcycles in the market currently.
Right.
So to get into this particular segment, right? So currently, if you're looking, even in the global market, there are not a lot of players, and the biggest challenge over there was the subcomponent ecosystem, and that is where we wanted to step in. And our moat is this high voltage technology, and we have designed, developed, and manufactured all the PCBs, the electronics, and the electrical systems that get into it from ground up right here in Chennai, right? So so what?
So you still have to import the batteries from China.
Yeah, I think that's all. That's there, right? Yeah. So I think still probably there are still a lot of components that you will have to import from China, but there's still scope, right, within India that you can still do. There are components that people still depend for the technology, right? So here, if you're looking at the product, but something when you're talking about the digitization. Digitization is not just about the software or the final, the program that you give to the end user. There needs to be an infrastructure that can enable digitization, and that is what we are trying to do with all the components that we have been manufacturing, right? So if you have to implement something called as a connected vehicle solution, you need to have components, you need to have equipments, and you need to have sensors in your vehicle that can collect information and send it to your centralized server that can process this information, that can give insights to the user, that can make a change. So for all those things to happen, you do need to collect a lot of information. That is going to time. But the first step for that is developing the infrastructure, and that's what we have been trying to do for the last 5 years.
Right. Okay, great. So startups as catalysts for digitization is what we're talking about. So, Ashwin, you just spoke about the kind of work that you do. When you approach, say, a legacy institution, and you sort of sell the concept of operational efficiency, you say, look, we just spoke about energy, which seems to be the easiest, at least and the most tangible for people to get. We are in the summer, and we're going to be facing heat waves, and all our electricity charges are going to go up. So when you go to a company, how do you sell it? What do you say? What is, because it can almost feel very esoteric. I can digitally transform your operations. How do you sell it?
So my pitch is very simple, right? What I go tell my customers is I provide you connected personalized intelligence with 8.33% progress in their operational efficiency.
With an 8.33% progress.
Right? Now, what I mean by progress is few things. I tell them I can give you a 8.33% in savings in your energy bill. Right. That could be one.
Yeah.
It could be 8.33% improvement in your operations. Right. Because, see, fundamentally, why does all of this happen? In every use case we have done so far, touchwood, we have been able to do far more than the number I'm basically saying. Right?
So 8.33 is maybe a baseline.
8.33 is a baseline, but 8.33 is also a magical number, right? We are all used to saying, if I do 12 months of a subscription, I get 1 month free.
Yeah.
8.33 is that.
Right. I see. Okay. Okay, go on.
Right? So that's basically the starting point of the conversation. Then comes understanding the customer's environment, their use case. For example, we work across multiple segments, right? We work across manufacturing, we are there in retail, we are there in supply chain logistics because we manage the largest number of cold rooms today, working with quick commerce and all your meat retailers and distributions, etc., right? Each one has a different problem. How you optimize for temperature, how you optimize for energy, finally comes back to every business finally comes back to cost.
Yeah.
If you're able to help your customer, partner with them and help them deliver savings on their cost,
yeah,
right? Then they are there to work along with you for years together to be able to find out newer ways to optimize their process.
Right. So it's actually really, you need to begin a relationship that lasts longer to be able
absolutely
to really deliver results.
Absolutely.
Right?
So
and to understand your point, the point that you made, which I think it took me a minute, because usually when it is 1 month of, I was just thinking of my, as the subscription model we offer, 12 months and then 1 month free. Usually we don't quite factor in that 1 month free. We sort of like say, okay, but that's just a marketing thing. It's not really the 13-month being free. We don't see it as a savings.
Correct.
That's the point you're trying to make.
Correct. So if you're able to save that cost of that additional month, right, and you keep adding on to everything you do from an operational standpoint, right? Because see, one, you get access to data. Second, on top of it, you're getting a return on your investment earlier. 3, with all of this data, you can start looking at how to make rest of my business operations, right, efficient. Classic example with the data we process today. Think about how you can bring maintenance, operations, and quality on a same platform.
Right.
Right? The moment all the 3 of them are in the same platform, you not just achieve 8%, you achieve a far higher percentage efficiency in your business operations today.
So when you go to it, what is the challenges you face? How do companies react to it?
The biggest challenge which we faced across the years, but I think the companies are far more receptive today. Initially, it used to be the cloud.
Right? The cloud.
The cloud, because we are a cloud first or a cloud only platform, first and foremost, right? We make our hardware, we make all of these data communicate, we form our own communication networks, right? We solve the challenge of how do I acquire this data and basically make this data talk to you. But the moment you say cloud, folks think that their data is getting lost, right? So the whole perception that cloud is bad in many cases or not very secure because of instances we have seen, right?
Right.
Sometimes puts fundamental blocks in companies' mind that, oh, maybe my customers or my competitors may know a little bit more about me, right? So how do we help them to understand that whatever you're taking up as a platform is safe and secure?
Right.
Right? That helps to break the ice.
Right. So winning trust over...
Win trust over the customer with what they are observing and things like that. I'll give you a classic example. It relates back to your early question, right? One of the biggest digitization exercises which happened in India, apart from all of us know UPI and all of that, something which happened during COVID, and it was a phenomenal transformation which led to Chennai being the best managed city during COVID, was actually a digital transformation platform
of the
Corporation of Chennai, which they used in order to get to every patient.
The emergency management system.
Emergency management system, which the Corporation of Chennai had. I had a little part to play because we were basically powering that from the back. Right? But we knew that there was no ambulance problems across the 3 waves.
Yes.
Ambulances were parked based on data, right? The services to all the patients within every hospital within the Chennai, especially the government hospitals, happened because of digital data.
Right.
Right? And getting to the patient was the most fastest exercise which Chennai could do. They could actually get to someone in 30 minutes time.
Right. And this would have not happened if the sort of metadata through digitalization had
Absolutely.
not been deployed.
Prior to a platform like this coming into play, it took 48 hours to get to a patient.
Yes.
Right? And that is where panic spread.
Right.
And the moment data was available to the city, right, and they being able to mobilize folks to be able to give better service back to the citizens, right, help transform Chennai to very efficiently manage
Triaging that took place,
Absolutely.
which was not happening in Delhi, for instance. That's a very good, very tangible example of what you have achieved. Okay, Tamil, when we discussed, when we were in our prep conversation, one of the things that you pointed out was how the challenges with MSMEs. Of course, as we know, India is home to the second largest MSME community in the world. 40% of our exports are from, MSMEs. What's the challenge?
Actually, it's the mindset. So as Ashwin rightly said, so because he predominantly may be working with enterprise tier 1, tier 2 customers. We work with tier 4, tier 3 customers, suppliers, or the supply end, because we supply to enterprises, OEMs and tier 1. So the problem with them, it's not a problem, it's all about the mindset. And let's see, it's cat and a mouse game they play daily. Okay, right? So they have
because of the margins.
Exactly. So because Indian manufacturers, so you are in Detroit of India, right? Right. You are in Chennai, right? So we have close to 10 SIP cards here, and most of them, as I said in the first answer, so they predominantly work for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So they crush the margins. Predominantly, they crush the margins. They don't even have time to think beyond that. Okay. So first, that's the first question, because to do something, because their job is to read the drawings, quote, and get the orders.
Right.
Okay.
So they probably view what you bring to the table as an added expense.
Exactly. Yeah. They think that that's definitely an added expense, because in manufacturing, your gross probably would be maximum, if you push, it would be 12-13%.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And especially if you supply to automotive, it reduces even to 8-7%, and net you will be having maximum 2-3%.
Right.
That's the real scenario right now in Indian manufacturing. So with that, so how come they can go digital beyond what their OEM, because they serve predominantly to maximum 2-3 customers, and that too within the proximity.
So there's an entire layer of, sorry to interject, an entire layer of maybe educating about the MSME sector about the advantages of digitization.
Exactly.
Is
Educate. See, what I can say is, it's not about doing operational thing and doing stuff. I believe in taking them global to work, because digitization is not about doing the operations right. So you have to get you have to prove your position right.
Right.
So digitally you have to use all these medias, and you have to say you are this type of a company to the, you have to become a global brand, because that is where their margins can be added.
Can raise.
You have to think beyond. For example, if a supplier is from Jamnagar, Jamnagar is India's brass world, right? So
yes.
And the same component cannot be manufactured in Chennai for the same cost, right?
Right.
So we have to think beyond. So there is a tier 1 supplier, tier 1 manufacturer who might need that brass parts. So that guy, without supplying to that proximity only to the Jamnagar, has to come here down south to sell to this manufacturer, to this OEM, to ensure their margins are high. So that's how we have to. So my idea is to do lots of propaganda about what they are doing, use lots of digital medias and promote themselves, and that's the first thing, because at the end of the day, if they do again coming back to your question, so if they do operation efficiency and increase using digital, there won't be much of a benefit for them. But the idea is to get the cash flow right, so and make sure from that they can, because cash is the king, right?
So then it is more of a policy issue, isn't it? Then the government probably needs to step in. I mean, Because for MSMEs, working capital, capital investment, everything is an issue. I mean,
Exactly.
it's a very, so there's at once probably a policy intervention which is also required. I mean, this is probably the right space to talk about it.
So, yep, policy, yes, but the thing is, even if you implement any policy, you have to get the feedback from the MSMEs themselves, because it's not about just now, just like that, you can implement the policy and make them follow, right?
Right.
You have to, there has to be a feedback loop in each and every layer, whether it is working, because all the policies won't be working for all the MSMEs or SMEs, say. For example, this PLI scheme has been there, right?
Yes.
So the tier 3 vendor or tier 4 vendor cannot use PLI.
A PLI
because they
scheme.
don't have that much investment, right? So that's how. So there has to be a structured format for each and every sector.
Yeah,
based on their revenue. So that is how
Right.
it should be benefited. All the layers from top to bottom will be benefited.
Yeah, the threshold under the PLI scheme
Exactly,
is
yeah.
way too high for. Okay, Puneet. Challenges. I mean, I think as your company says, one of the challenges that you've tried to address is range anxiety. But what are the other and also what does digitization mean in the transport sector as a challenge?
So coming to the first point, right? So when you're talking about range anxiety, so I think this was something that me and Ashwin are also discussing, just before it started. So there are two aspects to it, right? So one, when people are asking about range anxiety, they expect, like people have that form factor hangover, using your petrol engines for a very long time. So when you're talking about recharging or like refueling your petrol-powered cars or bikes, it takes, it's a matter of few minutes where you just go to the petrol station, you just put in the petrol, and then you just get started. So that is what people are expecting. And but unfortunately, the problem which is there with your electric vehicles is the charging time is very high. So
BYD seems to say that they've
yeah.
solved that. The
Exactly. So
Super
that's,
E-platform.
Yeah, so that's exactly the trend that we'll have to work in, right? So, but unfortunately, a lot of people over here, instead of working on the charging technology, people are looking to expand their battery packs. People
Right.
are going, like bigger size battery packs, which is eventually going to affect the performance of the vehicle, the cost of the vehicle, and also how the vehicle handles, right? So this is, so when you're coming to two-wheelers or especially motorcycles, doing that is going to be a huge disadvantage for the user. So if I'm going to put a bigger battery pack, it means a more heavier motorcycle, which is more difficult to handle. So, this is where our technology also comes in, where, like we are working on a high voltage platform. So we are the only, like motorcycling company in India that operates at a voltage, like over 200 volts. So this, so what this enables is, like our motorcycles can be charged in all the like fast charging DC stations, which are like already been implemented across India. So with a higher voltage, what you can do is the charging can be done a lot more faster. So our motorcycle, you can go from 20 to 80% of charging in about 36 minutes. So maybe this is not as good as BYD, but we are still trying to get there, right? So that that is going to take some time. But as the electric vehicle space itself, right? So when people are talking about range anxiety, the best way to solve it is by having a better charging infrastructure than like making your vehicle like last or run longer in a single charge, right? So putting bigger battery packs isn't going to solve the issue. Maybe the battery technology, right? So battery technology with the volume that you have, with the given volume, the energy density, right? So if you have better energy density, that too works. So these are the technology that we have to work in instead of like just packing in more cells. And
yeah, but I mean, digitization in transport is much more than that, isn't it?
So digitization is a completely like a different aspect, right? So digitization, when you're talking about in the automotive sector, in
the automotive sector,
in the automotive sector, digitization again is going to be in two different forms. So one is when you're talking about the manufacturing, the line setup, the production itself, where people talk about your Industry 4.0 and the IoTs, where the manufacturing can be automated. But currently at the scale that we have just a semi-automated setup. So that is not something that we have dwelled into yet. But where we come in is the connected vehicle space. So the vehicle control unit that the cars or the two-wheelers they'll be having, so they can collect a lot of information from the vehicle, right? So that can help in understanding how the vehicles are performing, and in the customer's point of view, right? So that will help you understand how your vehicle is performing. So if at all there's going to be some failure, right? So you can do something like predictive maintenance, where you'll be able to understand the trends of the data that you're collecting, and you'll be able to inform the customer if something is going to go wrong. And you'll also be able to analyze how the user or the customer is using the product, right? So are they using it in a very lenient manner, or are they using it in a very harsh manner? So that can help even, like in terms of the service cost.
Yeah.
So if a person who has been taking good care of the product, as a company, I know there is, it's safe to bet on that particular person to use the product properly, and maybe in terms of the service costs and other things, you can give it as a subsidized price, right? So this is how the digitization is going to affect. So so the digitization, not just on the product side, but also, like you have your vehicle to infrastructure, your vehicle to charging. There are a lot of other things that you can do with this platform.
Yeah.
So for that, you need a lot of other players or a lot of other industries also, that needs to develop along with it, so that you can, establish that communication between device to device, right? So say something like your charging stations also, something similar to your FASTag. So if you just go there, you already have an identity to the car, with which you're crossing your highways. So similarly, that can be used to charge your vehicle, or say suppose you have to make some other payment for your vehicle, right?
Oh,
so,
I see.
So that is how you can connect your motorcycle, or like for that matter any other vehicle, right, to the infrastructure. So this is how your digitization is going to be enabled, right? And we have to look
enabled charging.
Yeah, exactly. So so the correlation is going to be something similar to how we went from a feature phone to a smartphone. The amount of capability that your phone now has is phenomenal growth, right? So over the last 10-15 years,
Close to a computer.
yeah, exactly. So that's how the mobility space is also going to change with digitization. There is a lot of scope to it, but I think we are in the starting stage of it. And at this point of time, the best thing that you can do is make sure your vehicle has the hardware capability to adapt to whatever, like technological improvements that other industries are coming up with.
So there's more fundamental hardware changes. That
Exactly, yeah.
I'll begin with you again on this. This is, especially with digitization and automation, one of the elephants in the room is job loss. Job loss. There are these major fears of course, Rapti is already an EV, but there are more and more automobile companies, legacy companies, which are transitioning to electric vehicles. And as you were just talking about, the electric powertrains are pretty advanced at the level of automation, and shop floor numbers are far fewer. How does the sector address that as a challenge, and how do you answer to that question? Are jobs being made redundant, or are jobs being created elsewhere? And even if, is there an acknowledgement, for instance, that this is going to be a painful transition?
So, so in terms of job opportunities, right? So people look for challenging jobs, like whatever they are interested in, like if they want to get, if they have the opportunity to challenge themselves and like perform over there too. So when you're looking at our company, right? So at Rapti, the average age of our employees is around 23, 24 years. So we are a company that predominantly we have employed fresh graduates coming right out of college, and it is with that bunch of people that we've been able to.
You definitely don't represent the set that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So no, I'm just telling there is a possibility for change, right?
Yes.
So
no, most certainly, yeah.
So and the reason for something like this to happen is because there is a necessity to develop new technology.
Right.
So when you're talking about your traditional OEs, right? So all the other automotive makers, they have a set formula that had worked for them. Like so if you're looking at the Indian two-wheeler market, like we are the global leaders. Like compared to people around the world, the numbers and the revenue that we have, it's the highest. So
Yeah.
they have cracked the formula, and they know what is the technology that works for them to grow. And now, when you're talking about a technological shift, so that is where you can create more opportunities, right? So, and I think for us, that's been the advantage. So like people, so we have been able to create more opportunities because, there is a lot of relearning that has to happen,
Yeah.
and you need people to put in that effort. So also, the capability also is there, right? So in terms of people who are coming in, you will have to train them in what is actually needed.
Yeah.
So that
There's
is
an
where
entire set of people who need to be trained on an entire new technology of servicing that technology,
Exactly.
etc. Don't get me wrong. That wasn't meant to be a very tough question. I actually have an Ather bike. I don't have a Rapti, but I own an Ather, and I really enjoy riding it. So I'm all for the technology. I'm just looking at the positives and the negatives of the shift, as a journalist from a distance. If Tamil, maybe you spoke about Industry 4.0, digitizing. He just spoke about how new skill sets need to be acquired. Is there a skill gap? Even among entrepreneurs, is there a sort of an understanding gap of the benefits? And can that be addressed through skilling programs or through through the technical institutes? There's a whole sprawling technical institute infrastructure that Tamil Nadu has, that India has, and academics have pointed out that the gap between those who exit from that and join the workforce are actually quite large in terms of. So is there something that is an opportunity which can help manufacturing digitization?
So to answer your question, so it's pretty tough to start a manufacturing industry, to be honest.
Right.
Okay, so because it's, as you rightly said, in the first itself, it's a grey collar job. Your hands has to be greasy, because you just now you might have finished, because Rapti might have, because they've been doing it for 5 years. Because I've been following them since E-Card Tangal, right now they are in, so I know the stage, because product development is not easy. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to have the tenacity, first of all. So, and you have to have the financial backup as well, because these things, seeing out, it can be glowing. Okay.
Yeah.
But once you pitch in, then the reality hits you, slaps in your face directly.
Yeah.
Okay. But especially in the manufacturing, it's directly proportional, right? You can easily get the failures. So my idea is to get things done. So if you are good at something, for example, I always believe if you are a product developer or if you are a manufacturing engineer or whatever, maybe do it for the globe. Don't focus only on India, because to crack an Indian market is pretty tough.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is an always opportunity those who are getting it from China, because the things are right now, you can say 150% tariff, right? But India, it's only still 9% to 28%. Okay. So there is a huge market is there still, but the idea is to leverage what you can on the demand side, what you can serve on the demand side. Think on the demand side, and you then do the supply and you develop the product. But it has to match your capability as well. So we have to mind map all those stuffs and do things.
So in reality, one of the things that you're trying to suggest is, even within manufacturing, the way services were contracted out, manufacturing can be contracted out.
That's what we do, right?
To improve efficiency. So like 3D printing of designs, etc. So like give a tangible sort of understanding of what's happening. I mean, that's what I'm trying to.
Okay, so think Frigate as an example, I can say, because we don't own any of the facility.
Right.
Okay? We don't own any facility. We are an asset-light model. Okay, but we
don't own any of the manufacturing plants, for instance.
Nothing.
Right.
Okay. Right. So, but while onboarding, we collect close to 900 data points.
Right. Of the company.
Exactly. So we really know them before. Okay. Even they know them. Okay.
Right.
So these guys can do, because take example, a same machine can do two different items, right? But sometimes for that machine, only one item can be done in a much better way.
Right.
So we understand that because, so for Indian manufacturers, they always have the ego. So now panniyalam sir. But at the end of the day, because he might know, because he might have developed lots of products, right? So, but at the end of the day, it's all about OTD. You can't get, because Indian manufacturers don't value time. Okay.
Right.
So they'll screw up at the end of the day. So what we are solving is to give the right set of components that guy can manufacture. For example, even a CNC machine shop, we have 3-4 types of CNC, like we have 50 types of different types of CNC machines. All can do different types of machines, components, right? So our job is to identify that's what we have built AI platform. So if you upload the drawing or design, so this will say, our platform will say this is the right guy to do that. With respect to finance, the proximity, the capability, the capacity, and the right availability as well. So these things we take it as an example and we serve. So the idea is, yes, so we are competing with China, right? But before 2 years, if I say I am competing with China, I cannot. But right now, I am very brave enough to say that we are exporting to 18 countries right now, and we cannot compete in all the aspects with respect to China. But in some aspects, in sub-assembly, not sub-assembly components. For example, you cannot compete with lithium directly, or even chips directly, because China and Taiwan, and they are chip makers, right? But still, Indian manufacturers have the capability if we take subcontracting and
as a sort of a model.
Exactly. So we have 5 to 6 like a consortium for a particular product, and even I can get you a use case. For example, this is a wallet. Okay, so this was a company called Groove Life where we are supporting them. Okay, so this is been made in Vietnam and China before. Okay, but right now we are doing it from India. Okay, so the idea is after COVID things has changed.
Right.
Okay. Right. So they started looking for China plus one option. So that's what I am coming back to your question. Indian manufacturers has to have that tenacity to make sure that they are capable. They have to have that mindset first.
I suppose one of the things that they would want to, there is this proprietary element in manufacturing, isn't it? They might feel that they're letting go of that proprietary manufacturing process when they are handing it over to you. So that's a sort of a challenge that you need to...
but things are changing because, most of the Indian, let's say Chennai or Tamil Nadu as an example, most of the big tier 1 or tier 2 is run by family offices. Like it's like more of 1 or 2 generations, right? From take Coromandel or TVS or whatever it is. But the first gen entrepreneurs, their mindset is different. Okay, they know what is there because there is no harm in giving the designs, or there is no harm in giving the data to them. So there is not at all a problem because the idea or the data is nothing right now. If we don't do execution, data is everywhere right now. It's all about how we utilize and how we capitalize over that.
So would you call that operational efficiency?
Broadly, yes, but end of the day, look at how are you using the data, right? See, what is he trying to do? To a large extent, he's like an app store.
Let's say he actually has a machine and he contracts 2 manufacturers. He can use the same machine which one manufacturer would have used only for one function.
Absolutely.
I think he's trying to say that.
He is providing that efficiency inherently.
Right.
But his fundamental job is being able to create capacity for the world by leveraging manufacturers who probably would not have been able to reach to that customer. So effectively, if you look at digitization from that perspective, he is marketing for all these MSMEs.
Right, which might not have had that sort of a global market
Absolutely.
access.
A smaller guy sitting in some corner of, let's say, Tamil Nadu would not have been able to reach out to a customer sitting in Europe. Whereas he, with his capacity, is able to take up a larger job, spread it across to multiple folks, right? But finally still get that whole part delivered and sent across to the customer. So he's technically increasing their business by giving them marketing opportunity. He's marketing for them by being the platform, allowing them to digitally leverage him.
Right.
And getting them a new customer.
Fantastic. See, I'm completely out of time. We just have like a couple of minutes. I'm really sorry. The floor is open for question and answers. I think it's been a very insightful conversation. Thank you, Ashwin, Puneet, and Tamir for this conversation. Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, hello. So, you are winning or you might win a deal against established players, right? So I want to I'm curious to know what are the marketing strategies to be visible in the market. What do? You do a basic traditional marketing strategies or how is it? Because you're competing against, it's like a David versus Goliath story, right? So what do you do from the marketing perspective?
You're asking me, sir? You're asking me, right? Okay, so I'll answer this because I love marketing. So, see, the idea is to see. It's not about marketing. So you cannot sell. For me, people should come to you. Okay, it's not about because people buy only if there is a need, right? So especially in manufacturing, so it's all about trust. It's a B2B because he is giving your IP to you, right? And you are getting it done. So the thing is, you have to very clear about because sometimes people see us as a trader, and we accept that. That's yeah. Actually, we may be okay. So in some aspects, right? But the idea is to, as he rightly said, we are see if the trust is the main thing. So to give the trust, you need to make sure that all these things have the use. You have to have the use cases predominantly. For example, this guy has given the order means okay because this is his IP. Okay, this guy because we have ISO 18001. Okay, so we have that thing which we cannot go. We have the policy there because all this has to be implemented within the MSME or whatever it is. So that is how you have to get the trust first of all, and you have to make sure that related kind of activities which is what buyer needed. So then only he can get you the trust and initial days it will be very tough. You have to get those first 2-3 labels, big labels, for example. So we supply to Adani, we supply to Reliance, we supply to L&T, we supply to Tata Projects. So that kind of labels definitely help, especially if you are in the global market.
Just to add to that, to answer your question, sir, in our case, we do a lot of traditional marketing, right? We have a lot of foot on street. Plus, we also reach out to customers both through emails, through online digital social media, simply because it still allows us, but most important is you should know who you want to target in the customer side. Just sending a blanket email or blanket info doesn't help. As long as you know who you are reaching out to, then you have a better chance of actually getting an entry into the customer.
So you do a targeted marketing?
Absolutely. Any marketing has to be targeted.
So I want to just, from Puneet,
yeah.
So what do you do?
See, in terms of marketing, for us, it's entirely different, right? So we don't have the necessity to market our technology as such because for us, at the end of the day, it's about marketing our product. It's the motorcycle. And our customers are, like anyone and everyone who drives a two-wheeler is still our customer. So again, over there, in terms of the product, it's always going to be about the looks, the aesthetics, and the performance, right? So that is what is going to matter to the customer at the end of the day. The technology is what is going to make it competitive with other products, and like if we can make it more cost effective or not. So again, so in terms of marketing, it's not it's not the technology that we essentially have to market. It's just the product, in terms of the looks, the aesthetics. That is going to be the major thing for us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is why, see, suppose I want to buy a motorcycle and why I should buy yours instead of either. So obviously there should be some visibility, right? So what do you do for that, right? You see, as a layman, I'm an engineer, so I might be knowing the technology, right? So as a layman who wants to buy a motorcycle, what do you do to attract the customer?
So that comes to the features, right? So something like the charging time is the biggest factor that we try to market. So in terms of the product, again, so our bike can go, 150 kilometers of range in a single charge, right? So when you're able to charge in about 30 to 40 minutes, you'll be able to, travel around 80 kilometers in 30 minutes of charging time, right? So these are the kind of points that we try to market. But On the other aspect, again, so at the end of the day, it's about the product only, right? So like, why do people buy two-wheelers? It's, like there's an emotional attachment also to it. And that is the sentiment that we try to sell more than the technology, right? So how the vehicle is going to perform, how it's to the user, like what all capabilities the product has. So
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead. If you can introduce yourself and your name and the organization you represent.
I'm Ravi. I'm from Dhobiji. So as many of you are digitalizing different industry, I'm trying to digitalize the laundry services and dry cleaning services, and trying to create the tech to manage their operations, mainly what you are doing, Ashwin. So how they can manage their operations, manage the quality, because we have seen the industry, many startups coming in and dying because they were not able to manage the quality and then the customer satisfaction. So while doing that, this is one thing which I want to know from Ashwin especially, like when you go and tell for the first time to any business that I'm trying to capitalize you, help you, early days I'm trying to understand, when you have a proof of data, proof of concept, customer telling, yes, he has helped me to minimize my cost by 8.33%. But when you get first early 100 customers or 10 customers, what was the challenges you have faced? And how did you manage to get that first 10 customer?
See, it is still the same, irrespective of it is the first customer, 100th customer, because again, it depends on the market, right? In India, even if I'm going to refer the largest customer of mine and tell them that they are using it, right? The first answer you would get it, I would like to try it in my place, right? So the way we can win over the customer, we do two things, right? I don't do a free pilot or a free POC. There is nothing free, right? Even a tea, coffee, you have to buy, basically you have to pay for it, correct? So all I tell my customer with confidence that my tech works, right? Or our process works, right? Is I am happy to return back your money in case you're not satisfied with the results of what we are taking up as an activity, right? It has to be a timed activity with a specific milestone, right? It could be for 10 days, 15 days, 1 month, whatever be the duration which they agree to, right? Agree on the amount, right? Collect it, go show them what you can do, right? If they are satisfied, they are going to continue. If not, you know for a fact, you can return that money. You know, you can write it down as what went wrong, learn your lesson and move forward. That's fundamentally how we look at it, right? And this is something we learned over time. We made the mistakes of doing free POCs. The challenge with these kind of things, especially in an efficiency space, is how do you measure a baseline, right? You could say you have to do X amount of things, or let's say 10 things in order to save, right? The customer will say, hey, I've learned all these 10 things. I don't need you anymore. That's a mindset which we fundamentally have, right? But what they will start realizing once they kind of not have a platform or have this data is from the 11th day, they will go back to their old habits, because old habits die hard, right? And it is also in a place, this is just to add to a point of how AI or digital is going to bring in disruption, right? I just wanted to touch upon that also in this here. Look at how we waste resources today, right? You take an airport, you take a mall. You have a turnstile, you have that opener, right? You have a guy sitting in front of it to press a button. Everyone in this country is smart enough to press that button and collect that coin, right? You don't need someone to sit there. We believe that labor is cheap. It is not. Rather, we could spend that time cross-skilling them or upskilling them, right? And that will bring in the change. Today, the power of AI is such that you could actually today have conversations with things like Copilot, right? Which can, you would be fascinated. I was actually talking to Kunal and we were trying it out, right? It can actually do this entire panel moderation by itself, right? That is the power of AI today. And how it can be leveraged is how industry, it could be for colleges, it could be for anyone wanting to use tech, right? Use it as a lever to learn, right? And apply it back in their job. That way, you are also upping your skill level and you are making yourself capable to go and find the next job when it presents itself, right? And that's how you are able to push and be ready for the next thing.
All right, I think that's all we have time for. Well, thank you so much, the three of you again, for this excellent, insightful conversation. For those who have more questions, they can take it off the stage. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kunal, for the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists, requesting Kunal to please do the honors and present them with a token of our appreciation. Can we give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our fireside chat. Democratizing retail, how AI is empowering businesses of all sizes. I'd like to call upon John Xavier, the editor of technology for The Hindu, who will be taking this session forward. And I'd like to take a few moments to introduce our esteemed guest for this session. With over 3 decades of experience, he is the esteemed CEO of Pathfinder, a trailblazer in retail intelligence, consulting, and solutions. Under his visionary leadership, Pathfinder has not only pioneered, but also secured its position as a domain leader in the industry. He is a leader in entrepreneurship, product ideation, business formation, and strategic market entry. His keen insights and innovative strategies have consistently maintained Pathfinder's status as a market leader. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Sadiq Ahmed, CEO of Pathfinder. Can we have a big round of applause? John, over to you.
Hi. I think jumping from B2B to retail is a little difficult, but let me start off this way that how many of you all are using cash to transact now? Okay, that's 2. How many use cards when you buy something at the store? Okay, how many of you use GPay or your phones? So that's the kind of change that's happened in the way you're buying and you're selling. So the basis level of commercialization that I think of is in terms of retailing. So that is about to change significantly from the ideas like phygital, where a lot of big stores are moving into applications and small ones are going into dark stores. So a lot of change is happening in terms of retail. So today I thought I'm talking to Sadiq to get an understanding of how this whole system has changed from a typical brick and mortar style to mall culture into what we now sort of call phygital. And then we kind of, go a little more deeper into how he's using some of the recent techniques on AI and the GPT revolution on, how he's building products. So that's the idea. Welcome, Sadiq.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having us here. Well, retail has evolved over the years, the main driver is the consumer. There are too many moving parts in today's consumer. Right from the days when we know retail was, it used to be purely brick and mortar. But technology and lifestyle changes, the consumer has evolved into a different ecosystem right now. The primary purpose of buying is convenience, and then the availability of discounts and promotions available, the discovery of lifestyle needs, and then the speed at which it can be executed, and the way I can now look at an item. Probably it is available in a GK2 market in South Delhi. I can order and get it delivered next day. The speed at which how the stores are navigating, the whole dynamics of a consumer behavior has changed. So what has actually happened, let us take a particular example of the most spoken subject of quick commerce. Why quick commerce became such a big success? Not because the companies came in and they did something, it is because the consumer has changed and he embraced convenience so heavily that they became an overnight success because they were able to feed the need of the consumer's convenience aspect in a way that they could have the entire buying seamless. Now, what has actually happened on the other side is the usual retail, the traditional retail, have forgotten to keep pace with the ever-changing need of a consumer. So those retailers who saw the change happening and they planned their progress in that direction, they kept improvising their customer experiences, and they really moved the business to the next level. But traditional retail is, as we see, suffering. The reason for suffering is because the gap has widened now. So unless something really miraculously comes to their rescue in a way that they can catch up with the moving needs of the consumer, they would be perished. So this is a classic example that we're talking about. And today it's not about, COVID also taught a lot of lessons to our retail ecosystem. That was the time when retailers realized they should have known their consumers. Because today, traditional retailers know only when the customer steps into his premise. Only the footfall happens, they know who the consumer is inside. But they don't know his behavior. They don't know when he will come next. So today, tech has come to such an extent, I can predict who's going to be my consumer today. Who will be coming to buy what this weekend. So to that extent, this technology has evolved, but adoption is not there. The adoption is not there purely because of, I would say primarily because the availability of tech is limited, or the cost of embracing is high, and it is always looked at, let somebody do, and then I'll follow. The herd mentality is also a reason why not much of innovation is seen, especially in the retail space.
Right. So when you say the embracing technology is not happening, you're talking about individual stores, or you're talking about generally through which people are connecting with their local stores?
No, a local store, there's nothing. They have, the biggest change is they have a point of sale. That's about it. They don't know who the consumers are. But COVID taught a few lessons. People started using WhatsApp, created groups, started reaching out. At least, sir, can I have your phone number? They start sending some SMSs. That at least started, but that's not enough.
But what's happening now? Now with this, you're also having these quick commerce stores like Zepto. The interesting thing that I saw about Adit Palichas, how this young kid actually goes and finds out. How do you find out some place in Mumbai, and start a small store and start selling products in 10 minutes. Slowly the idea is also picking up that should all these kirana stores or mom and pop stores should become dark stores or not. So how do you look at that idea?
See, let me tell you, quick commerce has always been traditionally in the ecosystem. Your neighborhood stores were the original quick commerce agents. They were the people who were servicing your neighborhood needs. They were the people who were delivering at your homes. But they lost it because they didn't change, they didn't keep pace with the changing needs of the consumer. So now that was picked up by the new engines, the new platforms, who understood sitting in one place, they can actually, understand the consumer needs, give them what they, feed them with what they want. The dark store concept is again, a few stores may get benefited because of that, but the entire, by and large, the entire fraternity will suffer. So what happens is, let's say in a community of say 1,000, 2,000 stores, one dark store will be there for one of these brands. What happens to the remaining 99% of the retailers? What will they do? So unless they have either they have to up the game, deliver the same convenience, deliver the same level of tech, convenience and offerings to the consumer, only then they can be in the game. And that's what the new tech is all about. It has the ability to democratize technology to such an extent, adoption becomes simpler, and they can, within a short span of time, in few days, they can become heads-on, offering the same level of experience, the same level of convenience to the consumer. Now, one more interesting thing is, you must have noticed and observed, most of these online platforms are now also having a physical store. You know why? Because experiential buying will never die. You may, for convenience comes in staple needs, things that you know what you want, but experiential buying will always be there. So, what is the solution now? Phygital is the solution. The retailer has to be both physically and digitally available. The commerce is not e-commerce, it's phygital commerce.
Right. It's very interesting that you have brought up that idea, because the Vietnamese coffee, I never knew until this whole Zepto thing comes. I go and place an order, and then I get one additional pop-out saying that, if you ordered this time, you can get one coffee. You want to take it. So I ended up drinking a Vietnamese coffee at 10 o'clock in the night. So I would not have drank that otherwise. But then later on, I get to know that Zepto is also planning to open up cafes around the place. And the other interesting thing is I go shopping for clothes. And then this is in West Side. In West Side, there is the shopping floor assistant comes and tells me to download the West Side app and buy the same product when I'm in the same store on the app, so I get a discount. So there are two things happening. So one is the established people are wanting as hard as they can to get into the digital space, and those who are just coming out also want to get a slice of the pie in the physical. So that's a very interesting...
You've answered it all, because that's how the consumer is. He wants digital when he requires convenience. When he wants experience, he is physical. So the future of retail is phygital, because the same brand should seamlessly know who his consumer is, and when he wants to order online, he has to service him, and when he comes to the store, he should know what he has to offer him. So that's going to be the future, and any tech that's going to support the phygital behavior of the consumer, that's what is going to win. And that's where the whole world is going to look at the future of retail.
So how will personalization look in that scenario? And also the fidelity of the customer, right? I mean, the customer is also not going to be that loyal to every brand.
There's no loyalty. Loyalty is just a gimmick. Now, what is driven by a consumer is instant gratification. What do you get now? I spend 50,000 on shopping for a wedding. What do I get now? That's how the world is today. Now, let me give a very interesting example. Let's say, for example, let's say West Side, your favorite store. Let's just give an example, yeah? Let's say there is a size, your size, and if the AI now can know that you always like white or light pastel color shirts, and there is one size of a particular design available on the shelf. Now, you will not buy it till you don't go to the store and check the counter that it's on sale for yourself. But what the tech can do is, it can tell you and communicate, hey, there is one particular piece lying in this store which you may like. Shall I get it for you? So the AI is now, for the storekeeper, he is not sitting on dead inventory. He is able to now push that inventory to a consumer who will buy. That's the level of hyper-personalization we're talking about what AI can bring. So which means only if you had the time, only if probably you were going out on a weekend, and only when you had a chance to look at that ale, you would have figured out that something of your size is there. But now you're getting a feed into your own communication saying that this series of design that you always liked, you didn't buy last time, but you like the product, but now one piece available, 60% off, what do you want to buy? And the AI will ask you, can I order it for you? And the AI platform will order and get it home delivered also. To that extent, tech is available and is democratized.
That's fantastic. With that comes another responsibility in terms of privacy, right? So what is the control on the kind of data that will go into these kind of digital systems, and how long it will stay, and how does it, take the customer journey?
See, data privacy laws have evolved. Now every country has their own data residency programs, GDPR regulations, etc. So that's why only with the consent of the consumer anything can happen, right? And every brand today, for example, you took the example of Westside or Landmark Group or anybody, they use the data within their ecosystem. When you come to their premise, they use the data to understand it's your birthday, can I offer you something. So they will use it to promote their businesses, but then the data is sitting in the particular organization's control. But then you come to a platform, it's accessible by all the partners in the platform. So much more stringent regulations are required, and that's what today's platforms are adopting those procedures. One example, if you take Retail GPT itself as an example, what we have done is we have made the consumer the owner of his data. So nobody owns the data. The consumer himself owns his data. And only if he allows to get a new privilege or reward, he allows a brand to consume his data to give him some reward for him. Or if he decides nobody has my data, he can switch off, he can be anonymized. So the AI is also while hyper-personalization is happening, at the same level, it can also anonymize your information to such an extent if you're not willing to take any privileges and rewards. So privileges and rewards are a reason why a consumer wants to exchange his information to get more gratification, to get more rewards. And if you don't want, your data is with you.
Right. I'd like to take a step back on the retail GPT. You've been in the retail space like forever, right? How was it developing this particular time, with so much of technology coming in and AI? Could you give a sense on, how this build-up happened?
See, retail has evolved exponentially now. We saw in our lifetime brick and mortar shivering when e-commerce came. They thought now everything is going to be e-commerce, we're going to close our stores. Malls were worried. In a mall, the retailer has to pay turnover rents. So what happened when e-commerce came, brands started doing e-commerce separately. They used stores in the mall as a gallery to showcase the product, but the orders were going online, so mall was not making anything. So malls felt now we are going to lose. But then things changed. So what happened is nothing is permanent. Online is not going to be overweighing the physical buying, neither the other. So the blend of physical and digital is going to coexist. And the level of retail now has gone beyond just display of merchandise, offering promotions. It has gone to the level of hyper-personalization. The retailer now has to get connected to my needs, feed me with better gratification, understand what I want, and supply me what I want. So the level of hyper-personalization has completely changed the game of retail now. So consumer is in a position to tell what a brand has to manufacture, what a brand has to stock, and how he has to keep the availability of supply to me on my need basis. To that extent, retailers have evolved, and it is even more getting digitized. The level of now the consumer has come to a point, hey, I'm spending 15,000 rupees a month on food. What can I get back? Who's there to give me something more that I can get back something reward? Because I'm ready to spend 15,000 on food. So the brands are now chasing that.
Right.
So technology is an enabler for that.
Right. More like the kind of loyalty points and how you can actually.
As I said, loyalty is not there. I need what can you give me back? What can I have it now? Maybe a free parking or a free meal when I come next time, a 50% off on what I buy. Those are the things that are going to satisfy consumer today than saying that you accumulate something. Most of us have always seen points getting accumulated. You hardly care about it. because that's just a gimmick. There's nothing substantial that comes to you. Because only when something substantial comes to you, you stick to it. So that's what the game has changed to.
So this is a startup audience. So if somebody is thinking of building a product around retail or do with consumer goods or anything that's related to that area, what is it that you would tell them in terms of first the strengths in the current technology, second the weaknesses, and third the challenges of building something like this?
See, technology is only an enabler. At the end of the day, what is important if you want to do a startup on the technology side, you have to understand the product market fit first. You have to understand what the adaptability would be and why will a consumer look at you? Why will a retailer look at you? So if you answer those questions, your product market fit evolves, right? And again, if somebody is looking to launch a brand or launch a particular consumer product, so they now need to reach quickly to a larger audience, so they will use digital means. So a lot of D2C brands have evolved, have seen success, because they use technology to reach out to their consumers in ways that, for example, you see Snitch as a brand, for example. Snitch as a brand, apparel brand. The way they evolved in the short span of time, they started online and then they started the physical stores, because now they understood which catchment is buying how much. So they started opening their stores where the consumers were more concentrated, and they started supplying items which made items with their consumers were buying. So there is a science behind consumer behavior. By engaging with consumers, they understand what the consumer wants and create products around that, so that there is zero inventory, dead inventory, and they move towards optimizing their logistics. And that's how the business has become. In fact, I don't know if you're aware of what is called as fast fashion. Fast fashion is the new trend in apparel, wherein the entire cycle is just 15 days. In fact, in fast fashion, when an item is manufactured, the customer's name is already on top of it, which means from the time you order, within the 3 days, it's manufactured and supplied to you. That's fast fashion.
This is like, would you also have this differently in different geographies in terms of how consumer behavior is, or you feel it's more like a kind of a Gen Z, Gen Alpha, millennial kind of a trend?
No, it is absolutely individualized. Age group, genre of Gen Z, millennials, that's just a general understanding of what they would prefer. But hyper-personalization about me as a person, what I like, you as a person, what you want, serving that's hyper-personalization.
It's pretty difficult, right? First is you don't have a loyal customer. Second is you give them the authority to keep the data with them, so you cannot go and pester them with the information that you want. Third is the fashion is fast changing, right? So there's 3 difficult things to handle.
That's why they call consumer as the king.
So how do you build something for the long term here?
You have to keep pace with the ever-changing consumer needs. You have to socially get connected with him, understand what he is after, which age. Your target audience is something that you need to be tied to. So somebody cannot say, I do a product for everybody. So are you making for an age group of teenagers, or you're satisfying an age group of young adults? So it depends what you're doing, or you may have a different range for different age groups. Where the focus is, then you follow the trend and then you manufacture around that. That's how it is.
It's quite a difficult one.
It is.
So I think with that, I'll also open it up to people here. If you have any questions for Sadiq around retail or anything on consumer, I think you have the person here. The gentleman there.
Hello. Good evening, sir. I hope my name is Srinivasan. I'm representing from Vouch Application Private Limited. So I have seen one of the app based out Bangalore, pay to off. So now we talk about hypermarket, supermarket, structured retail outlet we talk about. Then we talk about small grocery, bakery or small tiffin center anywhere. They are saying organic listing now doing everything Bangalore has done. Now Chennai they have started. Reason being that they are not giving here royalty to them as a buyer. If you are that shop owner, if I buy something, I will give a provision to generate coupons. When I buy 100 rupees anything, you give 5 rupees right away redeem. net pay 95 only I can give to enough. So you ask, no, what I get now? That kind of a solution already brought Bangalore-based company. Pay to off.
That's interesting. It's available. So whatever you said is an application, but everybody are in the practice of instant gratification. And that's how the consumer, that's what the consumer wants. He doesn't want to see what he gets later. He wants to see what he gets now.
Another one more query. You say, that consumer science behavior, means consumer buying behavior based on science level. So can you brief about how you understand me, my behavior or my likeness?
See, there is something called as how you behave with different items in your lifestyle. For example, when you go to a mall, which shop do you go?
Okay.
What do you buy in that shop? Which brands do you purchase? Which restaurants do you visit to have what kind of food? So all these define your behavior.
That is based on historical data you are going to predict or how?
It's not historical data. See, your historical data is nobody. It's not in one place.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So now when the ecosystem comes into one platform, then your behavior is something that the platform will understand and start predicting what you will buy.
Okay. Oh,
okay. So only when you're part of the whole ecosystem, your behavior can be predicted. If you don't want your behavior to be known to anybody, you can mask yourself. You don't have to give anything about your credentials while buying, and you can be anonymized as well. So the choice is the consumers. Nobody is forcing you.
Another one more query. Actually, already marketplace is there, no? For example, your AWS marketplace, he is Flipkart. 1 to 1,000 items you have in your marketplace, he has 1,001 to 2,000. But if I am your customers, whenever I come to your portal, which I want 1,002 items, so that thing you don't have, but through micro channel redirect to here, I'll buy through you only. So both of you have a revenue sharing collaboration will be there in that backend. What is the difference that as well as this?
I didn't follow your question.
For example, two type of marketplace companies there. For example, you are the Amazon, he is the Flipkart. You have item 1 to 1,000. But now I want 1,000, about 1,000, no? 1,001 or 1,002 set of items I need now. I don't want to go for Flipkart. I will come to you only. Through micro channel redirect to here, I will
There's nothing of that sort available.
It's not available, huh?
No.
Oh, correct. Thank you.
They're killing each other. How they can't collaborate.
Thank you.
But I think on the question that you had, I had a question in case if nobody else has a question here. Is in terms of the historical data itself in retail, right? How relevant is it anymore? And what is the period of history when you talk about an individual customer's data?
So today, historically, people only had names and numbers primarily. And behavior of, let's say, for example, what you bought in a particular store, only that store has your data. If at all you had shared your details. The mall will not have your data because you're not giving, you don't have a touch point with the mall. So respective brands, whoever had your credentials, they were knowing that you used to spend X amount of money in a year on apparel, etc. But they do not know what percentage of your wallet share you have spent. Say, have you spent 10% of your apparel spent with that brand? They don't know that. Okay, so that wallet share was something was never known to anybody. Only now it has become a very important metric to understand that these customers of this age group spend 5% in this mall. So opportunity is, can I sell them more? But to answer your question, the whole ecosystem got resetted during COVID. Okay, because there was some level of buying behavior which people used to know through some system, through some whatever, but the entire behavior got resetted already. So now what you see post-COVID is a new behavior. Even now, there is no capture of that behavior except for traditional methods of your credentials, and they know what you buy. So that's why now with this whole AI coming in, the coalition of coming together of the entire ecosystem so that the consumer behavior can be mapped and better rewards can be announced for him and better products can be made to service him and hyper-personalization becomes a reality.
Hello, sir. Yeah, I have one query, sir.
I think we are out of time. If you,
only one question.
Do we have, okay. Yeah.
Sir, adoption of technologies, what is your experience, sir? I mean, geographically, Bangalore is more adaptive to the technology than Tamil Nadu. So, Is it the same case with your experience, sir?
Adoption of technology by whom? By retailers?
By the retailers, sir.
I would say, in my view, retailers are laggards in adoption of technology. They'll spend crores in beautifying their store. Technology, they'll spend the last. This is my experience of 30 years with retailers. But that's not the case in everywhere. Specific to India, this is the story. But then, they are also followers. If they see something is working, everyone will do that.
Okay, sir. Comparative to Bangalore to Chennai, so do you feel, because we have an experience, Bangalore adoption of technology is more compared to Tamil Nadu. So is it?
No, it's not about Bangalore, Chennai. It is about the brand. So the brands who adopted are here also. It's nothing tied to geography. It is tied to the consumer. What the consumer will like. So a consumer is more, what is the wallet share of the consumer in which geographies? Wherever they spend more, work is happening more in that direction.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sadik. So if you have any questions, you can ask Sadik later. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our dignitaries on the dais. Requesting John to please do the honors and present Mr. Sadik with the token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. The insights and interesting conversations continue here at the summit. The topic of this fireside chat is cybersecurity in the startup world and why stakeholders can't afford to ignore it. First, I'd like to invite on stage from the Hindu group, Suresh Vijayaraghavan, our Chief Technology Officer. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way onto the stage. Also on the dais is someone that has over 30 years of experience in global telecom, IT, cybersecurity, and digital services. As a senior technologist and business leader, he has an established track record in large enterprises, startups, and platform-based businesses. He has leveraged technology to enhance customer experiences and develop unique business models, successfully turning around and rapidly scaling businesses by building platforms and services focused on the right technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for C.R. Srinivasan, CEO, SIFI Digital Services. Can we give him a big hand? Mr. Suresh, over to you.
Good evening to all of you. And it's a pleasure to welcome you to this fireside chat today. And the topic is also a very important topic. Startups thrive on speed, innovation, and disruption. But in that race, to build and scale, security often takes a backseat. Today, we'll deep dive into why cybersecurity is no longer an IT issue. It's a business imperative. Most importantly, we'll talk about what founders, investors, and other stakeholders need to do proactively, because the cost of ignoring cybersecurity is far greater than cost of doing it right in the first time. And we have a very interesting person with whom we are going to discuss about this. So first, I would like to ask, why should cybersecurity be a top priority for startups from day one, even before profitability or scale?
See, I think when you build a product, when you build something, right? Your startup has a business reason. And when they're building technology for it, I normally advise and suggest security should be there by design, right? When you're actually on the whiteboard planning for what the product is, you need to look at how can I make sure that security is done well, cyber security. And typically what tends to happen is startups get excited by the idea. Right? They want to get that product ready as quickly as possible, which is understandable because they want to do prototypes. But if you do a prototype without the security elements factored in, then you're not going to have a good journey when you hit production, right? So typically, secure by design is a mantra that every cybersecurity startup should follow.
Otherwise, the kind of challenges that they run into, which is not very uncommon, enterprises have that, startups have that. We need to make sure that, startup founding team members, take care of, and there are a lot of them here, I presume, that they take care of cybersecurity right from the word go, right? When you have the idea on the whiteboard, I would say, put the cybersecurity circle around it and say, how do I make sure that this does not get impacted by technology challenges?
So what type of mistakes that they do initially?
See, I think most of the time, if you look at, any product, forget, startups alone, startup may be even, more challenged from a resource standpoint, from a technology knowledge standpoint. They tend to sort of want to hit the market as soon as possible, because there is always that fear of missing out on the opportunity, the window of opportunity that is available in the market for that particular product. That is one. The second reason is, hey, I want to be ahead of my, so-called competitor. I want to get this product in the market. Third is, genuinely, I don't understand this. I think it is secure, which is the most dangerous part of it. I think my product is secure, and thereby I'll do it. The fourth is, we will see when it happens, right? Thereby, most of them tend to say, hey, let's hit the market running, and then we will see, because it takes time to scale. We'll fix it. But actually, it becomes a significant roadblock at some point if they don't do that. And I think this is true of any product that you get, created in a large enterprise, small enterprise, a just born startup. Every place you have the common thread of people hurrying to hit the market without thinking through all aspects. And cybersecurity is also not an easy domain, as you would appreciate, right? It happens at the intersection of application knowledge, network knowledge, a broad technology ecosystem knowledge, and knowledge of the various interfaces that you need to build, and how you secure this at the intersection of all of these technologies. It's not very easy to find somebody, right, to sort of give that kind of advice as well. So thereby, I think it's very important for startups that they do not commit the mistake saying that, I think my product is secure, let me go and hit the market.
So what I understand from you when you spoke about this, that was going in my mind is, startups are already financially crunched, right? For funds is something which is very difficult for them. On the other side, anything to do with security and cybersecurity is something that where you have to spend lots of money. So how do they balance, especially the startups? That means they have to spend money on the product or service that they're trying to build. At the same time, they should also have money to spend on the cybersecurity initiative that has to be right from the day one, right? So how do they balance that?
See, my suggestion to any startup which is trying to build a product is, there is nothing called a cybersecurity spend segregation and a product segregation. Cybersecurity spend is an integral part of that product build that they are doing. Because if you separate it, you will always tend to say, I will not do this right now, right? You are financially constrained, that is understood, but that is how startups start, right? Nobody starts with a big Series A funding and then, go and create a product, right? Everybody starts with some kind of seed funding or bootstrapping, and then, you have angels coming in and doing that. So you are always cash trapped, in some sense, but it's an integral part of your existence. If you compromise on that, the cost of non-conformance to security, which you call as the price of non-conformance, is very, very high, right? It is just not a financial number. It is more than that. It is a reputational loss. People refusing to deal with you. People write you off. People don't forget such mistakes very easily. So it's something that they need to balance. I'm not saying go do the whole 9 yards, which is where they need expertise, but they should also make sure that they do what is minimally required for their product to succeed in the market. I always understand that, you need money to scale, and for scaled up, product, you can always have the resources to spend. But when you start, don't ignore, probably that 10% spend on cybersecurity. It can become very, very expensive at a later point in time.
Yeah. So then as a startup founder, right? So when I want to ensure that in fact, I would say security, and then that automatically cybersecurity also comes into picture in that aspect. So how do I ensure that as it becomes a culture right from day one, and not only the founder himself or herself, and also ensure the other stakeholders like the person who is funding and the people who are working with them, how do they establish this culture of security being there right from day one?
See, I think it's a bit of wishful thinking is what I would say, right? Because when you say, startups are not only financially constrained, they are also constrained from how many people can be part of the startup on day one, right? And a startup may not be an interesting entity for, somebody with cybersecurity expertise to sort of also work with, right? Because the affordability of such a capability is also a problem. So I think, there are many stakeholders in this. If you look at the founders, they should obviously understand cybersecurity, which is where I think this session should create that awareness and say, hey, cybersecurity is important, we should look at it. If you're going online, then you're prone to be, probed. I would put it that way by, various actors, online, right? So thereby, if you're prone to be probed, then you need to be prepared, right? And that understanding, if it is there, you don't need to be a cybersecurity expert. I'm not expecting every founder to be a cybersecurity expert, but every founder should have that commonsensical understanding. If I go online, then there will be good actors, bad actors. I need to be prepared to deal with, different kinds of, probing that happens in the market, because there will be a curious kid who would want to play with the portal to see what breaks the portal. We've read cases where people have gone and altered prices on a retail portal. The earlier conversation was retail, and they've been able to buy products at, lower prices by tampering the website. So those are, events that have happened in the past. So I think these are, incidents that people should learn from. The funding, part of it, when you come to the stakeholder around whoever is funding the startup, they should also understand that this is, not a luxury. This is a bare minimum necessity that, founders need to spend on and do that. And I think the third part of it is consumers should also, be, aware of the fact that if I'm using a product, security is important, because most of the products that you see here, offering that you see, come with an app, right? Whether these apps are very secure, can they be downloaded on your phone, are they doing what they're supposed to do, that's also important. So I think what they should, really understand is their reputation is at stake, and reputation cannot be built somewhere midway in the journey. Reputation has to be built right from day one, saying these guys build good products, these guys are secure and I can use them, I can trust them, because data is very critical for everybody. So you don't want to be in the headlines very early on in the life cycle of the startup that, you lost somebody's data, right? Because you're not generating your own data, you're always working on somebody else's data.
So now, if we wear the hat of an investor, and what is that we should look into the founders and make them accountable to ensure that cybersecurity is part of their overall plan?
See, I think, as I said, if you were to invest in a startup, be it, a retail, manufacturing, or be it one of the modern companies, AI, fintech, whatever startup that you take, not all founding teams come with that kind of technology exposure. Obviously, when you see a A-class founding team, there will be somebody with technology knowledge, right? But he may be a very good application developer, but he may not have good understanding of scaled up infrastructure, right? He may be a very good infrastructure guy, but may not have a very good understanding of networks and applications. So I think it's important for founders, to present themselves, in a way that the funding, firm understands that these people care about cybersecurity. So that's one. So they can bring in that expertise, with somebody helping them part-time or whatever it is, consulting with them. The firm that is funding should definitely ask for that, and say, hey, we are willing to pay for it, because that protects their investment to some extent. Because events can happen. I'm not saying just because you've taken care of cybersecurity, you have bulletproof security. That is also a wrong assumption to make. So I think if you're, making that, effort, then I think you're in a much better place, both from the firm side and the founding team side, that you have taken care of this and you have considered it. And again, I would reiterate and stress on the mantra saying anything that you create and put online, cybersecurity is a responsibility of the company that is actually putting that product. If your brand is on that application, if your brand is on the portal, then you are responsible for it, right? You cannot say somebody else will take care of it, nobody else is going to take care of it, they have to invest. The same way, if you are saying, hey, I funded this company, your brand also is at stake because you are saying I funded something that is not very secure. So I think both, the players need to be careful and think about it right from the word go.
Yeah. So now we'll shift slightly from the investor-founder relationship to, since from SIFI, and SIFI is a data center provider and security services provider also to lots of this startup ecosystem. So as a startup founder, what type of certifications or standards I should expect the service provider like SIFI or somebody else to have, so that I can actually engage you as one of my stakeholders to put my infrastructure?
See, when you're a startup, you're typically buying a cloud service, right? Because you can't afford to build your own infrastructure in a data center and do that unless you are in a business which says that you need to have an isolated cage and you can't be on cloud and all of that, which is fairly limited in number is what I would say. You do have startups of that kind which are doing projects around national security or something like that, but those startups are far and few, right? If you're a general startup in any one of those verticals that you look at, manufacturing, aerospace and all of that, you typically tend to go with the cloud providers if he also has a cloud offering. And all of these cloud services, you need to look for certification. I think they come with all the necessary certifications around employees being trained on security, the product itself being ISO 27000 plus compliant, the product having SOC 1 and SOC 2 compliance, and all of that stuff, and being regularly audited, etc. So there's a lot of value that providers like that bring in, right? That is, a good base to start off, right? But again, I would reiterate, if you're building your product, if you're building a service, you own the cybersecurity aspect of it, right? There is nothing called a shared responsibility. You give the same task to two people, shared responsibility success is suboptimal, right? Whereas, a very clear, direct responsibility and ownership brings a very superior outcome. So thereby, while data centers are secure, while data centers take care of both physical, logical security in what, or whatever, form and shape that they need to exist, because all other, providers are compliant as well, it is the responsibility of the startup to ensure that they take care of cybersecurity.
In fact, that brings to my next question, because what I see, when I discuss with lots of people, the moment they say that oh, my infrastructure is already there in a certified platform, and they think that once that is there, that is completely secure. This concept of shared responsibility, where I also own a part of that to make sure that overall my infrastructure is secure, is still not known to many people, and especially not known to lots of startups. So where this, how do we define this shared responsibility? Where exactly, what is the responsibility of the startup founder who puts his infrastructure on a platform like SIFI, and what is the responsibility of SIFI there?
See, I think there are layers to whatever you take, online, right? The foundational layer is, of course, the data center, the infrastructure, the cloud. Then you have your application on top of that. And then you have the application operations, which is the role-based access control to the application. And then, you have the subsequent layers of interfaces with various other applications, ecosystem partners, etc. So if you look at the layers, when you come to a data center operator, like SIFI, they will manage the infrastructure part, right? Which means the data center is secure, physically secure. The data center has got all the certification. The operation processes are, well defined. The data center is, highly available. And then if you go to cloud, the same aspects of SLA and making sure that service level agreements are enforceable. The product is of good quality, it's secure, and it's highly available, and it gives you whatever you require for your application in terms of performance. That, I think, is a responsibility of the, the service provider, right? But the application need not be built by the same service provider, right? The application will be built by the startup team the application will be built by some outsourced company or an outsourced developer because they can't afford, to do many things themselves because they would outsource some parts of it. So many of them today, there is a temptation of letting AI write the code, temptation of going and picking up code that is readily available from GitHubs, or any other public code repository, and there is that rush to the finish line, right? Saying, hey, I want to get the application out, which means you're not going through the various processes that you need to go through, right? You have dynamic application security, you have your own DevOps security processes, around secure DevOps. You also need to do, make sure that you do an ethical hacking, test on the application. You need to make sure that you do periodical vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. All of these service providers, if you subscribe for the service, will, provide you all that, support. If you don't, then you have to ensure that, you have some way to get this done periodically. And you also have processes and tools to make sure that, you are able to get the insight into how secure my, online presence is. If that doesn't happen, then, you cannot point to the service provider and say, my application got compromised. It is your problem, right? In many cases, people don't subscribe to a backup service and then think somebody is going to back up my data. As simple as that, understanding becomes a problem because sometimes you think, I signed whatever contract you gave me, so I assume that you will do all of this. So my advice would be like, don't assume, you please ask, what is that, aspect of security that you will manage? What is that, we should manage? Of course, they can help guide, but, end of the day, if you decide to do it yourself, it's, the startup's responsibility. But if you're doing the infrastructure part, you please ask questions, learn, understand. I think service providers are more than happy and willing to help so that, the startup teams understand this.
So coming to my last question on this, since any startup founder want to get this product or service faster to the market, so what they do is, they see if this service is available in AWS, I'll use that. My product also requires this service, but that's available in Google, I will use that. So most of them end up having multi-cloud requirements. But with this multi-cloud requirements and they build a product, how they ensure that the risk related to security is taken care of?
See, the more the complexity, the more the challenges are around cybersecurity. There are no two ways about it. If it so happens that they have to build a product that has, legs in multiple clouds, multi-cloud security is more complex than, single cloud security, right? Or working with a single service provider. So they have to make sure that they look at multi-cloud security, which is nothing but you ensure that the cloud controls are available on, A cloud and the B cloud, and your application can securely communicate, which is where I said the interfaces to application can be many. And if these applications are, to be available highly, and you have the data, which is mostly what gets into a ransomware incident and they get encrypted, you have to make sure that how do you protect the data, how do you keep it safely, and how do you take regular backups, so just in case you run into a ransomware incident, you're able to restore your services, not lose, your, data, which is very critical for the success of that startup. They will have to plan for it, right? But being cognizant of the fact that I am on two clouds, and this requires me to make sure that I have a way by which all of this data is managed, and I get my hands around this data, and I protect it, because, hackers are constantly looking for interesting data. Because end of the day, the model is, if I encrypt your data and lock it up, you will be desperate to pay me some money, right? Or I'll threaten you to sort of say, I'll sell it somewhere, right? And that becomes the challenge that they need to overcome. So keep the product, architecture simple on day one, because you can't afford complexity on day one, is my advice. But if you cannot do away with complexity, then please make sure that you factor in the cost of managing that complexity, which, comes with its own associated cybersecurity, complexity as well.
Yeah, thanks, Srinivasan. I think on behalf of the startup founders, I've asked most of the questions that should have been in your mind on how do I ensure my service is secure right from the day one. But of course, we have 3-4 minutes more, and I open this to the floor for questions.
Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, actually, myself, Raja Vikram, so working as an assistant professor in Department of Electrical Engineering, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Sir, actually, what is your view of the impact of cyber attack in post-quantum period? How your company going to prepare for the post-quantum period?
See, it's a very good question, right? Quantum computing as such is still some distance away, right? You don't, having been in the industry long enough, I can tell you, you don't need quantum computing to break into any of the stuff that exists today, right? There are weaknesses in many products. It depends on how interesting your data is, right? Is the hacker willing to spend his time, yeah, on your, data, and is that interesting for him, right? They will find a way to get your data because, as I always say, the hackers don't have any rules, right? They can find the easiest shortcut to get your data. So thereby, that question, the majority of concern is, hey, are startups going to be worried about quantum computing? I would tell this audience, don't worry about quantum computing right now. But your question is valid, right? In future, how does cybersecurity get, impacted by quantum computing, right? If you were to look at it, quantum computing is going to make it easy for you to decrypt, the algorithms that today we use for encrypting a lot of this communication, including SSL and all of that that you see, can be easily triple address and whatever encryption algorithm that you use can be decrypted at the speed at which the data is flowing, which is line rate. They can do decryption. So thereby, I think there is a need for people to protect that data at that point in time. But there is an in-between stage, which I would say is what I think is more relevant to the group now. There is something called AI, and all of you should be familiar with it. And there is something called LLMs, right? LLMs can be used for good, can be used for bad, right? LLMs can be used for your SOC protection. You can have an LLM-based, process which makes sure that you're able to debug, data very quickly, and your SOC alerts can be handled faster and stuff like that. It can be used for good. LLMs can also be used for bad activity, which is basically breaking into your enterprise faster, which means AI is assisting, sending phishing mails, doing social engineering, doing various things by which somebody can breach your, defenses. And security is not always about technology, right? Security is also majorly around people and processes, right? Your security is as good as how educated your enterprise user is or your company user is, which I say internal user, not the customer, and how well your processes are maintained, right? That is also a definition for how well you're protected online. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, correct, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, one more question, sir. Sir, actually, we are seeing a lot more startups are emerging in a cybersecurity domain, mainly for, as you said, IT services. But we are seeing a very less number of startups for the same cybersecurity in OT sector, operation technology. So how to increase this cybersecurity startups in OT sector, operation technology?
I'm neither an angel investor nor do I run a firm where I can fund any of these startups. I understand your concern, but I don't think that is a concern that you should have. I've seen a number of OT startups globally. They do exist. See, OT is a very specialized area, right? Because when you go to an energy sector, the SCADA systems are different. When you go to a nuclear plant, the SCADA systems or the industrial systems are different, right? If you go to a mining plant, then that's very different, right? A steel plant, right? If you go into every sector, right? If you go to onshore, offshore rigs and all of that, the instrumentation that they use is very different. If you go to a power grid, the instrumentation is different, right? So OT does not have the uniformity of IT, right? That is one, thing that you should understand. The second thing is, OT systems so far were isolated from IT systems, right? Because these were, not connected because they didn't have a need to connect OT systems to IT systems because they were standalone independent systems that are running, their, factories, which are critical components. It is only, in the past decade that people have started integrating OT and IT, largely because they're using some sort of AI to understand how efficiently they can improve their processes in manufacturing and other things, right? So thereby, it's been a recent phenomena. Gartner calls it cyber-physical systems now. They don't no longer call it, OT, because it is, a physical component that you need to integrate with, and make sure that you have all of that, done. So there are startups which specialize in OT, in the energy sector, in the manufacturing sector, in IoT, in various things, right? So there are startups, but can they scale up faster? Can they be significant for you to take note of them? That may be a challenge, right? But I don't think you should be worried. I think people are addressing OT adequately is my view.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think our time is up, and he'll be available post the session for any questions you have. You can address to him offline. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to our dignitaries. Mr. Suresh, requesting you to please do the honors and present Mr. Srinivasan with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. We now move on to our final panel discussion of the day. This one is Health Tech Innovations Revolutionizing Healthcare in Tamil Nadu. I'm very happy to say that we have an illustrious panel, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to take a few moments to introduce them all before I welcome them to take the stage. We have with us today Dr. Bhupesh Pugarendi, a qualified consultant neurosurgeon who has received specialized training in robot-assisted surgery at the Claudio Munari Center for Epilepsy and Parkinson's Surgery in Italy. He currently serves as a consultant neurosurgeon at Naruvi Hospitals in Vellore. He is a distinguished member of the Neurological Society of India. We have with us as well Dr. Adit Chinnaswamy, a minimal access surgeon and co-founder of MediSim VR, who is at the forefront of reshaping medical education with VR and AI-driven upskilling solutions. Today, MediSim VR stands as a pioneer in the field with virtual reality-based training labs across the country, offering affordable and impactful VR-based medical training solutions to students and professionals worldwide. Next on the panel is Dr. Lalu Joseph, who is a quality manager and associate GS of Christian Medical College, Vellore, which is the largest hospital in the country to be accredited by NABH. Prior to joining healthcare, she was the vice president of a software company and was a teaching assistant at the Rotman School of Management, University of Toronto. A passionate teacher and trainer, she is involved in training quality implementation across the country. She has many book chapters and publications to her credit and was part of developing the entry-level guidelines of the NABH standards, a joint initiative of NABH and World Bank. Welcome to Dr. Lalu. Rounding out the panel is Sharmila Devdas, founder and managing director of Medlo Tech Health Systems. She's a seasoned entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience, renowned for her pioneering contributions to technology and healthcare. A highly respected leader and innovator, she has founded 3 companies with expertise spanning semiconductor IP, Internet of Things, MedTech, and Health Tech. Please put your hands together as we welcome our very illustrious panel to the stage. Can we have Dr. Bhupesh Pugarendi please join us? Can we give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Keep the applause going for Dr. Adit Chinnaswamy, Dr. Lalu Joseph, and Sharmila Devdas. And last but certainly not the least, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome our moderator for this session. We have Dr. Krishnan Ganapathy, Distinguished Professor of the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University. He was an honorary consultant and advisor in neurosurgery Armed Forces Medical Services for 2 terms, and he was also on the WHO roster of experts on digital health. He is a member of the editorial board of 4 international and 3 national journals in telemedicine and neurosciences. Doctor, we're so happy that you're here with us this afternoon, and I hand this session over to you. Welcome to all our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's indeed most reassuring that from 9 o'clock in the morning, I still see the hall half full and so many young, interested people. I'm particularly thankful to the organizers for putting healthcare as the last item in today's agenda for 2 reasons. One, I've been told that you retain what you hear the last. But much more important is the fact there are so many young people here, so passionate about startup companies. I'm sure every one of you ultimately wants to be one of the 117 unicorns which have developed in the last couple of years in India. Now, believe me, healthcare, I belong to the BC era, incidentally. I'm not talking of before Corona. I'm talking of before computers. I was the last neurosurgeon in this country who trained when there was not a single computer in Government General Hospital, Madras Medical College, one of the biggest institutions on this part of the world. So I believe that NI still has a role to play. We go on talking about AI, but I would like to convince you in the next 30, 40 minutes that NI is as important in startups as AI. A fundamental difference between healthcare and all other startups is the fact that healthcare is not buying a pizza online. This morning I heard about retail shopping. I heard about how you can hyper-personalize customization for the individual. You can also order everything. I belong to the generation where I ask my colleagues, my students, my bosses, everybody, so what? Okay, you develop a fantastic innovation, so what? Does it alter the healthcare outcome of the individual patient who I am managing? Today we talk of wearables. If I was wearing a wearable right now, my pulse rate may have gone to 220 purely because I'm sitting by the side of a very, very beautiful, pretty woman. But then the AI does not know that. The AI records 220 atrial fibrillation. My NI will take this into account and discount it. The message I want to convey is the fact that you need to take circumstantial evidence. Today we are overwhelmed with data. You talk about Apple Watches, you talk about all sorts of things. So what? So I'm particularly delighted. I'll continue this. See, you need a brake. If you just have an accelerator, the car will crash. You need a brake so that the car goes smoothly. I would have said this a few years ago, but today I start my brake, I press my brake to start my automatic car. So even that analogy probably is not correct. Now, I would like to use the word innovation. Before I come to this, originally I thought I will highlight to you, give you some numbers, tell you that Tamil Nadu population is 6%, 77 million. We are the 3rd biggest in India, 10,800 startups, etc., etc. But all this has already been covered by the previous speakers. I do not recollect any of the previous speakers mentioning that in the global startup scenario, India, in terms of numbers, unfortunately, my dear friends, numbers alone don't matter. Quality is as important as quantity. I understand that we are the 3rd largest exponential growth in startups in the last 4 years worldwide. Tamil Nadu, again, I'm told, has always ranked in the top 3 among the 35, 36 states in this country. Now, I want to spend a minute on how use the word innovation. I love the word innovation. I think the correct word in healthcare is innovation. Innovation is sort of, I won't bring it down to the level of jugaad. All of you have heard of jugaad. Jugaad is working around a problem in a low resource setting, trying to come up with solutions which work around the problem, but not necessarily solve the problem. Whereas an innovation is an innovation applied specifically for healthcare. To me, a solution is not a solution unless it is universally available to anyone, anywhere, anytime. That is what healthcare is all about. Again, coming back to Tamil Nadu, which is the theme of this, I am absolutely delighted that I have spent almost 6 decades. 1968 was when I joined the Madras Medical College, and till very recently I was an active practice of neurosurgery. So 55 years of healthcare in this city alone has taught me so many things. For example, we are better than the best. Tamil Nadu has Madras Medical College, Christian Medical College, Apollo Hospitals, SRMC, etc., etc. But to me, what is even more delightful is a number of new hospitals coming up in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, particularly in Tamil Nadu, and I'm very happy that Dr. Bhupati is here. This is what our country needs. Not 100 AIMS Delhi clones, not 100 CMCs or MMCs, but what we require is tertiary hospitals care sitting in the secondary and tertiary care. I will come back to this later. I will stop with this. Now I'm going to request, I'll start with Dr. Bhupesh. I understand Bhupesh likes to call himself a health engineer. Siemens, I think, coined this word health engineer. And I'm particularly delighted that today the IIT, I also was a visiting professor to IIT Kanpur till very recently. The Gangwal School of Medical Sciences and Technology are going to start MCH, DM courses in 2-3 years from now. Indian Institute of Science is starting India's first MD PhD program, a 7-year MD PhD program. And I understand they're also thinking of an MD PhD MBA program of 8 years duration. So may not happen in my lifetime, but in your lifetime, you are going to get health engineers. There is not going to be much of a difference between a medical doctor trained at the Indian Institute of Science or IIT or an engineer who works at CMC or Madras Medical College. This is what the world is about. Before I hand over to him, I just remembered that technology, in my generation at least, technology is a means to achieve an end and not an end by itself. I was a member, that's why the Hindu probably asked me to moderate this session, not because of I am a neurosurgeon or my other academic credentials, but because I happen to be on several committees of the Department of Biotechnology, MAITI, and the Department of Science and Technology, particularly BIRAT. I have personally scrutinized at least 150 to 175 proposals for funding from startup companies where healthcare was involved, obviously, and therefore I'm very familiar with this morning somebody asked about accountability, somebody asked about how can be a quick short method to getting funding, etc. So one of the things I would like to emphasize is the fact that if you want to do any project, any innovation in healthcare, please, please, please get a domain expert from the healthcare as your co-investigator. I have been part of the committees. We have rejected hundreds of proposals for funding. Some of them were very good, competent, etc., purely because there was no clinician involved in the study at all. I would just like to give you one example, migraine. There was a proposal for funding for a beautifully, very well-written project. He wanted to put a wearable band here, and he drew all these electronic circuit diagrams, chips, this, etc. But the poor little guy from one of the big universities in India had no idea how one diagnoses migraine. Migraine is a clinical diagnosis based on the history. There is no surrogate marker. CT, MRI, plain X-rays called blood test, ultrasound, whatever you name it, will not diagnose migraine. When I physically examine a patient, he's as normal as you and me. It is only the history where you make a diagnosis of migraine. Your primary migraine, secondary migraine, tertiary, etc., etc., etc. No clinician was involved in this study. So any of you who are planning to, some of you may have startups in healthcare area already, some of you may be planning to do healthcare startups, please get a clinician in that appropriate domain expert. Do not for a moment, your idea may be fantastic, but commercial viability, marketability, healthcare is not selling a pizza, healthcare is not using a drone for agricultural products or whatever it is. Healthcare is totally different. Somebody wanted an ultrasound patch. He presented a beautiful story, of an ultrasound patch. But what are the amount of regulations involved, and how often do we do in real clinical practice? So all this healthcare innovation or innovation is totally different from the innovations which you have hitherto been exposed to. Now, coming back to Bhupesh, I understand Bhupesh wanted to share his experiences, and I personally was delighted with this when we discussed this earlier on how the trials and tribulations we had. I can understand how difficult it is, particularly in Vellore. We are not talking of New Delhi, we are not talking of Madras or Bombay. I can understand how difficult it must have been to convert a conventional hospital to what today or tomorrow will be or is already a paperless hospital. Now, no hospital can be purely paperless, but then what he meant was digitization. Now, as an old-fashioned clinician, I recollect hundreds of instances where my entire clinical approach to the patient in front of me would have changed completely if only I could have seen the old CT, the old MRI, the old ultrasound, or even if I knew what his cholesterol level was, what his HbA1c was. It's impossible for any patient to recollect, and none of us will believe it unless we see a certified document, etc. So medical records form a vital part of healthcare. And in the years to come, this is going to be even more important. I foresee that in my own lifetime, hospitals are going to be only for procedures in the next 5 to 10 years. OPs will be historically a thing of the past, because today I can get a history, I can clinically, as I do right now, I can clinically examine my patient on my smartphone or on my 72-inch TV. It doesn't matter at all. So over to you, Bhupesh. Please tell us the trials and tribulations you went through, 2-3 minutes. More important, tell us what your hospital is now, and another 2 minutes on your future plans. Incidentally, we have been associated for several decades ago. We are not met for a long time, so I am ruthless. So I'll stop you exactly when I think you have exceeded your time. Thank you, Bhupesh. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My talk is on paperless hospital, which is a revolutionary approach. The healthcare industry, particularly hospitals, operates as a complex enterprise, comprises diverse processes, including clinical, non-clinical, and administrative workflows. These processes lack standardization right now, hindering modular integration and scalability. Hospitals typically employ a mix of skilled and unskilled labor across various departments, with most individuals having undergone training and gained experience in a paper-based system. In this context, I would like to discuss the implementation of a paperless hospital system at Narvi hospitals in Vellore. It is actually paperless because I didn't want to scare you guys with telling it is penless, but we were exactly penless. We never use pen in the hospital. Even we don't sign anything. It's all digital signature. And we went, this is with the executive director of the Narvi hospital. I spearheaded a greenfield project aimed in transitioning on a paperless environment, eliminating the use of pens in the clinical and non-clinical departments. This initiative was conceived in 2016 by myself and my director, neurosurgeon. He is my mentor. He envisioned it having a successful implementation in the hospital. This was done in 2020, and we were able to run the hospital for the last 5 years successfully paperless. While digitization offers numerous advantages, our primary objectives were to centralize all the data electronically, eliminate the stationary costs. We actually don't have any stationary budget in the hospital. Ensure seamless data access, facilitate research capabilities, adhere to legal documentation requirements, including automatic time stamping for clinical purposes, implement robust audit mechanisms. And coming back to the problems that, the tribulations, the problems that we faced till date, and this is something I would like to enumerate, explain. Although all the data are electronic, the data tables are not mature enough to produce a presentable data frame for clinical research. We discovered methods to be penless, such as fingerprint sensor to obtain the consent form for video consenting. Initially, the auto time stamping appeared to be very useful, but the timestamps are registered on a mouse click event while pressing the save button after completing the documentation procedure. For clinical purposes, we would like to have the documentation at the start of the documentation rather than at the end of the documentation. The most challenging aspect was the user training. Almost all employees must be technically oriented to the use of application and also includes typing and keyboard shortcuts. Employees are a transient population, so the training should be ongoing. There is no way for real-time auditing of these electronic transactions. There is no possibility of a two-way communication with a system called type of notification, like our smartphone chat application. The security and redundancy of the data are another level of challenge. The hospital functions like an IT company without engineering degree holders. Here the need is that we need a daily involvement of IT department on all the administrative meetings to maintain the logic of the application as the hospital progresses in their processes. It appears that there is no legal binding of the healthcare IT in the event of a clinical error due to IT failure. As previously mentioned, I maintain my belief that this is a revolutionary transformation that is urgently needed. The healthcare IT sector, commonly referred to as health engineers, is experiencing significant growth and maturation. The risk architecture has become more efficient and widely adopted. While data has transformed into big data, the cloud has supplanted legacy on-site installations, and machine learning is rapidly advancing. Generative AI is poised to remain a key technology. Beyond the clinical fundamentals such as history taking and examination, a profound transformation is occurring across all hospital processes. This includes the adoption of AI-driven clinical decision-making, real-time statistical analysis, predictive clinical order entry and documentation, wearable technology, business intelligence, and smart embedded systems. Tamil Nadu stands out as a leader in healthcare in India by digitizing hospitals and establishing a centralized repository of health-related records. The state can implement preventive and predictive solutions to address current challenges, including non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and hypertension, as well as outbreaks of illnesses like dengue and viral pneumonitis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhupesh. Before I forget, just to re-emphasize the point that today, many institutions in healthcare in Tamil Nadu are benchmarks for countries, advanced countries outside. This is something we are very proud of. What is the major relevance of innovations in Tamil Nadu? I again understand that about 48% of the population of Tamil Nadu lives in so-called rural areas. Now, for this 38 million people, there is no point in Madras Medical College, CMC, Apollo Hospital, Hospital at Vellore, etc., etc. They need access to it. And again, at the same time, our mobile phone penetration with smartphones, etc., is unbelievably high. Tamil Nadu ranks in the first three so far as smartphone penetration is concerned. So this is why we use technology-enabled healthcare. Now, if you look at the change, I mean, I'm talking of Apollo because I was associated with it for 43 years. Very soon, the entire 72 hospitals will be seen, data will be seen in real time in a big command center, as big as what you see on the screen here. Just imagine in real time. Today we have, see, when I started my medical career, it was a doctor-patient relationship. Today, a doctor is also somewhere in the decision-making process in a hospital. We have a CIO, CTO, CXO, CEO, COO, all sorts of things. I don't even know. In fact, I would like Dr. Lallu to elaborate on this. I'm sure CMC Vellore is equally, their IT department must equally be fantastic. Our IT department, Madras alone, I think there are almost 200 employees. I would never have imagined 200 IT people working in a hospital. And this is so for all the big hospitals. So hospital care is very important. Dr. Lallu, can I hand over the mic to you? Please tell us your experience. I would like you to concentrate on two things. One, your personal experience. Just give us one or two examples of where you think innovation has really made a difference. Maybe if you are able to recollect at least one instance where in public health, preferably TB screening or something like that, where it failed. why you did not, the people concerned did not achieve what they had set out for, and what was the learning from that. That is one. The second thing is, please tell us about, I mean, I have the greatest respect for, as all of us have, for CMC Vellore. So please tell us about technology, your future plans, and what you're doing now. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I must tell you, technology is certainly transforming healthcare delivery. There are several examples. There are young children, literally, let's put it that way, kids who are revolutionizing healthcare. Now, I happened to meet up with two of these young people from IIT Kharagpur, and they started what is known as contactless remote monitoring. They were into pit stop for all the racing cars. And what happened, they realized that it is second-to-second monitoring, and this person's uncle was admitted in the hospital. When they had gone visiting at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, the nurse was there checking the vitals, and by 6 o'clock in the evening, this person had a cardiac arrest in the ward. So they were thinking, for a bike or a car, you have minute-to-minute, second-to-second monitoring, why not for human beings? That has really revolutionized the way we do monitoring of patients today. We have what is known as contactless remote monitoring. It's amazing. There is no contact with the patient. There is a sensor which is under the mattress of the patient, and in Apollo, I think there is complete call center that is monitoring all the patients, or rather a remote center which is monitoring all the patients. So what has happened over a period of time, when I was admitted at 2 a.m. in the morning, the nurse woke me up. The doctor had given me a trazodone to put me to sleep. She woke me up at 2 a.m. to check my pulse and BP. And then after that, I couldn't sleep. Today, it doesn't happen because all the remote monitoring parameters, all the vitals are monitored remote. And as a result of that, our cardiac arrests in the ward have come down drastically. Now, at CMC, we are testing this out in all higher specialty departments. There is a trial that is going on now, which is approved by our ethics committee. This is already in the market, but yet you need data to actually show if it is going to be working with pulmonary medicine patients or cardiac patients who are in the ward. Now, these two gentlemen have gone across the globe. They started very small as a startup, and 4 years down the line, they are traveling to now US. It is a product in US. They have become a multinational. It's amazing to see such transformation. As Sir said, rather than innovation, a lot of reverse engineering happens in healthcare. Now, we have a huge problem with managing our workforce, the attenders, the porters, who are shifting patients from one end to the other. Large number of patients from OR to theater, from ICU to ward, for procedures, all that. So it was just the concept of Ola and Uber that is adopted into managing this workforce. So when I started with the Ranipet campus, the new campus, 1,500 beds, our workload of one porter, he would only manage 6 patients to 7 patients. Now today with the smartphone, everybody said these boys may not be in a position to use smartphones. It's an app in the smartphone, totally developed in-house. And what today it does is, it monitors the workforce so well that the productivity has improved, patient satisfaction has improved because the porter is there within 2 minutes to take the patient from one end to the other. So what I was managing with 250 people, today I'm managing with 156 people. And from 6 shifts, he's doing 16 to 20 in a particular shift. So it's just transforming things. When there is an idea, there are lots and lots of things available to actually adopt from other industries and incorporate them. So these are just some examples. Of course, all this smart buildings, integrated building management systems have done wonders. The infection control practices have gone so high as a result of that, because your air quality in theater, air quality in your transplant room, in your bone marrow transplant area, everything is seamlessly monitored. And when there is a small problem somewhere, you know this is not working, you are able to go address them immediately. Earlier days, we would be banking on our nurses and doctors to actually say there's something not working properly. By then, the patient's surgery, everything would be midway. So today, everything is so precise, I would say, with technology adoption. And I'm a very strong proponent of technology adoption in healthcare. I had an organization called CAHO, the Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations in India. And we are a network of all hospitals in India. I'm the National Secretary General. We run a program called as Kahoot Tech. Every year we do it. That is healthcare, technology adoption in healthcare. So we do a startup and pitch fest, and about 200, 300 healthcare startups apply every year. So it's so nice to see, you know, when clinicians are involved, as Sir said, you have a group of 70, 80 clinicians from all over the country, hospitals, who are into technology coming there. When a kid has an idea, rather than developing it and then saying this is not going to work, when he presents that and when the healthcare fraternity goes through that, they are able to give a lot of ideas. So we do our startups starting from ideation stage. Many of them want validation, data, to actually test and prove if these products are going to work or these digital solutions are going to work. So we provide them with hospitals, maybe 10, 20 hospitals that are willing to support these new ideas and innovations. So we provide that for them. We handhold them, and we also have angel investors who are present. If the idea is good or if the product is good, they are able to help them. By way of doing this over a period of 7 or 8 years, I've seen wonders that have happened, how people are now willing to implement. There are lots and lots of failures as well. You know, good ideas and people like, for example, the best thing would be the community project that I can tell you. The cancer screening in the community. It was a very ambitious project that was put up. With the breath of the patient, or the saliva, you are able to test the entire, the parameters of the patient, and then you are able to actually say whether this is a high-risk patient or a low-risk patient. But the adoption in the community was not to the level, because what happened, you take the sample, after that, that sample coming back to the site, cold chain, maintaining all that became a huge problem. So therefore, this particular initiative actually failed. So rather than just looking at one product, I think it's a seamless integration and implementation which is what is so crucial. So I think lots and lots of things can be actually reverse engineered, I would say, rather than innovation. It's more reverse engineering based on the problems that are on the ground in hospitals. So I would encourage young minds, students, entrepreneurs, startups, if you have good ideas, talk to people in healthcare, go to the hospital, see if this is actually going to solve a problem, and then try and work it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lalu. Another important thing, healthcare is totally different from other innovations because here we require clinical validation. Now, people outside the healthcare arena, even those in the healthcare arena, if you talk to a regular dermatologist or any specialist, he may or may not know the intricacies. I've had, during my stint with BIRAC, so many projects where animal experimentation was absolutely a prerequisite for clinical validation. Now, these people spend lakhs and lakhs of rupees, thousands of hours on doing this. They had no idea on the rules and regulations regarding animal experimentation. There are less than 40, 50 laboratories in the whole country where animal, recognized by ICMR, CDSCO and other regulatory authorities, where animal experimentation can be done. Now, these people, when you have some idea, as Dr. Lalu said, please talk to somebody who knows about it, because without animal, some of the cases, sometimes we can bypass animal experimentation, but then you need to do clinical validation. You don't need all this in other startups in rural marketing or in something else, etc. You need to do double-blind, randomized, controlled, multi-institutional crossover studies. I don't expect any startup company to know about all this, but then if you go to a specialist, he will know. We have to give a placebo, the size of the placebo, the shape of the placebo, when it is given. You cannot, no drug, no tablet will get into the market without all this rigorous clinical validation. This is very, very important. Before I go to we just forgot. It is most unfortunate that one of our co-panelists, Mrs. Sharmila, she was here in the morning during the inaugural function. She unfortunately slipped, fell down, twisted her ankle, and she has a lot of pain now, so she was unable to join us. She senses her apologies. She should have been sitting here. Now, before I go to the other panelist, he is going to talk to us about virtual reality, augmented virtual reality, extended virtual reality, and so on and so forth. Now, this is an excellent area to get into because The National Medical Commission, I understand, maybe you can correct me when you are more involved with this. I understand the National Medical Commission has made it mandatory for postgraduate training for them to be exposed to a simulation center. Just 7 kilometers from where we are sitting here today in Vanagram, the Apollo Simulation Center is one of the largest, most well-equipped 2023, 2024 technology. I think it cost about 8 crores or 9 crores to set up this huge this thing. So today we have nurses, medical students, postgraduates from all over the country coming there and spending a day or two for learning. I myself have just as a curious person, I've tried to do a catheterization. I tried to put a catheter into the middle cerebral artery, and believe me, particularly for a person of my generation, it was something unbelievable wearing the goggles to see 3D, to see this thing. Today you can get into the mitral valve. You can get into the tricuspid valve. You can get into branches. Literally you can get it, and what is known as Beam's eye view. If I were a clot inside a blood vessel, and if my eyes are inside that clot, how would I see the external world? This is the level of technology which is available today. And I foresee, in fact, 2 years ago, when I was a part of the BIRAC committee, a startup, see, startups apply for as little as 1 lakh, 2 lakhs. Startups also apply for 6 crores for one individual. So the BIRAC asked me to go to All India Institute of Medical Science, Department of Neurosurgery. I spent about 6 to 8 hours asking them questions and all that. So it was fascinating to see that they had applied for some funding in order to start a simulation, advanced simulation center for neurosurgical education. And it is almost certain this is going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years. So we all learned with poor patients from Government General Hospital, Stanley Medical College, etc. Hundreds of patients we learned. But the next generation of specialists, whether it be cardiologists, cardiac surgeons, whatever it is, will spend more time learning to do every single procedure. They will make mistakes. Mistakes which my generation made in the operation theater, they will make in simulation labs. So over to you. Please share with us your experiences. I would also like you to tell us what exactly you and your organization are doing, and what you as a subspecialist, I am a general information, you are a domain expert, so please let us have your views on Tamil Nadu in particular. What do you think is the market? See, at the end of the day, there has to be viability, commercially viable, there has to be a market. And do you have any concerns that this may lull a trainee into a false sense of security? I understand you're a laparoscopic surgeon, so you do laparoscopic surgery. You are not an engineer who has developed this technology. So please share with us your views as a surgeon, in what way you as an individual have benefited with haptic sensation, with all this, etc. And what would you advise?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. And hello to all my fellow panelists and esteemed moderator. I would say, like Sir mentioned, virtual reality, the entire spectrum of everything we are looking at now, with all of that has become a single common technology. Earlier we used to have various silos. So just to give a little background, very quickly we had virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and these were all various subsets. Now the industry is converging to a single type of technology. Whatever wearable you're wearing, you can either make it entirely virtual, disconnect the person from a particular surrounding, put them in something totally different, make it augmented or mix their reality, where you can see whatever is around them, but also add or overlay information. Or the flip side, where you can bring physical objects into a virtual environment. It is important to understand that since all of this technology is coming in together, where this actually plays a role in medical training. I think if you go back, like Sir correctly pointed out, for a very long time, we were very hesitant to kind of allow people to look behind the curtains and show how we actually trained. It was a common practice to learn on patients because back then that was the only way you could train for majority of the situations. But now this is a technology which is actually offering us a different modality, an option where you can ensure that any doctor, not just a surgeon, or any healthcare professional for that matter, can have a certifiable level of competency before he steps onto the patient. And probably, I think what, like Sir mentioned, while a lot of institutions are now adopting simulation, this has two components to it. One, why do we take on so much of simulation-based training now? Because the sheer volume of medical or any kind of healthcare professionals who are being trained and delivered into the system. Earlier, I think the highest volume of training in one medical institution used to be 100 students. Now it became 150. Now we have 250 medical students graduating out of each batch. And for sure, there's not enough clinical material for them to be properly trained. So there needs to be a substitute. There needs to be augmentation of whatever training modalities there are. And that is where NMC has now mandated these kind of training modalities where students not only train on patients, but before you go to the patient, make sure you have certain amount of competency. And that starts right from the grassroots, right? You can train, like you mentioned, putting in not just a catheter into the cerebral artery in the brain, but putting in, right from putting in your IV lines to putting in a Foley's catheter, or all the basic skills right up to the very, I think, most niche skills which you would require. These kind of virtual solutions, training solutions, are actually at present, I would say, few and far between. Because the industry has had a lot of false dawns. Metaverse as a concept failed. I would say Facebook just thought they could promote a common marketplace without ensuring there was value for the end user in that marketplace. And that was probably one of the main reasons why that set the industry back a few years. But where you are able to derive value for the end user. Currently, we train roughly around 6,000 medical students, 10 to 12 colleges across the country. Each student comes in, trains on his set of NMC mandated skills, couple of times on the virtual reality station, then goes on, has one experience on the mannequins to understand the tactile sensations of it, make sure he comes back, gets assessed, scores a particular level, cutoff, before which he is allowed to start practicing those skills on the patient. And I think this is where India and Tamil Nadu, as probably one of the front runners for the entire country, can set the norms in ensuring we have entry barrier before we are allowed to touch patients. And probably when you look at simulation as a whole and opportunity, like Sir Katley mentioned, all NMC institutions now need to have simulation labs. With the newer component which has come in is something called the competency-based medical education. All this while we never considered practicals as something where we had to be assessed. The only aspect that was assessed was whether you could diagnose a patient, history taking, all of those aspects. But there was never any modality by which we could assess whether any student was trained on putting in an IV line or putting in a catheter, or whether he knows how to handle emergency. Now we have the means for it. So now the NMC coming in and saying competency assessment must happen means currently the institutions are struggling to deliver that or to assess for 250 students, which are like that kind of volumes, because all the traditional methods were not developed to cater to this kind of volume. And that is where there's a lot of opportunity, and probably with the right, the team and right vision, there's a lot of solutions which institutions are crying out for but don't know where to get.
Thank you so much. Well, the timer says that all good things must come to an end. But before we do that, can I have any audience participation, any questions from the... Yes, sir, please announce your name and yourself, and to whom the question is directed to.
All right, my name is Vimal. I run a startup specific to telecommunications. So we provide communication network to emergency responders. So the question is to all the panels out there. Regardless of the field, many discoveries or inventions are accident. Like you have your pacemaker, warfarin, penicillin, so on and so forth, right? So as a startup who is specifically into deep tech, most of our funding comes from the government, state or central. Right now we are Tamil Nadu government-backed startup. My question is, whenever we pitch for funding, there is a panel or a number of panelists who come with a huge industrial experience like 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. They come with a conditional bias that we cannot get things done. We come with a certain industrial experience. Now, when we get rejected in such scenarios, either we can never apply to those funding schemes or we would have to wait for another year and then apply for it. What should we as a startup do to handle that situation? Because we cannot convince the panelists because they come with a conditional bias. Now, what should we do?
I can take that one. So we've completed a couple of rounds of funding, and I understand the struggle, as deep tech, because when we started out, we were doing a lot of research. We are predominantly an R&D company doing research into haptics for surgical simulation. It is very difficult for a non-healthcare expert to actually buy into the vision and think, and for a VC-style firm to actually give you the funding, they're going to have a lot of checkposts. I think the easier way, from my experience, what actually happened for us is getting into a very milestone-based, deliverable-based round of funding. Now, after you do that first round of funding where you can say, this is the entire vision for the product, if I achieve this milestone, you release this tranche of funding. If I achieve this milestone, you release the subsequent one. That might give them the confidence. That's what happened for us. And every investor works differently, so it's going to...
It's totally subjective. So we got
Yes.
lab results from the government lab. It's the problem that most of the startups face is the panelist who actually judges come with a conditional bias. That certain things can never be done. How should we handle it?
Handle the panelists. He will not be able to handle that.
Just if I may add on, some early adoption, that's where, hospital players, individual hospitals will need to be also on the ground using this on a trial basis as well, which is extremely important to project your panelists also to say this has worked, not just on, scientific publication-based trials, but usability of the product on the ground, which is what I was saying. It's important to get a couple of hospitals involved, get the clinicians of those hospitals as champions to what you're doing, and then the scenario changes.
Okay, customer experience is a better batsman. That's
Absolutely.
what you mean. All right, thanks.
You want to say something, Gopesh?
It's quite difficult at this point when you bring it to the hospital. I feel that most of the doctors would say, nah, it's not possible. They start with that, and there are few people only, if you can approach, will be able to understand what you are trying to go through, and then they would see from their side. In fact, in my hospital, I am the censor board. If whatever comes in, it is thrown to me, and then I censor it. And most of the time, I can judge with the way that they present. But beyond that, it is like Madam told, it has to be at least possibly applicability in the clinical scenario is more important than the product itself.
If I can just add one point, I think it's unfortunate to have had an experience like that. Having been on the other side as a panelist, as you call it, our experience has been totally different. We go with a very open mind, and to me it's a privilege to be proved that I am wrong by somebody who's 3 or 4 decades younger than me. And all of us, we always go as a committee from BIRAC, 3 people go. We go on project monitoring committee, inspection, this, everything. And as he said, it's all a question of milestone. Unless you achieve the first milestone, we will not release the next funding, etc. So we go, and then I feel delighted when somebody gives scientific data to show that our bias, quote unquote, that what we thought was wrong. So we convince the young guy that what you said is wrong for the following reasons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or he convinces us. And that has been our experience for almost 8 years. So it's unfortunate that the specific group whom you are dealing with does not adopt this attitude. But I totally agree with you. In my opinion, whoever it is unfit to be, quote unquote, a panelist unless he has this, flexibility. Yes, sir.
Good
Yes.
evening, good evening, panel. I am Purnima. I'm the scientific officer from SRM's BioNest. We are a incubator specific for health tech and med tech startups. So I come from a diagnostic background and then into this incubator. So when I said health tech, med tech first, my whole viewpoint was point of care testing and or markers. That is what came to my mind. But when I came here, I have startups with various things, predictive medicine, predictive technology approaching me. According to you all, what is the niche area in healthcare that a startup should be focusing at?
Anybody?
Healthcare is full of problems. Every single process you take, there are problems. Huge opportunities in healthcare. So I don't think, whatever you are doing in other industries, let's say a retail, we have a pharmacy. You talk about laundry, linen management we have got. You talk about managing, it's like a hotel. So everything that applies to a hotel applies to a hospital. Customer experience. Today our patients are no longer the Kuppamas and Muniyammas who come. They come with a Google, now with the AI, predictive, whatever. They tell us this is what the treatment should be. Point of care, diagnostics, you talk radiology, huge amount of technology intervention is needed. Opportunities are unlimited in radiology, in pathology. You name any field, it's open. So I think we are the only industry which is still not saturated with technology. Huge potential, huge opportunities. I would only suggest get into the hospital, see the problems, not as a patient, come in as an observer, understand the problems, understand the mindset of the people, and you will be able to do wonders.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I have one more question to you. I have several startups coming with predictive modeling, but they work on Australian data or American data that is available online. Through CAHO, is it possible to help them in some way to get an Indian data set? Because when they apply for funding, the whole question or validation with an Indian data set is something that is stopping us. So is it possible to help us?
It's certainly possible, but you have to go the scientific way. So when you come and present, there are a lot of ethical committee clearances that you will have to go through. You have to attach yourself with premium institutions. A lot of institutions are today open for newer products, validating your product, getting the data, giving you the data. But what you need to do is to go through the process in a very minute manner, the ethics committee approval. It takes time. But there are several players today available, large hospitals, corporates available who can support you. And I'm more than happy to route you to the right hospitals.
Thank you, ma'am, because we have a clinical trial center in-house, ICMR recognized, but still we are not able to help those startups get that data. So that's why I push. Thank you so much.
If I can add one point to your first question, again, this is a very personal experience, but scientifically valid, statistically significant 8-year follow-up. Most of the successful startup companies in health center, whom I have personally seen, maybe about 20 or 30 over a period of 8 years, they never ask the question, tell me what I should work on. Every one of them were passionate, unfortunately, quote unquote, because I remember 2 or 3 very vividly, a 35-year-old woman, 2 children, both were congenitally deaf. So that was a tremendous motivation for her. We had so many people whose brothers, sisters, children, siblings, somebody with cerebral palsy, autism, wheelchair. Somebody developed a wheelchair which should go up the stairs. Now the motivation, because there was a paraplegic at home. So invariably, I have found that when there is a motivation, and that brings you. So the people, I'm sorry, I'm not at all trying to be, pull you down at all. I'm just saying that it's totally different when somebody comes to me and says, can you suggest a problem? Yes, as she very correctly said, Lalu, this is perfect. I totally endorse what she said. But if you come to us with a problem and say, I want to do this, we will spend time with you and say, it's a great idea, or I'll be equally undiplomatic. Diplomacy will never succeed with a mentor. If you choose a mentor who's diplomatic, you can be sure he's a lousy mentor, okay? A good mentor who tells you to your face, that's a lousy question you have chosen for the following reasons. So please don't expect diplomacy, expect the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, the signboard says time's up.
Excuse me.
So we'll
One more
obey
question.
that.
One more question.
Okay, definitely the last question. Please go ahead. Who is it? I can't see.
Yeah, here. Okay, is the healthcare industry streamlined with regard to the central government schemes like Ayushman Bharat, whether you are able to get the subsidy in time, you are able to support the poor people? That is my question.
Sorry, I didn't follow. Just repeat it, please.
That is, the healthcare industry, is it streamlined to take care of the central government schemes like Ayushman Bharat, helping the poor people in cataract
Is that
surgery?
data available to you? Is that what you're asking?
No. That is the healthcare industry. Is it capable to get the subsidy in time? Are they supporting the poor people? That is my question.
I am not competent to answer that question, but my reasonably good general knowledge tells me that Ayushman Bharat's fund will not have funding to support startup companies. I think it's totally outside their purview. They may be willing at the highest level to, in collaboration with, as Dr. Lallu emphasized, and I strongly support her, you as an individual, I as an individual have no standing. Let's accept the fact. But if a big institution, you are part of a big institution, I'm sure Ayushman Bharat will be open to the idea. But I don't think they have anything to do with funding for startups.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please, you wanted to say something?
No, I think he was asking about whether healthcare institutions are open to the idea of Ayushman Bharat. Isn't that what you were asking? Yeah. So there are a lot of things that are happening. The ABBA ID is one thing which is coming up in a big way, where, you know, if you have this ABBA, then whether you are getting treated in West Bengal or in Tamil Nadu, your health data is available all over the country. But as like any scheme, it takes time for adoption. And Ayushman Bharat is not a good payer at all. Certainly we cannot support it's very, very difficult with the kind of funding that comes from Ayushman Bharat. But lot of schemes are available today. Tamil Nadu government scheme is very good, which is why most Tamil Nadu hospitals have adopted to the Tamil Nadu government scheme. And also Ayushman Bharat is also enhancing their capability. It's a very, very prestigious scheme for sure. It is the largest in the globe. So therefore, the bandwidth is available, but the adoption is still slowly progressing. It will come. The ABBA ID is a very wonderful thing. I'm sure it will be adopted very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists and our moderator for a wonderful session. Can we give them a big round of applause? Calling upon Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, the Chief Revenue Officer, The Hindu, to please join us on stage to do the honors and present them with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries on stage. Can we give them another big hand? And please do give yourselves a big round of applause for being such a wonderful audience. I think this has been a really amazing day with the sharing of insights, a lot of thought-provoking conversations, and most of all, some very, very enthusiastic audience participation. So thank you for that. Just give us a few minutes as we set up the stage for our valedictory ceremony. I now call upon Suresh Balakrishna, the Chief Revenue Officer of The Hindu, to please join us on stage. DMK. His political journey began at the local level, and through dedication and unwavering commitment to public service, he steadily climbed the ranks to become a prominent minister in Tamil Nadu. His career is a testament to his deep-rooted connection with the people and his relentless pursuit of inclusive development across the state. In his current role, he has been instrumental in strengthening the industrial and entrepreneurial ecosystem across Tamil Nadu. His dynamic leadership has earned him high praise from the Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru M.K. Stalin, who has commended his impactful contributions as MSME Minister to the growth of state. We welcome the Honorable Minister with a big round of applause. Requesting Mr. Suresh Balakrishna to felicitate our chief guest with a token of our appreciation. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Sivaraja Ramanathan, Mission Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission. Can we have you on stage, please, sir? I would also like to call upon Mr. L.V. Navneet, Chief Executive Officer, The Hindu Group. I now request Mr. Suresh Balakrishnan, the Chief Revenue Officer of The Hindu, to deliver his special address.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I wonder how many of you all have been here from the morning. I see a lot of familiar faces, so I think a lot of you all have been there from the morning. I have. I landed from Bombay and came straight here and have been here right through the day, and it's been quite a day. We discussed startups across various subjects. You've been through 8 sessions, I think, of great deal of depth on various aspects of startups. We started with inclusion and gender equality, with Ramya Kannan having hosted that session. Thought it was amazing to see the kind of work that's happening on inclusion and gender equality. We saw the healthcare session just now, the kind of technology innovation that's happening on healthcare. We spoke about education and how it helps lay the foundation for good startups. We saw how AI is the buzzword now and how startups are using it or not using it. And digital transformation seems to be the name of the game. But whatever it is, one thing was common right through, and I don't know if you noticed this, is the way Tamil Nadu is at the forefront of most of these. In every session, including the healthcare session, and these are all independent people, right, running their own organization, there was at least 1 or 2 persons in every panel who said that how Tamil Nadu is actually at the forefront, or how the government is helping, or how they are extending, or how they are getting funding. It was quite amazing to see how Tamil Nadu is really focusing on building up the startup ecosystem in our country. We are very proud and happy to have Thiru T.M. Anbarasan, Honorable Minister of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and Urban Habitat Development Board, Government of Tamil Nadu. Sir, your presence here actually gives us a lot of courage and shows the unwavering support that Tamil Nadu has to entrepreneurship and innovation across the state. In spite of his busy schedule, thank you, sir, for taking out time and being here. I'd also like to thank our partners, SRM Institute of Science and Technology. SRM has been a very, very close partner to the Hindu for many years, and they continue to support us in these innovative ventures. Thank you, SRM. Startup TN, thank you for supporting this. Really kind of you to see the potential in this and support it. SIFI, thank you so much, sir. Your session was very insightful as well on cyber security, and thank you for supporting us. A very special thanks to Retail GPT, our phygital commerce partner, Tally, our technology partner, CII, our strategic partner, Mangaldeep, our fragrance partner, and Pudhiya Talamurai, our TV partner. I cannot forget to thank our lovely host. Paloma has almost become synonymous with all Hindu events now. Thank you for hosting it so graciously, like you always do. And of course, to all our panelists, speakers, and attendees, especially all of you all in this room, to have come and use this opportunity. Thank you very much for accepting our invite and being here. Without standing between you and the minister, who I'm sure has a very tight schedule, Thiru T.M. Anbarasan, may I request you, sir, to please come and give your valedictory address. Thank you very much.
மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியோடு நடைபெறுகிற தி இந்து குழுமம், எஸ்ஆர்எம் கல்வி குழுமம், சிபி மற்றும் டிஎன் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இணைந்து நடத்துகிற தமிழ்நாடு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் கருத்தரங்கில் கலந்து கொண்டு சிறப்பித்திருக்கிற இந்து குழுமத்தினுடைய இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வர இருக்கிற இந்து குழுமத்தினுடைய இயக்குனர் மரியாதைக்குரிய இந்து ராம் அவர்களே, சிஇஓ திரு நவநீத் அவர்களே, எடிட்டர் திரு சுரேஷ் நம்பத் அவர்களே, சிஆர்ஓ திரு சுரேஷ் பாலகிருஷ்ணா அவர்களே, தமிழ்நாடு சிஐஐ தலைவர் திரு உன்னிகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களே, எஸ்ஆர்எம் குழுமத்தினுடைய துணைவேந்தர் திரு முத்தமிழ் செல்வன் அவர்களே, ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டிஎன் நிறுவனத்தினுடைய சிஇஓ திரு சிவராஜா ராமநாதன் அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் பங்கேற்றிருக்கிற ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனத்தினரே, புத்தொழில் முனைபவர்களே, மாணவ செல்வங்களே, பத்திரிகை மற்றும் ஊடகத்துறை நண்பர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான வணக்கம். இந்த இனிய நிகழ்ச்சியிலே கலந்து கொண்டு உங்களையெல்லாம் சந்திக்கிற நல்ல வாய்ப்பை பெற்றதற்காக நான் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். அந்த வாய்ப்பை வழங்கியிருக்கிற இந்து குழுமத்திற்கு என்னுடைய நன்றியை இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். தமிழ்நாட்டின் பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனத்துடைய பங்களிப்பை உறுதிப்படுத்துவதற்காகவும் புத்தொழில் சார்ந்த வாய்ப்புகளையும் தகவல்களையும் தொழில் முனைவோருக்கு கொண்டு சேர்க்கவும் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களை வளர்த்தெடுக்க அரசு செயல்படுத்தும் திட்டங்களை மாணவர்கள், இளைஞர்கள், தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கு கொண்டு செல்லவும் இந்த கருத்தரங்கம் காலையிலிருந்து மிகச் சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்றிருக்கிறது. இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்திலே கலந்து கொள்ளும் வாய்ப்பினை வழங்கிய இந்து குழுமத்திற்கும் எஸ்ஆர்எம் குழுமத்திற்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றியை இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களை அனைத்து துறைகளிலும் ஊக்குவித்தல், புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை பயன்படுத்துதல், கண்டுபிடிப்புகளில் கல்விக்கான முக்கியத்துவம், பல்கலைக்கழகங்களில் தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கான சூழலை உருவாக்குதல் போன்ற பல்வேறு தலைப்புகளில் பல்கலைக்கழக பேராசிரியர்கள், தொழிலதிபர்கள், துறை வல்லுநர்கள்லாம் உரையாற்றியிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த கருத்துக்களை ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களும் தொழில் முனைவர்களும் மாணவ செல்வங்களும் நல்ல முறையில் பயன்படுத்தி கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று உங்களையெல்லாம் நான் அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். ஒரு நாட்டின் நிலையான வளர்ச்சிக்கு புதிய சிந்தனைகளும் புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளும் மிக மிக அவசியம் என்பது உண்மை. உலக அளவில் தமிழ்நாட்டை புத்தொழில் மையமாக மாற்றவும், தொழில்நுட்ப வளர்ச்சிக்கேற்ப புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை உருவாக்கவும், தமிழகம் முழுவதும் சமச்சீரான தொழில் வளர்ச்சியை கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்ற நல்ல நோக்கில் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பல எண்ணற்ற புதிய திட்டங்களை அறிவித்து இன்றைக்கு நாம் செயல்படுத்தி வருகிறோம். குறிப்பாக ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களுக்கு தகுந்த சூழலை உருவாக்கவும், ஸ்டார்ட் அப் தொழில் முனைவர்களை ஊக்குவித்து உலக அளவில் உயர்த்துவதற்காக நம்முடைய முதல்வர் அவர்கள் ஆட்சி பொறுப்பு வந்தவுடனேயே நம்முடைய ஸ்டார்ட் அப் தமிழ்நாடு இயக்கத்திற்கான ஒரு தனி அமைப்பை ஏற்படுத்தி முதன்மை செயல் அலுவலர் CEO தலைமையில் பதவியை உருவாக்கி அவர் தலைமையில் 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட பணியாளர்களை நியமித்து இன்றைக்கு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டிஎனுக்கு ஒரு புத்துணர்வை ஏற்படுத்தியவர் நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் என்பதை இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் நான் பெருமையோடு சொல்லிக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். நம்முடைய அரசு பொறுப்பேற்றதிலிருந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் அதிக எண்ணிக்கையில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களை உருவாக்க புத்தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்கு ஆதார நிதி வழங்குகிற டான்சீட் திட்டம் செயல்படுத்தப்பட்டு வருகிறது. இந்த திட்டத்தின் கீழ் இதுவரை 169 நிறுவனங்களில் ரூபாய் 18,79,00,000 முதலீடும், 36 SC/ST ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களில் 51,20,00,000 முதலீடும் ஆக மொத்தம் இந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் 205 ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களில் ரூபாய் 69,99,00,000 தமிழக அரசு முதலீடு செய்திருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் பெருத்த மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த நிதியாண்டில் 20 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதி ஒதுக்கீடு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களுக்கு முதலீடு என்பது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களுக்கு தேவையான முதலீடுகளை பெற தனியார் முதலீட்டாளர்களையும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனம் இணைக்கும் ஸ்டாண்ட் ஃபண்ட் இணைப்பு தளம் இன்றைக்கு தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த தளத்தில் 8,600 ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களும் 215 முதலீட்டாளர்களும் பதிவு செய்திருக்கிறார்கள். இதன் மூலமாக 19 ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களுக்கு இதுவரை ரூபாய் 103,25,00,000 ரூபாய் தனியாரிடமிருந்து முதலீடுகள் பெறப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். புத்தொழில் நிறுவனங்களுடைய ஆராய்ச்சி, கண்டுபிடிப்பு, தயாரிப்புகளுக்கு இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அதை வளர்த்தெடுப்பதற்காக நம்முடைய அரசு தொழில் வளர் காப்பகங்களை மேம்படுத்தவும், நவீன இயந்திரங்களை அமைக்கவும் கடந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் 39 இன்குபேஷன் சென்டரில் தொழில் வளர் காப்பகங்களுக்கு ரூபாய் 21 கோடி ரூபாய் நிதி வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இதனை பயன்படுத்தி 110 ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்கள் புதியதாக தொடங்கப்பட்டுள்ளது என்பதையும் நான் பெருமையோடு தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். புத்தொழில் நிறுவனங்கள் மாநிலத்தின் அனைத்து பகுதியிலும் தொடங்கிடப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக கடந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் சென்னை, மதுரை, ஈரோடு, திருநெல்வேலி, ஓசூர், சேலம், கடலூர், தஞ்சாவூர், கோவை, திருச்சி ஆகிய 10 நகரங்களில் வட்டார புத்தொழில் மையங்கள் நிறுவப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த நிதியாண்டில் தூத்துக்குடியில் புத்தொழில் மையம் நிறுவப்பட இருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். ஆக தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய ஊரக பகுதிகளிலும் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களை கொண்டு செல்ல கிராமந்தோறும் புத்தொழில் என்ற புதிய திட்டம் நடப்பாண்டில் பட்ஜெட்டில் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு அதையும் இந்த ஆண்டு முதல் அதை செயல்படுத்த இருக்கிறோம் என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இளம் தொழில் முனைவோர்களுக்காக ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டிஎன் இயக்கமானது பல புதிய முன்னெடுப்புகளை செய்து வருகிறது. தொழில் நயம் என்ற பெயரில் நவீன வடிவமைப்பு உதவி மையம் டிசைன் ஸ்டுடியோ தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய நகரங்களில் இயங்கும் கல்வி நிறுவனங்களில் தொடக்க நிலை தொழில் வளர் காப்பகங்களை பியூர் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர்ஸ் அமைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. புத்தொழில் நிறுவனங்களை அறிமுகப்படுத்தும் லான்ச் பேட் நிகழ்ச்சி நடத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. புத்தொழில் நிறுவனங்களுக்கு வழிகாட்ட மென்டர் டிஎன் தளமும் தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. புத்தொழில் தயாரிப்புகளை சந்தைப்படுத்த பிராண்டிங் தொழில்நுட்பங்களை கற்றுத்தரும் பயிற்சி திட்டம் இப்போது அறிமுகப்படுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. ஆக இந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு பொறுப்பேற்றதுக்கு பிறகு தடை அதை உடை, ஆடுகளம், ஹேக்கத்தான் போட்டிகள் என பல்வேறு நிகழ்ச்சிகள் நடத்தப்பட்டு ஆயிரக்கணக்கான இளைஞர்களுக்கு புதிய தொழில் தொடங்குவதற்கு குறித்த விழிப்புணர்வு பயிற்சி தரப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். அது இல்லாமல் தொழில் முனைவோர் மேம்பாட்டு மற்றும் புத்தாக்க பயிற்சி நிறுவனம் EDIஐ கலைஞர் தான் அதை கொண்டு வந்தார். பள்ளி புத்தாக்க மேம்பாட்டு திட்டத்தின் கீழ் பள்ளி மற்றும் கல்லூரிகள் பயிலுகிற 31,11,000 மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கு தொழில் முனைவு மற்றும் புத்தாக்க பயிற்சி அளிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. மாணவர்கள் மற்றும் இளைஞர்கள் புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்புகளை ஊக்கப்படுத்திட இந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் புத்தாக்க பற்றுச் சட்டத்தின் கீழ் 415 புதிய கண்டுபிடிப்பாளர்களுக்கு ரூபாய் 10,69,00,000 நிதி உதவி வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்களின் மீது தனி கவனம் செலுத்தி ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்கள் வளர்ச்சிக்கு தகுந்த சூழலை உருவாக்கியதால் தமிழ்நாட்டில் 2021ஆம் ஆண்டு மார்ச் வரை சுமார் 2032 ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்கள் மட்டுமே பதிவு செய்யப்பட்டிருந்த நிலையில் தற்போது இந்த எண்ணிக்கை 10,800ஆக உயர்ந்திருக்கிறது என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். இதில் 50% நிறுவனங்கள் பெண்கள் என்பது நமக்கெல்லாம் மிகப்பெரிய பெருமை என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். கடந்த ஆட்சியில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் தரவரிசை பட்டியலில் இந்திய அளவில் கடைசி வரிசையில் இருந்தது, உங்களாம் தெரியும். நம்முடைய அரசு பொறுப்பேற்ற 2021ஆம் ஆண்டு கடைசி இடத்தில் இருந்த நம்முடைய ஸ்டார்ட் அப்பு அது படிப்படியாக முன்னேறி 3ஆம் இடத்தில் 2001 கடைசியிலேயே 3ஆம் இடத்தினை லீடர் விருதினை நாம் பெற்றிருக்கிறோம். ஒன்றிய அரசு வெளியிட்ட 2022ஆம் ஆண்டிற்கான தரவரிசை பட்டியலில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் டிஎன் நிறுவனம் இந்திய அளவில் முதல் இடம் பிடித்து சிறந்த செயற்பாட்டாளர் விருதை இன்றைக்கு நாம் பெற்றிருக்கிறோம். அது இல்லாமல் ஒன்றிய அரசுடைய நிதி ஆயோக் அமைப்பின் சிறந்த புத்தாக்க சூழல் கொண்ட மாநிலங்கள் பட்டியலில் தமிழ்நாடு முதன்மை மாநிலமாக இடம்பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்பதையும் நான் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். புத்தொழில் சூழலில் தேசிய அளவில் முன்னணியில் வைக்கும் தமிழ்நாட்டினை உலக தரத்திற்கு உயர்த்த வேண்டும் என்ற நல்ல நோக்கில் உலக புத்தொழில் மாநாடு 2 மாதங்கள் நடத்தப்பட இருக்கிறது என்பதை நான் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். இந்த மாநாட்டிற்கான லோகோவை இணையதளத்தையும் மாண்புமிகு துணை முதல்வர்கள் நாளை தலைமைச் செயலகத்திலே அந்த லோகோவை அறிமுகப்படுத்த இருக்கிறார் என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். ஸ்டார்ட் அப் நிறுவனங்கள் மட்டும் அல்லாமல் மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர்களுடைய சீரிய திட்டங்களால் இன்றைக்கி ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற 4 ஆண்டுகளில் 2020,96,96,00,000 ரூபாய் மானியத்துடன் ரூபாய் 5,180 கோடியே 18 லட்சம் வங்கிக் கடன் வழங்கப்பட்டு இந்த 4 ஆண்டுகளில் தமிழகத்தில் 59,584 புதிய தொழில் முனைவர்களை இந்த அரசு உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறது என்ற செய்தியும் இந்த நேரத்தில் நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லாம் திராவிட மாடல் அரசினுடைய கொள்கையின்படி கழக அரசின் சார்பில் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட இந்த 59,584 தொழில் முனைவர்களில் 21,281 பேர் பெண்கள். அது இல்லாமல் 9,224 பேர் பட்டியல் இனத்தவர் மற்றும் பழங்குடியினர், 2,497 பேர் சிறுபான்மையினர், 717 பேர் மாற்றுத்திறனாளிகளையும் தொழில் முனைவர்களாக உருவாக்கி சமத்துவத்தையும் சமூக நீதியையும் நிலைநாட்டி இருக்கிற முதல்வர் தான் நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் என்பதையும் பெருமையோடு நான் கூற விரும்புகிறேன். கடந்த ஆண்டு ஜனவரி மாதம் நடத்தப்பட்ட உலக முதலீட்டாளர் மாநாட்டில் MSME துறையின் மூலம் மட்டும் 5,068 புரிந்துணர்வு ஒப்பந்தங்கள் போடப்பட்டது. MSMEயில் மட்டும் இந்த ஒப்பந்தங்கள் மூலம் 91,785 நபர்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய வகையில் 25,097 கோடி முதலீட்டில் 2,360 நிறுவனங்கள் இப்போது தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. மீதம் இருக்கிற நிறுவனங்கள் படிப்படியாக தொடங்குகிற பணியை இன்றைக்கு செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதையும் நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். எம்எஸ்எம்இ துறையின் கீழ் செயல்பட்டு வருகிற FAM TN மூலமாக ஏற்றுமதியை ஊக்கப்படுத்திடவும் புதிய தொழில் ஏற்றுமதியாளர்களை உருவாக்கிவிட வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக சென்னை மற்றும் கோவையில் வாங்குவோர் விற்போர் சந்திப்புகள் பையர் செல்லர் மீட் நடத்தப்பட்டது. இதில் 89 வெளிநாட்டு முதலீட்டாளர்கள் 947 எம்எஸ்எம்இ நிறுவனங்களிடமிருந்து 22.88 மில்லியன் அமெரிக்க டாலர் இந்திய ரூபாய் மதிப்பில் ரூபாய் 215 கோடியே 50 லட்சம் மதிப்பிற்கு கொள்முதல் ஒப்பந்தம் செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்கள் என்பதை நான் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் உங்களுக்கு தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சருடைய வெற்றிகரமான முன்னோடி திட்டங்களால் தமிழ்நாடு கடந்த நிதியாண்டில் மொத்த உள்நாட்டு உற்பத்தி 9.69% வளர்ச்சி அடைந்திருக்கிறது. இது இந்தியாவிலேயே முதல் இடத்தில் நாம் இருக்கிறோம் என்பதை பெருமையோடு நான் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இந்திய அளவில் 39,666 பதிவு செய்யப்பட்ட தொழிற்சாலை கொண்ட தமிழ்நாடு இன்றைக்கி முதலிடத்தில் இருக்கிறது. தொழிற்சாலையில் பணிபுரிகிற தொழிலாளர் எண்ணிக்கையில் 15% கொண்டு தமிழ்நாடு முதலிடம் இருக்கிறது. தொழிற்சாலைகள் பணிபுரியும் மகளிர் எண்ணிக்கையில் 42% உயர்ந்து இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு முதலிடத்தில் இருக்கிறது. திறன் வாய்ந்த தொழிலாளர் எண்ணிக்கையில் இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு முதலிடத்தில் இருக்கிறது. ஒன்றிய அரசின் நிதி ஆயோக் வெளியிட்ட ஏற்றுமதி தயார் நிலை குறியீட்டில் 80.89 புள்ளிகள் பெற்று இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு முதலிடத்தில் இருக்கிறது. உற்பத்தி பொருட்களை மாநிலங்கள் அளவில் கையாளுவதில் இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாடு முதலிடம் என்று இன்றைக்கி அனைத்திலும் தமிழ்நாடு முதலிடத்திற்கு வந்திருக்கிறது. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் அனைத்து துறையிலும் முதன்மையாக இருக்கிற நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாட்டில் தொழில்துறையிலும் நாம் முதன்மையான மாநிலமாக நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு விளங்கிட வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக நம்முடைய முதல்வர் அவர்கள் 2030 $1 டிரில்லியன் பொருளாதாரத்தை ஈட்டிட வேண்டும் என்று இலக்கு நிர்ணயித்திருக்கிறார். ஆக நாம் அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து சிறப்பாக பணியாற்றி அந்த நிலையை நம்முடைய தமிழகத்திற்கு ஏற்படுத்தி தருவோம் என்று சொல்லி இந்த நல்ல நிகழ்ச்சியில் எங்கனையும் அழைத்து பெருமைப்படுத்திய உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you once again to the Honorable Minister for gracing this occasion with his presence. And thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of this amazing day. Thank you for joining us here. We appreciate all of your participation, and it was definitely a learning experience for all of us. Here's looking forward to greater growth in the future. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a wonderful evening. Please do stay on for more exciting conversations, networking, cocktails and dinner. Thank you so much.